Soon was in here earlier. Had to start asking some critical questions. Yeah, I had to ask him. I was like, yo, we're asking the questions there. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking the questions there.
He doesn't ask questions, he just rambles on.
He didn't have a lot to say after my after I talked some of those times. Dude, I'm telling you, I can either get a Glober right now. I can either get a Glober right now to say that you can't 100% falsify things, or you can 100% prove things in science. I don't know how it took me so long to get to this point, but we're here now, so don't fret. There's no way around it. If you falsify something, the antithesis is true. Like, you can't be like, no, this thing's false, but the antithesis isn't true. That's crazy.
So what's the antithesis of a ball?
I don't know. But if you falsified flat, you've proven curvature. So if you falsified stationary, you've proven movement. I can't even believe they say yes to the stationary one, because I got other Globers saying, PhD levels saying they don't know if a car or a tree's moving if they crash. So now you falsified Earth moving and you don't even know what a car or a tree scenario. You might want to fall back.
Dude, I need to get like a scientific citation to turn into my insurance then. Show it wasn't my fault, it was the tree.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
relativity.
I shouldn't. Yeah, just bring in relativity citations into a fucking insurance lawsuit and say, hey, dude, I should not be held liability for this because we can't even really, decipher if it was the tree or me.
That would be fucking hilarious.
It's going to get to the point. You have a backup for this too, in case they say no. It's a whole setup. Like, have you falsified stationary Earth scientifically, and have you falsified flat Earth scientifically? If they say yes to either one of those, then they're proving something. But if they say no to both of them, it's like, well, so you don't know if we could be on flat stationary Earth right now for all you know. Okay, cool. Or they might try to get out of some shit like, oh, that's not science or something. They might reverse Uno card our own shit back on us and be like, nope, science is just cause and effect. This is a geometric question, which I would actually agree with, but that wouldn't be following their whole thing they've been doing this time where everything's science. Right? You take a measurement, science, you look at something, science, everyone's doing science, babies, grandmas, your cat. Crizzles live, laugh, love science, doing science.
Yeah, and about McDoon with his star with his positioning thingy. He always forbids flat Earth, even maps and everything, and the heights of the mountain. He wants us to measure it at the spot and do that thing. But that is fucking ridiculous. It's time we change that, because we have that flat level line.
I mean, try to get me with the magnetism thing, but the thing is, like, on a flat Earth near a magnetic pole, the same thing would be happening. I don't see what would have been different. He led with like, oh, the globe predicts da da da, and it's like, well, all right, if you were near a magnetic pole on flat Earth, he kept trying to bring in Gleasons and shit on me or something. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, but Gleason is an azimuthal map, but it goes out from a stationary Earth.
Anyways, what's up? What happened? We were Osco. What's up, Osco?
What's up, guys? What are we doing in here?
Notoriously
Nice.
small. I set a notoriously small biggie trap.
Classic.
Yep.
Where's Geo at? Is Geo here or not here today?
Who?
Geo.
Never heard of him. Mandela effect. What if all of a sudden it was like Geo just wasn't? We got Geo Mandela effect affected out of reality. That'd be crazy. But we'd be sitting around like, yo, how do we even get here?
I feel like if anyone in this VC could Mandela effect out of reality, it would be Geo.
What, you trying to take me out over here?
He might astral
Wanna take
project
me out?
away. He might astral project away, but I don't see Mandela affected out happening.
Dude, Geo, did you see my dual pole theory or not? I messaged it to you, or I commented it to you.
I heard you say. I saw the comment where you said you had a theory to share, and then I think they were on the religion or something at the time, and so. Did you actually put the theory in the chat? I haven't seen that, but I saw you said that you had one.
So it's like this. If you go left or right off the equator, the line that goes to the middle of the dual pole map, it will like automatically make you go over the top or the bottom of the map. But I was like trying to think, okay, why would they be trying to hide the dual pole map specifically? Like they'll give us a fake FE map, they'll give us a fake globe, whatever, but why would they try to hide the actual dual pole map? And my theory is that they know that if you travel exactly that direction, so exactly along the equator line, that's how you break out of the loop that automatically converts you either up or down across the map, and that's how you get to the outer ponders. That's my new crazy theory.
Yo, hold up. I heard that's how we get to the outer ponders at the end. I didn't hear anything else. How do we get to the outer ponders?
So we're on a dual pole, right? And you know how like the big problem with the dual pole, at least in my opinion, is it seems like if you go across that individual, like that line across the middle, I'm just going to call it the equator. I don't know if that's what Geo would call it, but the equator across the middle of the map, you would think that you need to Pac-Man across. You know, if you're a little bit above that, you loop around the top of the map. But if you actually follow that exact line, those exact coordinates, you don't move, that's how you break out of the unknowing loop, and that's how you get to the outer ponders.
Yeah, well, I think I understand the theory that you're saying. I mean, you're just saying right along the equator line is there would be like the middle line of the magnetic field or something, and that would be like the exit from this region of Earth.
Yeah, and that would be the whole reason. That would be the justification or the reason why they would actually hide the dual pole map from us. Is they know that if people start following that line, then they're going to get to the outer ponders, paradise land.
Out of ponder party people, how about we make this very simple? If your pond is paradise, can we come and socialize? Officially the prime directive is no longer your objective. We know your secret, the jig is up, at least it's very few of us. Most the rest are spinning zombies, they can't hear us fast asleep. So can't you send an invitation? We're asking for a pond vacation. Party people, let's just keep this very simple. We won't tell them where you are, they can't even think that far. So we will keep on singing, calling for you, asking if you'll save this crew from our short enslaving lives. Our praise will wash, but now we're wise. Around the ponder party people, let's just keep this very simple. We won't tell them where you are, they can't even think that far. So we will keep on singing, calling for you, asking if you'll save this crew enslaving lives. Our brains were washed, but now we're wiser. Out upon the party people. Let's just keep this very simple. We won't tell them where you are. They can't even think that far. So we will keep on singing, calling for you, asking if you'll save this crew. Just let us join your party and live at your pace. We know your secret, the jig is up for a few. Most are spitting zombies, but we asked to join you. So take us to your paradise. No more poison, no more lies. Let us live 3 times as long. Teach us your out of ponder songs. Out of ponder party people. This is really very simple. Officially we're counting on you to save our righteous party crew. Officially, we're counting on you to save our righteous party crew.
Yeah, and that would be the whole reason. That would be the justification or the reason why they would actually hide the dual pole map from us. Is they know that if people start following that line, then they're going to get to the Outer Ponders Paradise Land.
Yeah, and the whole reason for the globe deception too.
Yeah, it would be why. It would be like you asked, why would they? You seem to imply maybe the globe and the AE map was a deception, and I was trying to think, okay, why would that be a deception? And then that was the solution I came up with. I talked about it with Dave, or I was messaging back and forth with him. He said, "Yeah, that's actually something that we've considered in the past."
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, what does Outer Ponders imply? That there's another sun and more land or something?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, I want there to be Outer Ponders. I'm at an 11.
Unless
Yeah.
there's another star field or more celestials in the sky, it's impossible to navigate out there. You need more, because all the GPs that are out there all the stars that we know of, they all have a correlating GP. So if
Yeah, what if
there's
there's a
any
whole nother
extra,
set of... Sorry, go ahead.
there's got to be. If there's not, then how the fuck are you going to get back there again?
But how far is it, though? What if
Fuck.
it's a million miles to the Outer Ponders? Anyways, I don't want to derail this whole thing, but
No,
couldn't
how
you
do you
just go
know?
another way too, though?
Million.
Couldn't you go like a slightly...
Whoa.
What's up, Aaron? Couldn't you just go at a slightly at an angle in a
No,
straight line
you
and just
just
get out there?
you need celestials to get there.
You need the Outer Pounder Almanac.
Yeah.
But no, Jeremy, in my theory, you couldn't just go at a slight angle. If it's a dual pole, it automatically like redirects you without you knowing, unless you go exactly along that equator.
All right.
Wouldn't they have their own almanac?
Who knows? Who knows what they got going on? It could be weird.
That's where Epstein is right now.
It's scary thinking there's Outer Ponders though, because they could. What if they're dangerous too? I still want there to be them. I want there to be cool ones. You know what I'm saying?
Are they more dangerous than like Sasquatch, like a Bigfoot?
I don't think Bigfoot's like dangerous like that. We probably were friends with Bigfoot at one point, and then
Like
like,
Harry and the Hendersons?
yeah, definitely Harry. I mean, we might have been cool with him in the past. I know they had him as they had a Bigfoot as a slave in Russia back in like the 1800s,
What are you talking about, bro?
early 1900s. Bro, they had a Bigfoot as a slave in Russia. Like you guys, I tell you guys to watch these things that I watched, and I know this stuff, and you guys don't even watch them. Like Andrew's been running around saying he investigated Bigfoot, and he don't know what a compression line or an impact ridge is. It's crazy. You guys are crazy.
Osco, do you find it interesting that Amelia Earhart like tried to fly like west and thought she was going to end up in Indonesia, and she just like disappeared like on the equator in that region?
She was on the equator.
Yeah, there's two islands like Baker Island and Howland Island, which is like going west on the equator. Yeah, and that's where she disappeared.
Yeah, maybe she's living in the outer ponders now. That would fit my theory.
What if it's dope out there and it's just like, yo, I'm good. I'm staying here. Or they're just like, yo, you can't go back. You can't go back. You guys are too crazy. We're just trying to chill over here, and you guys are nuts. Like, we don't want to have to fuck you up, so you gotta just stay here now. So, yeah. That's a neat thought, though. I love the outer ponders.
Well, for the dual pole to be the case, there'd have to be a huge anomaly on the equator and like in the Pacific Ocean, essentially. So the Pacific Ocean would have to be not what they're telling us it is. It is half of the whole ball Earth, though. It's like half of the ball. So, I mean, there's a lot of ocean out there. Like a whole half of their globe Earth that they believe in is actually the Pacific Ocean. So there's a lot out there. But, and then there'd also have to be like some kind of a rim around the outside that'd have to be hiding. There'd have to be ships lined up or something that they wouldn't let you go past a certain point. So that's a lot to consider.
Where'd they lose that MH 370 flight? Whatever the number was.
In
Was that in the
Malaysia.
Pacific?
But why would there have to be ships lined up, Gio?
Or where the fuck is Malaysia at? Is that in the Pacific?
No.
Because the loop around the outside would have to. Here, I think I made an image. The loop around the outside would there would have to be something there. Here, this image here I'm posting. So like I get the idea that like a small circle rod on a globe would be that green line going up around the top, or in the south, that's like the northern hemisphere of their globe, or the southern. I get that that's similar, but all those red lines and the red circles, that would be like the four corners of the Earth, though, the red circles. That's what's cool about this dual pole. It actually accounts for the four corners, whereas the AE really doesn't. And that's like a very ancient concept, the four winds, the four corners, etc., north, south, east, west, like actual cardinal directions. But so yeah, there would have to be some way that you couldn't circumnavigate where those circles are. Well, you couldn't really circumnavigate going directly straight anywhere. But I'm saying like at the cross, basically, like at the east-west line or the north-south line. And then those red lines, like what would be there? Like if you were just to go from South America, let's say maybe down towards Punta Arenas or something, and you were just to go dead reckon, or just anywhere if you hit those red lines. I'm just saying, like, would there be an ice shore, like another ice wall that's not Antarctica, or would there be ships lined up that wouldn't let you go further past, or would they have some kind of radar system? That's what I meant, Osco.
Oh yeah, that's
Well, that's what I'm saying.
that's
You said
kind
it just. Oh, and Osco, you said it just redirects you. Like, what do you just what Geo says? You go diagonally to the bottom left. Like, why are you going to get redirected?
Yeah, no, so that's like the problem that I'm trying to solve in my brain with this crazy theory. Is I'm saying that the ships are automatically redirected and they don't know it, right? So if I go left off, the
No,
map
don't.
from like, Ecuador or whatever, uh, I think that I'm just going straight, but it's automatically redirecting me either towards the bottom of the map and looping around, but unbeknownst to the driver of the boat or the airplane, right? They feel like they're going straight,
Yeah.
but they don't actually know. The magnetic fields or something are just looping them around.
He doesn't mean Pac-Man. He
It's that
means
thing
loop.
where
He
if you
means
were,
those. He doesn't mean Pac-Man. I don't think.
I know.
He's about the green line. Like go. That's called a small circle route on a globe. It's equivalent. It's like staying at a latitude. Like you stay at like 40 degrees and you just stay on 40 degrees latitude. It's the same thing basically on this.
You're talking about the thing where the scenario with Jaren, when he's like, if you had a 5,000-mile long racetrack and you were just going around, it was just a circle, or like a 3,000 diameter or radius circle track, you wouldn't even know you were turning.
Yeah. Well, you're following your compass. Yeah.
You wouldn't even know you were turning. No, even if you were turning, it'd have to just be just the tiniest bit.
Right. Which is basically the same if you stayed at like 40 degrees north latitude on the globe and went east or west. It's the same kind of thing. You'd have to be following a compass. Unless you have some way to dead reckon or some way to know you're going dead straight, which is what we've talked about, is very difficult to know. Even if you had your own private airplane, what are you going to do? Like actually. But nonetheless, even with all that being the case, though, I still think those red lines on the outside rim and those four corners would have to be accounted for, because that means that like the globe claims that you loop around. You know what I mean? But with this, and that's what the blue side of the ball is. Half of the globe Earth is the Pacific Ocean, but on this, it's like a rim around the outside.
I could go straight on land all day, right? You could. I mean,
Maybe. How do you go straight on the land?
I go straight on land all day. When you get in the water, that's where it gets tough. Land, you just pull a string. Just pull a string. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be perfect, but it's gonna be like you ain't gonna loop back in on yourself or some shit. Like you're gonna be going out there. So water's where it gets tough though, and that's where you need it to happen. I mean, Dyslow had a thing with his laser beams. Could you get buoys and have them shoot parallel laser beams or something? Now we're not tangible anymore, too, though. So
I'm a visualize for you guys the issue with the dual pole in 1 second.
I would just like to point out, by the way. Go ahead.
Jim. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, even with the Antarctica trip, how they tried to call it the final experiment, it was final for like no one. Like a lot of these guys, like Blue Marble Science and Roohif and Stark Otter, all these guys that have been in this for years and years, they're all still here. Nobody left. MC Toon came in today into here. Apparently, I wasn't even here, and he DM'd me. He wants to come in next week or something to do some. He's doing some Tuesday show or something. He wants to come in here. So it wasn't even final for the Globe Earth folks. It wasn't final at all.
It was a psychological. I think they named that psychologically for us. You know what I'm saying? Like the final experiment.
Yeah, but if they really thought it was, they should all have dusted their hands and moved on. But they're not. They're in here in 2026 almost as if it's 2016, and this all just started happening. It's the same thing. Yeah, maybe Jaren flipped. Who cares? It makes no difference. That's it. That's the only thing that happened. Maybe 10 other people. Anyway, it's a side point. It's just it was final for absolutely no one, literally no one. Nobody left. Nobody stopped discussing it. Everybody's still discussing it. It's still as lively as ever in terms of all the discussions. And even the globe earthers are not giving up. They're still really into this and really want to figure out how the earth is not a globe.
They love flat earth.
But hold on, but I have noticed that sub-mainstream is giving a lot less attention to flat earth. Even shaming them less. I've noticed.
Wait, what did you say? Would you say sub-mainstream?
Yeah. like not the news, right? The official television news and CNN, not those guys, but alternative scene, social media, bigger platforms, talk show hosts, all that. The alternative network, right?
Okay, you're saying they're focusing on it less because of that Antarctica trip?
Yeah, since that, they kind of stopped having David Weiss on. Like I've noticed that because I'm using as an example Infowars because I mean I follow that a lot, and David Weiss got on there like once a year or something, and Owen Benjamin got on and he talked about flat Earth and Eddie Bravo, and like Alex would go into back and forth and like get all frustrated. It was hilarious, but he gave it some attention. Now it's just stopped. It's just completely stopped. He shames it only rarely now. He seems to be more frustrated about people not believing in nukes.
No, I hear
But
you. There maybe was a bit of a, well, that's like in the middle. So you have like the kind of highest mainstream level who are, the big media guys who are only going to pump it out the way that they do in kind of an intermittent fashion. And then I hear what you're saying. And then you have like, I don't really like, but let's say this is the trenches or something, like the actual people on the ground, like people like that have been in this for years, like the Roohification and MC
the
Tunes.
grassroots. The divided, chaotic grassroots.
The kind of like globe defense team or whatever on the base level, and then everyone else discussing it, which I guess you would include sort of, some of those people I mentioned, Blue Marble and Roohif and I guess MC Tune and whoever else you want to say. You got all those guys.
Defense team. You made it sound like action heroes, action figures, Saturday morning cartoon shit.
Those guys are
can y'all hear me? I'm just checking my microphone.
So they haven't changed, but then I hear what you're saying. Just to finish my point, I hear you though, Arwen, that in the middle there is sort of like, there's like a middle ground of people who maybe the AE map and they knew a little bit of the basics of like AE map, of that idea of the AE and then the No 24-hour sun, and maybe for them, like when like Joe Rogan had some, he did like one or two little clips on that. Like, oh, did you hear the flat earthers went to Antarctica? Ha ha ha. They admitted they were wrong, mostly because of what Jaron said. So I do maybe hear what you're saying, Arwen, that there's kind of a middle ground between the highest mainstream and then if you want to call it like the grassroots.
And the middle ground open up to flat earth sometimes with reserved, but now there's like, they seem to have chosen to round out the chapter with this. So they just don't have him on anymore. They cut themselves off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from the perspective that the AE map is a purposeful deception, it was a pretty good second line defense against realizing the Earth's not a globe, because they could lump everyone into it and it's just false. It's not what the Earth is. And it's the 24-hour sun issue and the layout of the land. So it's a good little branding thing to brand everyone with that. Like, if you don't think the Earth's a globe, boom, you get the branded AE map right on your chest, Even if you didn't want it, you got it, basically. That's the PSYOP, and they still do it today. There's globe earthers all the time. MC Tune, I went back and listened for a few minutes, and he was doing it today to Jeremy. Right. Jeremy was talking about falsifying flat Earth, and he kept going, AE map, AE map. So they've like unconsciously...
They chose the false dichotomy, and they can keep using that as a straw man, because they got their virtual win with it. After,
right, and so...
10 years.
Yeah, exactly. And so then the middle ground people, like you were saying, some of the alternative media people, they might have been, in a way, I hear what you're saying, kind of swept off the map with the
Sorry,
AE
I got a little
map.
excited.
With the AE map situation. Like they may have been kind of psyoped enough where they're like, they were dipping their toes in it. They're not deep enough into this to really know the arguments. They were only like what Arwen was saying, some of those like alternative media in between guys, they weren't deep into it enough to know what a lot of people, even the Globe Earth guys, know in this as to why they haven't debunked this and why they still question their globe on a deep level. They don't know all the arguments in the middle ground guys, but they dipped their toe in enough to be like, oh, that's the flat Earth. Oh, could it be that? And then, there's a chance that the TFE thing did kind of, effectively psyop them, all those middle ground alternative media people, where they were like, oh, okay, it's not flat, and then, just not focus on it. So I hear what Arwen's saying with that, but yeah, go ahead.
I think they may have organized it specifically to round it out, to give all those guys trying at the middle group the sub mainstream, as they call them, the supposed alternative media that's really upfront. Like they were dipping into it, and this thing was just like done, rolled out, just to basically make them like cut off, like to decide, okay, it's enough now. We win.
So did what did the who was it, the producer or I don't know from Candace Owens? What did he say after the TFE thing?
I don't know.
Mark Harmon, I think is his name. I had heard, I thought maybe Whitsitt had said that he was already like a globe guy pretty much, although he was like maybe interested in flat earth, but he was like open-minded, I think. But I think I think for him maybe just confirmed globe as far as I know, or I mean I don't think he went any closer to flat earth. Seems like Candace Owen dropped it like a sack of potatoes, basically. She just dropped it. Isn't that a line from Seinfeld or something? Drop it like a sack of potatoes. Anyways, I think she just dropped everything with it, right? Like you never heard another thing from her. So I would imagine for that camp, it just sort of maybe it did kind of effectively, because they don't know all the arguments. You know, they don't understand the nuances of refractions and the lack of. They don't know interferometry and how there's no measurement of the Earth's motion, and they don't know all those things. You know, so for them, it was like, oh, this AE map, and it's not supposed to have a 24-hour sun. Oh, there is a 24-hour sun? Oh, well, then that must be wrong. I mean, that is kind of like what Arwen's talking about, that middle ground people are going to probably just be psyoped by it. And yeah, they may not focus on it because they don't want to be sort of, you know, the analogy, I guess, kind of caught with your pants down. They don't want to be caught looking into something that's false. And if the psyop worked enough that they just think, oh, wow, that's totally debunked. Because there's already enough weight of like, oh, flat earthers are XYZ, crazy, stupid, all the, you know, off their rocker. Of course, it's a globe stuff, you know. So if they're not really like into it enough to know what's really going on with it, they are the ones more likely to be swayed by something like that.
Right, because they miss all the details because they don't dig that deep.
Right.
Like the information doesn't really reach them, and so it doesn't really cut the piece of the puzzle so that it literally can't fit anymore, because they don't get to those details. They don't have the room for it in their spirit. They're just like kind of like on a mystical journey, right? It's a conspiracy to them, so it's more like a mystical journey, and they're just like curious about how this is all happening and what is this story about them and what are they doing. They're probably more interested in the process of it than the actual information. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, and some of them are just going to want, you know, whatever's popular too, you know, whatever might get a wave of hits or views to some extent too. So
Right, so they just treated it like a folklore curiosity, like a revival thing from medieval times.
yeah, and from the perspective that the AE map, I mean, I have not mapped the whole Earth, so I have I just have to be intellectually honest. I can't sit here and say what the map is because I've never mapped it. I know I could believe others if I wanted. I could believe the governments and what they claim. I could believe somebody who said it's an AE map on the internet one day, but I'm not going to do either of those things. I think the AE map was obviously interesting to consider and so on, but from the perspective that is actually a deception 2.0, it's interesting. It's like they did the globe thing, which is already a huge deception, and then to have the AE map as a deception 2.0 is pretty darn good for them to do, and smart for them to do, to have that, you know, instead of just letting like let's say the real Earth was the AE map, that would have been pretty easy. Like, oh, we realize it's not a globe, and here it is. Oh, here's the map. It's already here. Gleason already made it. It's already just, you know, served on a silver platter, maybe pun intended, served on a dinner plate. There it is. Oh, that's easy. Well, you let go of the globe, and then you make coffee mugs and iPhone apps and put it on your t-shirt. AE map, you know, boom. And that's why they kind of looped a lot of people into it, because a lot of people want something to replace. They want something they can root for their baseball team, you know, their favorite baseball team kind of thing. But I'm just saying, like, that would have been too easy in a way, like just to decode the whole deception of what the actual Earth is and the map and this massive deception that it would have been that easy. And not only was it not that easy, but, you know, they had a second deception lined up and got everyone looped into it. And then all of the components that come along with it, like the 24-hour sun thing and the stars and all of those factors. And then now Like, if the actual truth is that we're on some kind of a dual pole planar Earth, like I've said this before, there's only like 10 people even talking about it on the whole Earth. So think about the role of the deceivers right now, like the controllers. Like they have like most of the world deceived by the globe. They have the bulk, or at least a lot of the flat Earth community, on the AE map thing. Which, like, again, from the perspective that it's false, they have all of them still fooled. And then there's only a very few that are actually even looking into what it actually might be. And even at that, there's a lot of resistance and a lot of questions. And then to really figure out what the Earth actually would have to be, you can't just do it by going on the internet and Googling and finding it. You're not going to do that, So
Because there's mental barriers.
You'd have to have a whole team and a whole bunch of money to actually do the research that's needed. But yeah, go ahead.
Right, because there's mental barriers to it. I mean, everybody still laughs about it, but like looping, like I really am convinced that that's going on, and there are ways to prove it, but it's not easy. It's got to be quite the investment. But for example, how could you try to prove looping? Well, make a laser that could literally span the equator, that could be so intense, it could shoot the entire distance, the entire supposed circumference of the Earth. And then place it somewhere or float it very high so it can't hit anything, and then shoot it like perfectly east, perfectly west, whatever, and try to do it at a tiny angle so that you don't potentially hit yourself, right? And then fire it and see what happens, see how far it goes. And like, I think that way, like when you shoot a laser past yourself from the back, like, I'm sorry, what are you going to say? That it's just bending around a ball? Right? I mean, that proves looping. There you go. And by the way, this is not a new idea. I've said this like 6 years ago on my show. But there is ways to prove it technologically.
Well, is there a laser that can even shoot that far? That would be really intense. But
yeah, it would be intense.
I mean, are you talking about
it doesn't have to be like super damaging. It just has to be incredibly intense with a light that can actually carry just very far. But it doesn't have to burn anything.
Well, are you talking about like an effect? Like, I mean, I know people like to call it Pac-Man, but you're talking about more of like I think someone had mentioned, I think it was Percentage. He had mentioned the idea of sort of like a haunted forest, like, like where you're running through the forest and then you end up like, you run straight and then you end up where you started and you're like, wait, how did that happen?
Yeah.
And you don't really know how it happened. It just did. I mean, it's pretty trippy though. Meaning there's not like a barrier that you go through and it's like, whoa, where you put your arm halfway through and your arm's showing up on the other side of the world.
There's no portal. It's a continuum.
It wouldn't be like that. It was like a continuum, yeah.
Stargate.
Right.
I mean, that would be really trippy, like a toroidal hyper looping kind of effect that, I mean, they say black holes exist out in space and all kinds of crazy stuff happens. So
like the Lost Words in Legend of Zelda.
Well, look, if it's looping, then the only logical conclusion is that we are technically in a wormhole. Or a pocket dimension that is comprised as a wormhole. Like, that is kind of what that is then. A stabilized wormhole. A pocket dimension. With a loop.
So you're saying with that idea, the whole outer rim of or just the whole outer region, whether you think it's a circle or a square, essentially you would end up on the other side of it in some kind of hyper looping way?
Oh, you would just, if you shoot, look, the problem is we don't exactly know the entire orientation of looping continuum. I'm just assuming it's rectangular because that's the easiest to conceptualize. And like logical consequences, it fits easier. But I mean, you don't know if the loop is linear. Could be some really weird, spatial interconnection happening. It's just like very hard to really understand, right? That's why meticulous measurement of the terrain and ocean bottom and all that is so essential to really get a good orientation of where we are. Because there could be places where suddenly there is more space within the same geometric confine, right? might all kinds of weird things might potentially be happening, right? If there's a loop, well then you got to realize that technically space is just not linear. We've always thought through a space linear type of orientation of our surroundings, but yeah, if space could just measurably be not linear, yeah, well then you have to revise that view on the reality that surrounds us, right? But yeah, you have to start somewhere. You have to start to prove that there is a loop.
Yeah, and how would you even do that? Because like with the oceans,
as I said,
because like let's
giant
say
laser.
like that dual pole type layout, if you have like a Pacific Rim kind of thing, like the Pacific Ocean, because instead of the Antarctica being the rim around the outside, that dual pole type layout ends up having the Pacific Ocean as the rim around the outside. And if you were out in the Pacific, I mean, you don't have any land, you don't have anything to go off, like you're just out in open water, So
yeah. Well, another way to do it instead of a giant laser would be to have a ship. They are always talking about this, right? Supposedly go incredibly fast, like warp speed, whatever, right? And then just like go, and hope you don't smash into something, right? I mean, you'll soon figure it out soon enough if you're like, hey, we're going completely off orientation. This is not as we're expecting to move, even though we're going in a straight line. Like we might be ramming into a potential wall. Like if you're going across the equator and you suddenly end up at like South America or South Africa or Australia, like you're gonna have to slam the brakes because you could potentially then ram in. Yeah, you're not going the direction you were orienting yourself, right? So yeah, it's a hazard, but that's another way. Have something move incredibly fast. Not instantaneous, but start up slow, faster, just as fast as technologically possible, and move straight and just see how is this moving? How is the straight line moving? What is the terrain beneath? Like, what are we scanning? How are we actually moving when you're like forcing such a perfect straight line just by the sheer speed of it, right? So yeah, I mean, those are the two options. Either a giant laser or something that moves really, really fast.
Or like several lasers looped together, maybe.
No, that can't work. You're gonna have the same issues.
But how would you know? How would you know? Like, if it did, just entertaining this idea, if it did do a loop, how would you know that it actually looped like spatially rather than just went on the other, straight on a ball, basically? Well, the ball thing, you need curvature, you need motion if they want to put it in motion. So there's a whole bunch of other issues with ball. But I'm just saying, like, the difference in what we're talking about is whether the ball like loops around, obviously like a ball does, or whether there's this effect you're talking about it. I'd have to think more about this, like how this could even be tested. But I like some of the ideas you're putting forth. It's interesting.
It's all we got to go by. I mean, you got to use light that is as straight as humanly and technologically possible. It's going to be a laser. Now, of course, ballers will always like end up saying, no, but it was terrestrially refracted around the globe. But I mean, if you do it very high up, the radiation that you're going to go through is not going to be as accommodating for this terrestrial refraction effect. So they're still going to do it, but it's going to be desperate. It's not necessary. Terrestrial refraction is not really a danger. I mean, they still yet have to demonstrate the actual effect in a miniature, right? I don't see that happening.
I don't know how that you never get that done or have enough money. I think the best way is to torture somebody who already has the answer to what it is. That's probably.
But how would you know they knew?
Way. Well,
how would you know they know?
It'd have to be somebody high up that knows what they're lying about and how they've been lying exactly.
Oh, cool. So we just talk to the CIA, and then we just have to know whether they know it's real.
Somebody knows, dude. Somebody's been high up and actually seen this shit.
I'm gonna try to be as fair as possible. I'm not gonna say anything's right or wrong. I'm just gonna show a visual analogy, just for your benefit, for you to do with it as you will. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, that's fine. I shared it on the live stream, so yeah, I'm watching.
All right. So we got the Gleason map here. Circle around the edge of Antarctica would be the longest distance possible on this map, given what we know. And just for a scale and a reference, I got here NYC to LA, which is estimated 2360 miles, plus or minus whatever it is. So you could just imagine however long this is, 2360, this would be 5, 10, 15 times, whatever it is, longer. Meaning if someone goes from here to here, walking, plane, boat, whatever, this would just be that much longer, okay? And I know you already know that, so, but, and this is just what I think, so, and I'm not saying that this is wrong or anything, this is just how it has to be. This same exact data, we're going to warp it to the dual pole. Estimated about here. If you notice this giant circle around the world in the Gleason, and I don't mean giant as in it's incorrect, because I'm not trying to say anything's wrong or right here. This giant distance around the Gleason transforms to akin to this little circle around the South Pole of Antarctica. So the same thing here from LA to NYC. This is 2360. This is whatever it is. Now in this setup, from here to here is a shorter distance than from that giant dot right there. Whether you go around it or in the center of it or whatever, it's clearly a shorter distance.
Shorter distance than the AE rim, or shorter distance from the New York to LA?
This line here, that's about 2360 miles, is more of a distance than that.
Okay.
All
right.
Now I'm going to load this other image here. Now, this one here, this is showing another example, okay? Back to the Gleason. We've removed that giant line signifying the distance around Antarctica, and now we've just got a circle around wherever this is. This is essentially akin to the equator, antipode, or the opposite side of Africa, okay?
Is that like Hawaii, or is that more like where that Holland, Baker Island is? It's on the equator.
I'm not familiar with Baker Island, but Hawaii's over here, and this is basically like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on the other side of the globe, basically, right?
Well, I mean, there is like on the equator, there's like Howland Island. It's like Howland, like Howland, and then Baker Island, which apparently there's like tourists, like you can go there as a tourist, but that like beyond those islands is apparently where Amelia Earhart disappeared. So, and it's like right pretty much in the middle, like out in the depths of the Pacific is where that is.
Gotcha.
So
that looks to be around where this is, but we're just
that's a problem with the dual pole, dude. If you can go to those islands and you can like do tourism there, I mean, dude, the sky would have to be like splitting, doing that whole split deal, and it's not doing that there. So that's why it's another big issue with the dual pole. I mean, you can go there, you can go to Howland Island or Baker Island as like a tourist. So maybe I don't know if they let you go past it. I think New Perspective said, oh well, they'd redirect you up one way or the other. Anyways, but go on. That's a separate issue.
I got you. So we're just going to warp this estimated. This is all just estimation. We're going to warp this now to the dual pole to see what this would look like on the dual pole. That's what it'll look like on the dual pole. That point, that region, somewhere around there, whether it's those islands or somewhere in the water, somewhere there, somewhere opposite of Africa. So in the dual pole, you'll have Africa, right? But then the center of the map, whether you're centering it you see where my mouse is? You see where my mouse is? You could center it in the middle of Africa here somewhere. You could center it on Mount Meru. Just pay attention to where Australia and New Zealand warps to. You could center it to 00, which is around here somewhere. These are different layouts, different variations of dual pole. Like just look at Africa and New Zealand. Like there's maps. Some maps have it like this. Some maps have it like you may have it like that. But the idea is that the same way the dual pole, the center of Antarctica of the dual pole to the Gleason is the outer edge. The center of somewhere in this region, whether it's here, somewhere here, opposite of Africa, is going to be the entire outer edge. This is just my opinion, right? So I could be wrong. Is going to be the entire outer edge of the dual pole. And just like the Gleason, how if we had the Gleason, that initial pink line, all around, those would relate to stars. And there's a theory that Gleason has an issue with GPs of southern stars. Again, I said I'm not going to say anything with issues, but this one here, yeah.
Well, so I mean, like Baker and Howland Island are roughly like they're about 1 degree north, 176 west. So I mean, if you were to do 0 north, 180 west, which would be very close to that. By the way, it is pretty much where you have that circle. If you look on like Google Maps, because it's like if you look at its relation to Hawaii, so it's probably roughly where you have that pink thing. But yeah, so Howland Island is like 0.8 north, 176 west. So it's almost 0 north, 180 west. So if it was 0 north, 180 west, then yeah, that's what that dual pole does. It makes the Pacific Ocean, the rim around the outside. So at 0 north, that would be your equator, and then 180 west would be almost on the globe, like halfway. Well, it would be halfway, I guess, in the middle of the Pacific, 180. Well, I mean, compared to where the date line is, but so yeah, I mean, I hear you. It makes that region a ring around the outside. Not that it would have to make those islands a whole ring around the outside, but yeah, I mean, the whole Pacific Ocean is made a circle around the outside with that. So, I mean, I hear you on what you're showing, like that kind of idea of it.
Yep. And then one final thing, I literally just I just made this. So we have a series of dots on the Gleason. Okay? Imagine like distances to each dot, this dot to that dot, just all the lines connecting to each other. And the lines would represent real distances. This is the general proximity of these dots and the general size or whatever. If we were to warp that to dual pole, this is huge right here. This is what you'd get. So, not saying this is right, not saying the other one's wrong, but this is visuals. Like it's hard to see. Like you just don't see this out there. Gleason, and I can recreate this anywhere you like. I can put dots wherever you want. Gleason. And by the way, in paint, initially, all of these dots were the same size. Okay? To dual pole. Now, as far as one may want to consider, the warping of these dots, considering they were initially the same size, may relate to actual warping of distances. Meaning either this map inherently would be off in distances around the edges, or the distances are wrong in terms of like what humanity measures and things like that, or in these regions, in terms of humanity's measurements, and by humanity's measurements, I mean like plane flights, boats. I repeated it 100 times. Are incorrect to this degree. Gleason, dual pole. So the globe is just between me and you, and just just this thought experiment. The globe is the shape of the globe in curvature is in the corner of the room, outside of our consideration. What is in our consideration is, which I'm not gonna, because this is outside the scope of this of this short presentation, which I'm about to end. What is in our consideration is what are the true distances, and which one of these, if any of them, are more correct. Now, if you want to respond real quick, I wanna recreate a new picture, but add more dots in different colors, so we can visualize additional changes in warping between the two, between Gleason and dual pole. So I'm gonna do that real quick. It'll take me a minute. If anybody wants to comment or ask any questions or anything, feel free. I'll just take a second.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying with this. Obviously, if you have a globe then that wraps everything around a ball the way that they have it, claimed. But if you have a planar surface, then in terms of the coordinates, like the Gleason's makes Antarctica the rim around the outside, whereas some of these what are referred to as a dual pole kind of map projections, grid systems make the Pacific Ocean the rim around the outside. So, I hear what you're saying, because the Pacific Ocean would have to be stretched around, and then I guess if you assume the land masses as is, then those land masses would also stretch around the outside, hypothetically, potentially. I don't necessarily think it would have to be that way, though. You could still have the Pacific rim could be a rim around the outside, and then the land could still be in the certain positions it's in. Like Holland Island could just be the same size on a dual pole. You wouldn't really have to necessarily stretch it, but I guess if you just go off the coordinates like you're doing here, technically, if it's stretching the water, it would also stretch the little islands out there. So, I hear what you're saying. That's another thing to the dual pole hypothesis that would have to be figured out, yeah. The best thing the dual pole does is it accounts for the stars and the 24-hour sun and the northern and southern stars. And that's where the Gleason has always failed. So, that's the best thing about the dual pole. And then the whole with the GPs. But it brings in other issues. The Gleason also has great distances in the south. But anyways, yeah, no, I hear what you're showing. Yeah, in theory, if you're going to stretch that all around, then the land would get stretched if you just go off the coordinates or the grid.
Cool. One more interesting visualization. So we kind of did the same thing here. Let's start off with the Gleason, okay? All of these dots are the initial me creating these dots were the same size. I got one, kind of going north to south.
Are those all islands?
No, these are just random dots.
Okay.
Random dots. I have dots going around Antarctica. I kind of have okay, so we'll just see in a second, okay? So as far as so let's work this to dual pole and let's see what we get.
So the red ones that were in the Pacific are all stretched around.
They're all stretched around. Antarctica, the yellow ones that were stretched around, they're no longer stretched around.
Right.
Let's go back real quick. These dots south of South Africa, which would also correlate to anything in this latitude region. If we notice, so remember, all these dots are technically the same size. So we've got some dots here large, some dots here small. Let's go back.
It also curves that white line because on an AE, the longitude lines would be straight potentially, which is kind of what those are when you had it on the AE. And then when you put it on, when you change the coordinates like this to what's referred to as this kind of dual pole, that makes it a curved line, which we were talking about because all the longitude lines are curved on the dual pole. Yeah, see how it's straight there, the white one versus when it's another thing that it shows.
Nice observation. So that's kind of really it. This thing that we're looking at here, I'm going to post the base image in the chat that I'm using to warp this. You see that base image?
Yep.
So they're all the dots are the same size. So I could recreate this in any manner you like, or anyone else likes, any color, any placement, wherever. And we could compare. Now, as far as humanity goes, forgetting the Earth's shape or even projection, what is concrete, in my opinion, are actual distances. If I travel from my house to downtown without going too far, that distance to me is the distance. But if I warp it to one projection and that line suddenly becomes, 10 times longer to scale, the actual distance that I traveled matters more to me than how it appears on the map. Meaning, if I were to be in Antarctica and I were to go around the South Pole and I go like 8,000 miles, let's just say, okay? In reality, I travel 8,000 miles in footsteps or whatever. If I have one map projection where it visualizes that as a circle around the entire world, my 8,000 miles is, to me, is more correct than the length, than the proportion of these lines on this map. That means if I knew I traveled 8,000 fucking miles compared to like 80,000 or whatever this is, I would hold the dual pole, which would more visually represent that distance, over this one. And one has to factor in as much data points as they can, planes, boats, GPs of anything you can, and start to figure out over time, because I don't know if it could be done in one day. Is it this? Because remember, we're not considering a globe right now, but we are considering distances. Is it this? Is it that rectangular one that some of us in here think it could be, like the one in chat, literally laid out like that? And that's it. Just see you start moving towards what it could be and eliminating some possibilities, at least in potential. So that's all I wanted to share.
Yeah, the rectangle one, it's like a Mercator type of, although it doesn't quite look like the Mercator continent layout, but yeah. No, I hear you, what you're saying.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with distances though, like, okay, so like hypothetically, if the Earth were a globe, it would just be a globe, right? And that would just be what it is. And then, there could still be some deceptions happening of what the globe is, I guess. But like from the perspective that it's not a globe, then what is the actual Earth? Yeah, we were kind of sold the AE map. The dual pole one does account for the stars. That was always a problem with the AE, but then it brings in these other issues. The rectangle one, I don't really know how you'd have circling stars on that. Like circling stars, like the two rotations. Like you'd still have to have kind of like the dual pole star field like over that rectangle one, and that one seems a little bit.
No, it's just angular consistency. I mean, it's a celestial sphere. It's a hologram. It's around you. You move further south, then the axis of the celestial sphere tilts, like it changes angle until that apparent holographic sphere is just oriented exactly the opposite.
I have a visual of how the rectangle one would look like. I had a model of it. I just never created it, but I have like a picture of the star field, and I can show you how it would like be animated. I'll post it right now.
Yeah, if you have that, I have this screenshot that I pulled from a P-Brain video, but it just sort of shows like two rotations over a rectangle, sort of, and the straight line at the equator.
So this first one here is probably this. Excuse me. Let me delete that one. This first one here. This is the stars on the Gleason. Polaris is in the center, and just look at that band of bright stars. And this whole thing would just be rotating around the center. Okay. The way the rectangle one would work is this. And it would be literally like going right to left, right, or one of the directions, however, depending on how you want to visualize it. But it would just be like a scrolling thing,
like a sine wave.
Yeah, basically, it'll just be scrolling across. It'll just be scrolling across. That's how it'll be. So that little dip in the middle, it would just be scrolling all the way across. And it would be Pac-Manning or whatever you want to call it. Like it'll scroll across, and then that little nipple thing would appear on the other side, and then we'll go to the other side. That's how this one would be. And you already know how the dual pole one would be. The dual pole one, do I have a visual of it? Yeah, but that's how it would be. So anyone can, I mean, you guys can do whatever you want, but I would start with the thing that's least more likely to, because the sky could be anything, right? It could be a hologram, a projection from another fucking domain. It could be anything. It could be a LCD screen, a lenticular. It could be anything. And we're not going up there, all the way up there, at least not to the stars, and we can't really confirm it. But the ground and actual distances, it's more open to more data points. So
yeah, but that actually reminds me of what I was going to say. So I hear what you're saying about the distances of driving from your house down to your local store, or even like I live in the Northern California region. So like if you were to drive from like San Francisco down to Los Angeles, you could get a pretty decent distance. Granted, you're doing some elevation changes and some twisty roads and stuff, but I get the idea of distances on land that probably are not dramatically off, although the difference between planar and curved would be a little different, but either way. But if we were to take, maybe this is just an open-ended question to you, and obviously neither you or I have verified every distance on Earth to really say, but let's say every distance given by the globe, let's say we just had a list of like thousands of distances, you know, from here to here, here to here, here to here, all over the thing, including Antarctica to the North Pole to the South Pole, everywhere in between. What percentage of those distances are right, and what percentages are wrong? You know, so between those places, like we know those are places on Earth. Like if you were in Tonga Island versus, you know, going to Hawaii, or from Hawaii to Alaska, from Alaska to Russia. We know those are places that we can be. You know, you could be there on your cell phone and someone else could be somewhere else. So that has to have some distance. So I'm just saying, like, of all the distances given by the globe, are 100% of them correct, 90% correct, 80, 70, 60? You know, and that's where I think there could be the deception could lie. Like, let's say 80% of them are correct and 20 of them are not, or 50, or maybe none of them are, you know, exact. Because, I mean, to have curvature, they would all have to be off maybe a little bit. Although, well, that goes down to when you're in your local city, like the grid, whether you're actually incorporating the 8 inches per mile, you know, versus the elevation changes. Then you get into the geoid and the ellipsoid and how that could be involved. But I guess that was just kind of an open-ended, maybe even somewhat rhetorical, because I don't know if you have an answer, but it's like, but I guess it could be like, what percentages of the distances would have to be wrong for a deception to be pulled off? That's another way of framing it.
I don't know about the the percentage, but my method of attack would be to start checking data in whatever way in the areas of greatest distortion. So like back to this thing that I'm live streaming, the areas where things are the longest, I would try to find a boat route anywhere around this edge. A boat route, a plane, you know, because on the dual pole, the edges are just the fucking Pacific Ocean. So you're not going to get any real land masses per se. So what you got to work with, there are plane routes, boats. I would look in the areas of greatest distortion and try to figure out what humanity, like, okay, so there's a flight route. It's going to be really hard. So like, look at the scale of this massive thing here in the corner compared to that dot right there. How many of those little dots you think could fit in here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would mean in this region, either the speed of the plane has to be 7 times off, which is not going to happen in my books, or the time it takes is going to be 7 times off. Comparing it to the dual pole, comparing it to the Gleason, because look, the Gleason, this region is like this.
Yeah.
But in the dual pole, this region is like this. I don't like in terms of me speaking, I'm not saying which one I think is true because that's not the point of this topic. I'm just looking at the framework, the scaling differences. And though I may use distortion here, that's not to say that it's off. It's only distorted compared to the Gleason. And Gleason is distorted. The Gleason's Antarctica is distorted compared to the dual pole. But I'm not telling anyone, or I'm not adding which one's actually right or which one's actually wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my method of attack is I would say, okay, necessitatively, this region on the Gleason is really, 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 really different in distance than it is here on the dual pole. And I would use any data points I have, and they could all be wrong, and we could be working with limited data, and it could all be a deception or some higher demand, anything possible, just something, and figure out which one is it more akin to this or that. And then the same thing. This region, is it more akin to this, or is it more akin to this with Pac-Manning or whatever you guys want to call it required? Because on the Gleason, these regions are however many miles that is together. Less than if New York to LA was like 2.3. This isn't going to be much more than 10, 12, 15,000 miles, okay? Dot to dot, any of these dots. Or so. You get what I mean. But on the dual pole, they're worldly apart. But things may change if you're Pac-Manning to them. So these are just things to consider. And these visualizing things, we've done no math here. I haven't done a single bit of math. I haven't looked up any data or anything. It's just, it has to be this way, just comparing between the two. If that makes any sense. So that's really, and also likewise, if you were to imagine these dots as GPs, if there's real GPs of stars here, this is how the GPs of the stars would be translated over here. If there's real GPs of stars around the south pole of Gleason, GP, and they're X many miles apart all around the world, the difference between the Gleason and the dual pole is now all those GPs are literally right fucking there. And any of these observers here would look at into a singular south direction and be seeing the same stars just from different vantage points. So this is kind of how I like to find my method of attack of reaching it. Besides that, I mean, you've got fucking 48,000, 50,000 flight routes, 50,000 boat routes. How long are we going to spend, checking each individual one? So that's really all. If anyone has any questions or anything, and I think that's the end of it. Unless you guys got more questions. And same thing could be done for like, I just said it's the end, but like the same thing could be done for the stars. We got Polaris in the center. And I didn't do it exactly, but the idea is that pink line is supposed to be at the outer edges of the whole map, basically, like that. Polaris in the center, and all these stars are at the outer edges. But then when we warp it to the dual pole, you're basically at something like 50-50. But there are more differences than just those two. If we can look here, this is the Gleason with Polaris in the center. I didn't put any dots on here, but if I were to put dots in this region right here around the equator, and I convert it to the dual pole, that region gets stretched out and put to the outer edges of the map, basically.
Yeah, well, this is where like, have you asked New Perspective about that? But if you look at this image, he had posted this yesterday. That would almost have to be like sort of what the stars would have to be doing on the dual pole, something to that effect. You see how they're all like kind of, there's like a whole warping. Because if you just have, I mean, the thing is that like there's two star wheels, you know, that are in terms of like the northern hemisphere of their globe and the southern. They put those into AE, you know, grids basically, and you end up with like what a planisphere is, like a star chart, or just like the two star wheels, like the northern stars, southern stars. I'm talking hemisphere, like northern hemisphere stars, southern hemisphere. So like those are the two star wheels that are that map all of the stars. So with the two poles, and but if you just have like two perfect, you know, circles though, like that image that New Perspective always posts of the two like translucent star wheel things, but now you just have two circles, and obviously they're not going to like blend together in the middle. Or how would they blend together in the middle? You know, they'd have to diverge and converge. But so yeah, I mean, I just feel like what you're talking about is tapping into that issue, the like distortion issue of what happens if we go off like these kind of coordinates that we're given. Because yeah, even with a dual pole, like I said, even if you took their two star charts, you know, that are put down on an azimuthal grid and tried to put them down on a flat table, you know, you don't really get like a whole meshing of like stars that, because like they kind of straighten out when they get near the equator and then they go straight, you know, from the south. Like, okay, you have the stars making a tight circle. They go from that as you go further north to, you know, almost going straight and then going straight at the equator. Then north of the equator, they are almost straight, meaning they're warped a little bit, and then they go all the way to an entire circle in the north, which does match what an electric field is, which is what's so compelling about the dual pole kind of thing, is that it matches that electric field pattern of an electric circuit. But how does that actually map to the ground? And I just feel like what you're tapping into here would be that question too, like the distortion. If we just go off like what we're given in terms of like, you know, the star wheels, just maybe think of, if you want to respond to that or someone wants to, but maybe think of a separate thing that when you're doing that AE one, you're only having like one star wheel basically, whereas you know the globe and everything claims that there's the two, which would make sense that there's the two because you have the northern rotation and the southern one. So I'm just saying that's another thing about that. If you do Gleasons, you put them all in one, then of course they're going to distort if you try to turn that into two.
Yep. So if you want me to make more visuals like this, I could do it. And also, if you want my actual opinion on what I think, I'll give you that too. But I'm only going to do that if it's asked. Until then, I just want to help provide the tools and visuals to help kind of get the gears turning and perhaps give some clues on a vector of attack to kind of like figuring it out. Not to say that I figured it out, but if it were to be figured out, this may be a vector of attack. So
yeah, no, I hear you. It's a good question. See, I just posted that celestial planisphere, which shows like the boreal and the austral, you know, the two star wheels. So yeah, I mean, but I hear what you're saying. The point you brought up.
yeah,
It is a good question, but I just also feel like we're going off limited data for like those coordinates. Like the grid that we're given and the star field that we're given, that's already like by default, you know, from the globe as being the foundational, and then being put into an azimuthal equidistant or being put into some of these other like azimuthal equal area, you know, two pole type layouts. I'm just saying like we're starting with what we're given on the globe, you know. So that's one of the problems. Like if the from the globe perspective of that the globe is already false, then trying to put that onto a planar grid will never work because it's already a false altered grid to begin with. So that's where it brings the question is, okay, like what is the actual truth of the layout of the land and the stars that we may not have unless we independently go acquire that, you know, ourselves. And just going off of what we're given with these grids, you know, and the star field that we're given that already assumes the Earth as a sphere and then the celestial sphere surrounding it, and then the coordinates matching what a sphere is, you know, in terms of the ground, and then trying to match that to the stars on graphics. Do you see what I'm saying? How there's like a breakdown there potentially?
yep.
But like it's sort of the two last things I posted sort of shows the contradiction with the dual pole to have those two star wheels that are presented as to what the stars, that accounts for all the stars, and to put those onto a dual pole, you can't really do it, as perfect circles. You have to do that image I posted before that, which sort of shows how they'd all have to be warped like that. The globe, I guess, has them as two circles because they're going to say, like, if you take an azimuthal grid from the equator north or from the equator south, a half of a globe, you can put that down onto a flat circle as an azimuthal type of layout. But it's when you actually go the other way, the north and south, that it's a different story. You end up with that two pole, like the stereographic projection of a sphere from the equator.
Pretty much. I think you got it.
So, were you starting with a globe model, like a confine from like a transform of the globe to start with? Is it like locked into those parameters?
Well, that's what that was the last. Were you listening the whole time, or just a minute, just from the last part I said?
I was listening to back a little bit. I was recording actually when Osco came in talking about the outer ponders, and then I noticed you guys were talking about dual pole again. So I started listening. I went back and saw the little circle that you put in the Pacific Ocean that stretched out and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's globe parameters, and you're working with that from the start, it'll make distortions in any kind of transform from that globe, right? So it's kind of like set to globe as normal. Well, I don't know if that's how it works.
Well, that's why I wondered if you heard the last a few minutes, because that's like exactly the point. Maybe when you transitioned from YouTube over to here, maybe you missed it. Or maybe you heard me. But yeah, that's what I was saying is that, because he was showing a Gleason's azimuthal equidistant type of layout, and then molding that to the dual pole, and then showing the differences, because obviously the Pacific Ocean being stretched out, any islands that are out there are going to end up getting stretched out. And then same with the Antarctica thing with the Gleasons. Obviously, the difference between Antarctica being a continent, that it would be a very small, much smaller than a huge rim around the outside. But that's what I was saying, is that if you're starting with the globe coordinates in the first place that they give us, like the grid, basically the stars and the ground grid that they give us as globe, then trying to put it onto any planar surface is going to be distorted. But it's like people thinking, well, then that's the right grid. Like they believe that, let's say, that, that's the right grid. Therefore, there's no way it fits onto a planar. But what if that grid originally is just wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, we've already been deceived what we're given there. Then that means that's actually the problem in the first place, not necessarily how that thing fits onto a planar surface, because it's already been like reverse distorted into the globe model that they're purporting.
Yep. Gatebreaker leave, or did he leave, or he's not here no longer? Oh, he's here.
He's still sharing.
No, I'm still here. So what I'm using is called the universal transverse Mercator. It's not a globe, and it's not flat. It's just taking distances and charting them out on a rectangular map per se, where it tries to keep the squares equal to each other. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm loading this into my transform program, and I'm able to, and I also use the stars. So when I get the stars, I'm not loading a celestial sphere. I'm loading something like this. So to answer the question is no, I'm not loading a globe per se. So that first image that I posted.
Dude, you can't go forward after that statement and say I'm not loading.
Adam, hey, hold on. Whoever that is, let him finish what he was saying. We're trying to figure out. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you did it. We're just asking the question.
The only reason I interjected halfway through is when the gentleman said, "I'm not loading a globe." Now, after describing how he's loaded a globe into his coordinate system, it's not reasonable to allow a gentleman to proceed past the point where he then, having described how he's... No, I thought we were given time here. But after describing how he's loaded a globe into a flat coordinate system, having done so from a globe, I don't think it's reasonable to then proceed to say I've not done that, because that was the only reason I felt the need to interject. And I apologise for interjecting as you were
Hey, Adam,
talking,
nice
but
to see you.
you understand
How
the
you doing,
purpose.
Adam? What's
Evening,
up?
guys.
Nice to see you.
Happy Christmas, by
I
the
didn't
way.
realize who it was at first, Adam. You're always a good. You always have good inputs usually. But I don't know how long you've been listening, but we were just trying to figure out from what he was saying about his transforms, what he was starting with. And you said you started with what I didn't see exactly. You said the Mercator map.
It's
Yeah,
the
he said
universal
that.
Yeah,
transverse
which
Mercator.
would be what? Which would be what? So a
Well,
Mercator
I
is
know. But hold
what?
on. Yeah, but hold on.
Where,
It's not a globe. It's not a
Is
globe versus
Adam
flat
is
debate
Adam a dual
right now.
polar? Can you answer me that? Is Adam
No,
a
no,
dual
no.
polar?
No,
Okay,
I think he's
perfect.
just a
Hey,
flat
Adam,
earther.
this is just for two specific individuals right now. I'll answer your questions once I'm done with them too, please.
Well, no, but let's
Yeah, we're
just at
just
least
trying.
the thing that
no,
Adam
no, no.
interjected with, I agree with that the Mercator already has the globe coordinates. Can we cover that? Because that's what Adam came in with, which is a good point. By the way, good to see you, Adam. Happy holidays. Cheers.
Yeah, happy
So
Christmas, guys, all of you.
Yeah,
with
you
the
too.
with the universal transverse Mercator, which is that rectangular one I posted, that's not a globe. It's glober
Yeah,
distance. It's glober distances. But
no,
what's
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
interesting,
asking.
the word you
Adam,
use.
I'm not speaking to you. Stop.
Don't interrupt him,
But
though.
hold on.
No, you speak to everybody, but you appear to be
I have
trying to
Adam muted on
deceive
my
them.
end. He needs to have
So
some respect.
All right, hold on. Wait. Let me try to get some order here real quick. Hey, Adam,
dude,
I came in on real quick though. I know. Just bear with us for just a minute because I came in out of nowhere and was asking questions about what they were showing back in the stream, and I was just trying to get something straight, not to argue. I don't think this is a debate like globe versus flat or any of that right now. He just saying if you have some other images you want me to work with, and it's cool that he's doing this with his he's got some skills here with this program and what he's doing with the transforms. And I think that it'd be useful to work with some parameters, maybe like not the Mercator, which you say are globe distances, because that may be throwing things out of whack for anything that's not globe. Would you agree? Maybe.
Yeah, well, let's give Adam the mic because the thing is, Gatebreaker was interrupting him, and he said he had him muted. So I don't know if Gatebreaker has previous history or some kind of other.
I don't. I was trying to answer New Perspective's question.
No, but Adam was bringing a good point. Let's just give the mic to Adam because he was describing the Mercator
Yeah,
and how it's
I'm just
connected.
trying to let Adam know it's not like a debate about it. It's not a
I'll be
debate.
willing to answer Adam's question after I answer New Perspective's question.
That's fine. Let's just
Okay,
give Adam
do that.
and then we'll go from there. Because Adam, go ahead, Adam, if you want to finish.
Could he answer my question first, Gio, and then we could go back to Adam, just because then he'll be like satisfied if he's just because that what I just said would like clear the way for Adam to come in. Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah.
So you don't mind, Gio, is that okay?
This right here.
I don't know. I just thought that we were talking about whether the original coordinates brought into this were globe. He said he's using the Mercator. Adam came in to say the Mercator. Basically, he was essentially saying the Mercator is already the globe distances and coordinates, and then I just feel like we need to complete that to move forward.
It's not the Mercator.
I think he admitted to that.
It's not the Mercator. It's the universal transverse Mercator. Gio, I'm not gonna have New Perspective's question stopped and him be interrupted on his question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer his question.
Okay, just everybody relax. Whatever works best, maybe. Just whatever you say, Gio.
Oh.
It's your
Well, at the very
your
least,
call.
just no one interrupt anyone. Go one at a time. Either way. I mean, Adam, if you don't feel like you finished your point, go ahead. Either way, they'll go next, or however it was. I felt like you got totally interrupted.
It was a good point. It was a good point. But let's not get an argument. That's all I'm saying.
but there's no argument. It was literally, I wasn't arguing with you. I was asking for a point of clarification. So it appeared to me that somebody had said that they've got a way of describing something that is not ball based, and then they move forward to describe the way of non-ball based describing it as a universal transmercator projection, which fundamentally has to be a looping grid perspective of a ball, which by its own description means it is related to a ball. It is fundamentally a description of a ball on a flat surface. It's a way of describing a ball on a flat surface.
It's a description. It's a projection and a visualization of known upon and agreed distances onto a 2D canvas. It's
No,
not globe.
incorrect.
It's not globe per se,
No,
but
no,
it
that's
is
incorrect.
the globe or distances.
No,
Hey,
that's
new
where I
perspective. This is
disagree. No, well, that's
I
a
really want to
fundamental
answer this
point
for you.
of disagreement that I think you should clarify before moving forward. No, I think
Okay.
that would be
Okay.
the place
This is
I would.
hey, this is my last
Just
my
stop
last
interrupting, bro. I don't
Maybe
want
I
to
don't get to make the
Don't
point then.
interrupt. Adam, go ahead, man. Sorry. Don't. He's just interrupting you. Sorry. Go ahead.
That
At least
would,
finish
and I'm not, and I'm not arguing here. It's a way of describing something which is either true or not. Now, if we've got a Mercator projection, and when we make that statement, we recognise that that statement's incomplete. The sentence hasn't been finished. It's a Mercator projection of a globe. Okay, so we recognise that, and so to move forwards past that, not recognising that the way we've projected this coordinate system on to a straightforward grid, yeah, is through the projection of a spherical surface projected outwards, which is why we have distortions at certain points, particularly the north and the south, yet perfection at the equator with regards to the reality grid. For us to try and pretend that that's not the projection of a ball, to me becomes objectionable to proceed past that point if we don't recognize what the projection is a projection of, which is that of a ball.
Yeah, and that's been like one of the arguments with any coordinate system transform, because coordinate system transforms can be point for point, showing you the same distances and everything as far as the numbers go. But then there's distortions visually, and then whether the Mercator map or the globe is actually giving us the accurate distances, and whether there's some discrepancies in some of these areas that can't really be verified very well, like on the outer, like the Pacific Rim with the dual pole, could be like I was coming in because I wanted to ask about the areas in like how we have like the blue side of the ball, which is what Geo coined, which is a great term, because when they show us the globe, they have that whole side of the ball that's all ocean, which doesn't make sense physically when you think about it, because everything would, you would think would even out if it was like a ball planet or whatever. But as far as these distortions go, there could be some discrepancies in what we're told as far as distances go that could be accounting for this. But I wanted to see if he would. We can DM him. I think he left now. But I'll DM him. Oh, is he here? Okay.
Dude, slow down on that, because you made a statement there that these distances are correct. Well, no, I think anybody that, even if you're a baller, you were to look at a Mercator projection of a ball, you would recognize that the purpose of the Mercator projection isn't to preserve distances, it's to preserve bearings. You recognize the purpose of a Mercator here, don't you? It's not for distance, it's for bearing. Do we get that point with that projection?
Could you clarify a little bit for people that aren't familiar with why bearings are important for that?
Sorry, am I here to educate or just clarify? I'm not being
For
rude.
myself. No,
Am I
like
talking to
bearing,
the
you mean like
person I
just as
was?
far as direction?
Yeah, I am. Am I talking to the person I was disagreeing with, or somebody else that wants clarification? Because
I
if
don't
I'm
know.
clarifying
I don't
to
know
the
if there's a
person I'm
disagreement.
disagreeing
I was
with,
just asking for myself. What do you mean by that?
are you
The
the
different,
person I
like
was?
to preserve bearings.
Yeah, dude, just chill. New perspective is it I'm talking to? So,
Yeah.
or gate breaker, yeah. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to clarify the point you're making. But for me to be able to understand the point you're making, if you make a statement that's what appears to me to be categorically false, then I just need a point of clarity. So I'm not arguing with you. So far we've got that a Mercator projection of a ball does what in your viewpoint? What is it? What does it do? What is its function? A Mercator projection of a ball. Why do we have it? What's its use?
this is the thing. But if we got Gatebreaker here, you want to go back and forth with him. I'd ask you a question that might lead off a better conversation, which is: are you at all a proponent of any kind of layout for maps, Adam? Like, would you go with the AE or dual pole, or where are you
So,
at in your
so,
thinking?
so,
If you
so,
had, to
so,
say,
yeah, yeah. So those are great questions, but before you could move forwards for that, you need to have a Socratic agreement as to what a Mercator projection does in reality. What is a projection of? So that once we've got that fundamental agreement, then we can talk about mapping and how the correlation between mapping, like an ordnance survey map, and a Mercator projection map may differ. But until we know what a Mercator projection is and what is a projection of, it would seem a superfluous argument to go past that point until that's been defined. If you understand
Well,
my
I don't.
point.
well, you
Yeah,
don't want to
yes.
educate people. You don't
Hold
want to
on,
give a
Dave.
lesson on that.
Well, Dave, let me just say, so I think we're good. Gatebreaker is still here. So we were talking
Okay.
about these coordinate systems and putting them onto a plane and so on. Gatebreaker had his, he was sharing his screen, so he was showing the graphics of, putting it onto different grid layouts. I had brought up the point that, yeah, if you're starting with the globe grid layouts, then you're going to get all these distortions putting them onto any planar surface. And then he mentioned he got those from the Mercator, grid squares, etc. And then Adam came in. And so I think we're at a good point. Adam was getting interrupted, which I just didn't want to see happening. So, I mean, Adam has not finished his point. Now it could branch off into different directions. I mean, like new perspective. If you and Adam were going to continue on the distances, grid squares, like how that is laid out, you guys could do that, or we could continue from that or from where Gatebreaker was at. Either way, however you guys want to proceed. But it just seems like that had to be addressed, the Mercator part, because that's what he was using for his graphics. And the question is that already globe? And if so, then that's where the question
Yeah,
was.
real quick, let me just say I was trying to establish some context because I think Adam came in hot a little bit about what he was saying, which makes sense as far as like the Mercator transform being the globe distances and all that. But I think as far as we're not like taking sides at this point. When you came in, we were just trying to like understand why he was doing what he was doing, and he wasn't trying to prove anything with what he was doing. He was just giving examples of how it would work with transforms in the program he's using. I don't think he's like opposed to or trying to prove anything about globe or any kind of distances. He was just saying, this is what I'm using. And then if you want me to do other transforms to see if like the dual pole might work, but then we have to think about, do we have like, distances at least between some of the continents that are fairly accurate, or does it get kind of hairy on the outside is what I was thinking.
And just to be clear, the globe doesn't claim Mercator distances. The distances are off, which is I think Andy's his name. That was his point, that it only keeps bearings. It's not for distances.
Adam, his name. His name's Adam. Adam Meiken.
Oh, Adam. Sorry.
Kind of a flat Earth legend, actually.
New perspective. I'll fully clear that up with you in DM. I thank you for your question. It is a good question. Cool. But yeah, we can move the convo forward from that. It's moved forward now. Thanks.
I don't think you should move forward, gentlemen. I think it's probably the most fundamental point you need to agree on before you can move forward. So we agree that a Mercator projection preserves bearings based on what? A 2D projection of what? A ball. Now, agree that, and I don't disagree with that. So a Mercator projection preserves bearing for accurate navigation if you are on a ball. It will keep you going round in circles on a ball with no variation from the known land masses. Absolutely agree. If you work to that projection, which is why I came back, just to get the point of clarification. If you accept that initial projection is derived from a spherical Earth, so no more land masses can occur, certain premises have already been established. Fundamentally, I think what you were saying I was coming in hot in, which I did come in hot in, because I didn't realise its point, but fundamentally, if you're going to invoke anything dipolar, to do that, there has to be a pre-assumption of a dipolarity, which
hey, Adam,
is difficult to resolve geometrically unless you're going to invoke a ball.
Adam, have you ever for once in your life touched any type of cartography software or ever engaged in cartography before?
No, so I've never seen or even heard of maps ever based on your ridiculous question, which is both insulting, and not very helpful. But if you'd like to elucidate on a point you've got without wrapping it up in ad hom, I'll probably be prepared to listen.
Yeah, thanks for that long-winded no explanation. I know you haven't ever done it before.
That was
Don't interrupt me, bud.
No, that was a polite response to say, if you're going to make a point, why don't you make one instead of wrap it up in bollocks? So make a point, boy, instead of trying to engage with somebody who's your intellectual superior.
Here's my recommendation. Engage in cartography before you speak about it.
Engage in cartography before you speak about what I have to draw maps before I talk about maps. You absolutely listen to yourself.
In other words, you know nothing of which you speak.
Gio, is there anybody here who's actually here not to prove that they've got a bigger dick than me, or are we got? Are we here to talk about reality? And just
game breaker, bro, please.
Hey, Adam,
I know what you want to say.
Adam, what's your opinion on the dual pole projection? What's your opinion on that? Have you ever looked into it?
A dual pole projection? Well, I would think it's a projection. Now, what you've got to ask yourself, the question is, what is it a projection of? So, when you dual pole project things, what are you dual pole projecting of?
Of the flat and stationary Earth.
A dual pole project. Can you demonstrate where you've got this coordinate system to project a dual pole projection?
Hey, I got you. Is this your first new perspective? Hold on. Adam, is this your first time you've ever heard of the dual pole flat Earth?
Come on, dude. You've
guys, please now let's not turn it into a shit show.
You're not helping. You're not helping new perspective.
Let me
Adam, so it's clear you've never engaged in any kind of cartography. Have you ever heard of the dual pole flat Earth, Adam?
Dude, I gotta mute someone.
What do you want me to say? Yes or no?
All right,
do you want yes or no?
Dude, he did come in with an ad hom that wasn't cool. It set this all off. Yeah, I agree with you, Adam. I would like to have not that, but we do have this open panel style. You know how it is. If we only had 8 of us, this wouldn't be happening. If you have people that are not going to do that, but he did that. It is what it is. Let's try to reset from that. So this can be a good.
I have a suggestion. There's some other context about like what's been going on recently, and I know you haven't been here for a while, but we've been talking about the dual pole option, of course, or the layout. I have a friend. His name's E1. He was back in the conversation in 2016, 2017. He kind of left the main conversation because he kept bringing up the Southern Stars as being, real stars that flat earthers shouldn't just assume are reflections or, your personal dome of vision or whatever, other reasons people give to the Southern Stars. And we used to actually, when I was a good friend of his, even back then, we used to lead off conversations with ballers, bringing up the converging and diverging Southern Stars with the Northern Stars, because that doesn't work on a ball at all. That's actually a great globe debunk that maybe a lot of us, if he's right, have been missing this whole time. If there's actually 2 separate star fields that converge and diverge, that only really works with what we think is a dual pole flat Earth. And he has a transform that he came up with on his own. Like he had the dual pole transform already on his own, just from doing the GPs of the stars. He had all the continents laid out. I'm like, that's a dual pole transform with a gratitude. And he was almost disappointed when I sent it to him because it was exactly what he had. But then he realized that they moved the prime meridian with the Admiralty and a 33-degree correction, in fact, and they moved it to Greenwich from over Africa. And then when you do that, all the continents come up to where they should be, so they get the direct amount of sunlight and everything. Anyway, he's done a lot of work on it and figured out how the sun moves and everything. But what I'm saying is, I'm just providing context.
Dude, you jump from so many things. And I'm cool with that, because there are many pertinent points you mentioned in that. incoherent ramble, respectfully. And I'm not
I was trying to
attacking
give
you.
you just a quick, like, overall
I,
context of why we're talking about this
and
partly.
it felt like a summary of many multiple points, which made none.
It was.
So, yeah, I know it was, and I'm not attacking you. So let's. What do you want to do? Shall we go with just the definition of the prime meridian and its invocation or a change in its sun?
No, I wasn't trying to like bring them all
No,
up for like
I
us to
know,
go
but
point by point.
if you're gonna make those statements and invoke that statement, so let's understand what the prime meridian is. Let's all get an agreement on what the prime meridian is, and then we can say how it's been perverted and what the implications of perverting it are. But what I just heard there is, respectfully, not a lot. Didn't say a lot. It didn't imply a lot. Even if I mutated it, what it didn't tell me is if I did mutate it, which is what happened, which you alluded to, which is the removal of the prime meridian from Cairo straight down the through the middle of the pyramids, to GMT, which is a latitudinal difference, right? Even if we do that, even if we moved it to Paris, which is what the French wanted to do, which you wouldn't blame them. Why would you want it in Greenwich if you're French? Yeah, you would want it aligned with Paris. Irrespective of that, that's a geographical statement of when we start the GP position based on the sun's azimuth. Now, tell me then, if I vary the GP position of the sun's azimuth at a particular time, whatever time of year it is, and that'll vary where it is geographically. However, midday is midday. If I redefine that starting point as a different starting point as a GP, what difference does that make to the cartography and the plotting of a Cartesian system if I just change the starting, the 0 point and move it to minus 10
I'll
or plus
respond if you
10?
like.
Yeah,
I'll
so
respond.
what difference does that,
Well, first of all, let me just say the reason I
what's the effect?
was going into, I was just trying to give you like a quick overall summary of some of the things that E1's come up with. I sent you a video, by the way, so check your DMs, and there's a bunch of context there you could get later. But as far as the prime meridian, it is an arbitrary point. You're right. As far as like the stars' lateral rotation or sidereal rotation, that can be anywhere because it's still going to go in a full circle, and you could start it and just say this is the starting point, and it doesn't really matter. But if you are going to have the sun sync up with the right constellations, that does make a difference because it moves everything, shifts everything, so that the sun is not necessarily in the right spot.
So that's wrong because obviously the prime meridian is defined by the path of the sun, not the stars. So the stars align. But this is, you're right. It is totally arbitrary, and that was my point. So whichever arbitrary position the sun is, and therefore the corresponding grid position of the star field relative to that, okay, based on their differential rotation differences, right? It's an arbitrary point. So whether it's Greenwich, Paris, Cairo, who cares? What difference does it make when we start 0? Well, how should that affect my
That's interesting.
thinking? Is what I'm asking.
Well, that's interesting. The point you bring up about the sun, because the reason it would be, at least as far as my understanding of it, the reason it's arbitrary is because the stars don't change. The sun does, right? The sun has its own cycle, but it has variations, right? So if you start the latitude counting of your stars and their perfect circles that they stay consistent with, I thought that's what makes it arbitrary. And that, in fact, what my friends come up with on this whole thing is that he says that the sun's not in the right position for where they start the prime meridian now because it should be 60 degrees instead of 90 degrees. And he's found all these discrepancies with the sun syncing up better than.
Cool. Right, slow down then. So he says it should be 60 degrees, not where and what from? Right.
Well, I would have to go into the specifics that I would have to argue from what he was talking about, and I'd have to gather
Yeah,
that.
but
He's talking about when it's
right,
noon on
dude, breathe,
March
breathe,
21st,
breathe,
September
dude. You need to
21st,
breathe.
March 21st.
You need to breathe because, like myself and everybody else that wasn't privy to your conversation with him, I don't know the detail of the understanding of what he's saying. So I'm not questioning it yet. I'm asking for clarity on what you're saying. and everybody else that wasn't privy to your conversation with him, I don't know the detail or the understanding of what he's saying. So I'm not questioning it yet. I'm asking for clarity on what you're saying. So you're saying, based on what this guy said to you, that the sun should be at this, but it's at this. Can you just detail that, mate, so that I can actually understand it and put it in a point of context as to the implications of where it should be, why it should be there, and why it's not there, and what that means. Because other than that, it's
Yeah,
just a load of
I was trying to
you get
say,
them.
I was trying to say that I wouldn't be the best person to give the exact details. I think it was the sunrise
Then you
at
should
a certain
not.
date.
Then you should not use it as a defense or an explanation to me when you can't explain it when I question it. See,
Well,
it's
no,
either something
I'm
you
just providing
shouldn't
context
talk.
for you, Adam.
No,
Relax, relax. Get off my case.
dude.
I'm trying to provide context for the whole conversation that's been going on here. I'm not trying to debate anything or prove anything. We're just talking
Neither am
about stuff,
I.
man.
But you just said
You're
some
in
bloke
attack
said
mode.
to me,
You're in
some
attack
bloke
mode, bro.
said to me,
Guys,
this bloke, I met
relax,
a great
guys.
bloke down the
Listen,
pub, and
first
he
of all, if
said
any,
this.
hold on,
No,
man.
just don't. It's fine. So, Adam, okay, you're
This
asking.
is
Okay,
not fair. Why am I
there's
getting over talked? I'm trying to just have a genuine conversation. I'm not attacking the
Yeah,
man.
I was
I'm just
appreciating what
listening
you said. I was
to.
appreciating what you said about the sun, because if that's the case, then that would seem to contradict what he was thinking, and
Let's
so I'll
let's
check
just
into that. That's all.
right. Let's pare it back because I never made a claim. You said to me, some bloke said to you that the sun should be at 6 degrees, but it's at 9. And I just asked you to explain that so that that pearl of wisdom that elucidates some knowledge to you, that means something to you, for you to share it with us here, would you just put that into context so I can understand it? Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm literally just asking you to elucidate the knowledge you appear to have so that it means something to me. Because when you say 60 should be 90, I don't know what you mean. So let's just go
Right.
back to there. And
Right. And you know
so
what, Adam, let me just tell you, let me put it this way. I'm not trying,
yeah,
I can tell you, I can guess at what that was, but regardless, I was just saying, I find it interesting that you thought the prime meridian was determined by where the sun is in particular, and that makes it, a certain way. And I didn't know that. I
yeah,
thought it was about
that is well,
being the
okay. So
stars thing, that's all.
okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. So we clearly have a differential on what the definition of what the prime meridian is and how it's discerned from a specific
Mhm.
geographic location. So when I said to you, well, it doesn't matter whether it's Cairo, Paris, or Greenwich, where it sits today, and we will probably look at the pyramids for it to be that place historically, the prime meridian. But what then is the discerning celestial object that allows us to set the prime meridian? Should we take Greenwich? So how do we know what's the discerning point at Greenwich when the time locally in Greenwich is whatever it is? How do we know that we're at the prime meridian? What would you look at in the day, midday, some people might say, like, lunchtime? What would you look at in the sky to determine at Greenwich that it's now midday at the prime meridian? What would we look at? Would we look at Venus?
Maybe solar noon? Solar noon? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I don't know. What are we looking at? Venus? Mars?
Can I just say, let
Alpha
me jump in.
Centauri?
Let me jump in for just like 20 seconds and then new perspective. If you want to respond, I'll give you the mic. Let me just say this real quick. Okay, the context for this is the discussion. What New Perspective had said is that the southern star rotation what he's suggesting, the idea that that is an actual rotation, just like the northern one is, therefore giving a dual pole planar Earth. Now, with that, he was then talking about that and how you'd have the 2-star rotations, and that's what we were talking about before too, with the graphics that Gatebreaker was showing. And then that's what led to the coordinate system and the Mercator grid and trying to put that onto these different layouts when you do a single pole Gleason's or a dual pole, etc. Now, what New Perspective was saying is that along with that, his friend of his E1, who actually he was in here about a week ago. He hasn't been in here. I think he's only come in about 2 or 3 times, but he was here a few days ago and he did like a whole 8-hour stretch in here. But anyways, E1 is what New Perspective is saying. It has put together what he thinks a dual pole type layout from his perspective, and this prime meridian is shifted as well. So I just wanted to give a little context. It was those 2 things that was related, and then New Perspective, or if you want to continue on.
Yeah, and that's and it's, I want to hear what you think. And instead of quizzing people about what it is, I said maybe it is solar noon. But if you think the prime meridian is determined by the sun, then it wouldn't be very arbitrary, because at least as far as what I understand so far, the reason it kind of is an arbitrary point, or at least how I understood it, is that because the stars are doing their perfect circles and they're consistent, and that's what he was always saying about it. And the stars don't change at all, but there's so many variations to the sun. Working with the stars to start with and getting his land plotted out the way it would work was the best way to go about it, because they're so consistent, and he could see how they would move the prime meridian, or how you're saying it could be France, it could be this, it could be that. But if it's determined by the sun, you would think it would have to be a certain way, and that's why I'm trying to get at now with you. Well, why is it? How is it determined by the sun instead of the stars? Or maybe that's not correct.
I think that I'd go with the latter. That's probably not correct. So ask.
Oh, okay. So it's not determined by the sun. The prime meridian.
No, it is. That it
okay.
is.
How so?
That's why I questioned you. Why wouldn't be?
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. How is it determined by the sun? That's right. I didn't know that. Go ahead.
So if you don't know that, why are you here?
I mean, they claim that
Adam.
They claim that
no, gentlemen.
Why am I here? What the hell kind of question is that? Why am I here? If everybody knows that. Come on,
I'll tell you what.
I'm asking you to enlighten the room.
Have the good grace to give the airtime. I'll tell you why I was so
I would love to hear.
If you're gonna overtalk me, then I won't. But you tell me. Give me the airtime or not. You tell me something.
You have the floor, Adam. You go ahead. Man. Go ahead. Whatever you have to say, we'll listen.
Hold on. Because it goes through the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England, and basically
Greenwich.
that's
Greenwich. Don't witch it. It's Greenwich. It's the way English say it.
He's in full attack mode, Gio. Be careful.
It's witchcraft.
I'm just saying that's why because it's just a historical. Are you saying why was he here? Because you'd have to know that these are the deceivers, and that's why they put it through that where they wanted to, or is that what you were alluding to, or something different as to?
No, I think I'm still being very basic, Gio. Right. So what I've not heard described correctly is how we define midday on the prime meridian. I've heard confusion about whether I'm in France, Egypt, or Greenwich. But what's disappointing me is that the room doesn't understand and isn't laughing at how we define that wherever we are. London, Paris, Egypt. If we don't know that and how we define that point in time, whatever that subjective term is, but in this case, in relation to the transition of all of the luminaries and their interplay, if we don't know that, it's very difficult for any intelligent person who's got knowledge to move forward. And we seem to be at that point where genuinely, gentlemen, ladies, don't know it. I've not heard any stupid ladies, actually. Just a lot of ill-informed gentlemen that don't seem able to define that on their own. They want me to do it for them. Whilst it's the whole point which undermines the point they seem to be making at me. Guys, generally, it's 2025. Come on. We're nearly in 2026. You should have this shit locked down. You should know the differential between the prime meridian in Egypt and Greenwich and why it's there and what that differential is caused by. You should be on this shit. I shouldn't be having to educate you. You should be on this shit.
You should have learned about the dual pole FE by now. It's almost 2026.
No. Before you can, you see, this is the point, right? So before you can invoke all these things within this system that you want to invoke them, that you don't understand, because you can't even invoke in local. Seriously, you can't invoke you don't understand the difference between like meridian in Cairo and meridian in Greenwich. Yet you then want to use those Cartesian coordinate systems to invoke a dual pole rotation. Do you want to? Now, I'm not questioning the dual pole rotation. Literally, I've only asked you to set up the system that you're going to invoke it in, and you're stumbling over your own feet. It's embarrassing, guys. You're talking.
Hey, Adam,
Hello.
Adam, real
Let me
quick.
finish.
Adam, hold on, wait.
Nearly
Real
done.
quick.
This is the killer, and this is the. You're talking to a
Adam,
fellow.
I'm going to say one thing, and you have the
Just
floor.
let him finish.
Instead of coming down in the room,
Come on,
educate us. Just educate us.
Mods, can I finish this point, please? Okay. You're talking to a fellow flat earther that wants to help you. And I'm embarrassed here, guys. Yeah. Imagine if you were talking to a baller. They'd be showing you your arse, wouldn't they? This is terrible.
All right, let's just move forward. So new perspective
is coming. Brush your games up, guys.
All right, dude, we
Real
got
quick,
you.
Adam, appreciate your knowledge, Adam. If you want to educate the room, we're all for it. You have the floor. Just don't.
No.
You're in Barrett for us. We understand that.
Then
past that point. I'm asking for that. That's all.
Point. No, gentlemen, ladies, I don't want to come here and educate you on such a spastic basic thing that I managed to learn on my own. You shouldn't be wasting your times in this environment figuring out shit you can do on your own. You should be discussing the nuances of that knowledge, not trying to figure that knowledge out. That's why it's embarrassing where we are now. Can I get a copy
move on instead of doing this meta
That's all you have to contribute is your
Joe, because it's 2:45 on Boxing Day. Is there a copy of this stream? Because I think this, gentleman, is really good. The only reason I still engage in flat earth stuff is to try and help you guys. Because clearly I know more than you. And half of you guys pretend you know what you're talking about, and you come here and you try and mug other people off. It's embarrassing. I'm bored of it, right? And there's good people like Gio that's trying to facilitate this, that do know better. But a lot of you need to seriously
you could just step out and let someone else educate the room.
Actually not waste your time arguing about what a meridian is, you bunch of spastics. Genuinely.
Yeah, we weren't arguing until you got
Dunning-Kruger spastics. Where
you're wasting our time more than just telling them what it is.
This subject comes up, you do not destroy each other. Imagine me and Brian are arguing over this. We'd have ripped each other a new arsehole. You guys, you don't know. The reason you don't dig each other is because you don't know yourself.
Move on. The whole room stuff.
Real quick, I'm going to try to save this. Hold on.
I tell you what,
I'm going to try to save this real quick. Adam, real quick. Adam, real quick.
You describe where the prime meridian comes from.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move past that real quick. Otherwise, it's going to be a shit show.
You bunch of absolute fashionistas.
Okay, you're just set on being negative.
Adams, no one's been
I wanted to say, Adam.
No one's doing that.
Dave, hold on.
I'm sorry about that.
Dude,
Okay,
Adam,
let Gio moderate.
Just stop for a second. We don't really need the ad homs in general. Can we just move? If we're going to talk about the meridian or a dual pole layout, is there some way we could just move forward? New Perspective is suggesting that what you're saying, it's 33 degrees off from where they claim it is. And by the way, I know how to pronounce Greenwich that way. I had it something that was on my I know I just said it that way incorrectly. That's my bad. But anyways, so do we want to just move forward from there? I don't think anyone's asking anyone to do a big education thing. There may be just a difference of viewpoint. And the question came up, why do they claim that it's in Greenwich? I mentioned the Royal Observatory is there. I do think there's a lot of wealth and there's certain reasons as to why politically and so on that they are using it for that. But then there's the question, is there an actual reason with the way the sun moves with the stars for that, or an actual geographical? And then this claim that New Perspective has that it's 33 degrees.
Oh, that's so good. Right. So, yes, gentlemen, maybe if you can figure out what the meridian is and how it applies to a ball and a Mercator projection, then you may actually look at and ask yourself the question, why did they pick Greenwich? Why? What is special about Greenwich? What? Yeah? Get there. But you guys need to define a meridian first. You understand? And like I say, I'm not attacking you, but genuinely listen to the level of conversation and what was put at me, Gio, after this. Well, maybe you should describe what meridians are. No, I shouldn't. You should all know what it is, and we can move forward with that knowledge. We should all have that for us to be fruitful in any way of our discussions. It shouldn't be put back
Can I
as a
say something?
rebuttal to me to have to explain what meridians are to you guys. Shame on you. 2026 coming up. Come on, guys.
Research dual pole flat Earth, Adam.
All right,
Right,
Okay,
lovely.
real quick.
And
Before
that's
it turns
where
into a shit show,
no,
I want to be. I want to be nice. I want to be
That's
nice, right?
brilliant.
Okay, Adam. We got you. We got you. Can we move forward with some of the details and nuances of it? I do know some things about it. I would be willing to have a conversation instead of having it be like, you guys are all behind. You should know this. You should know that. That's not helping the conversation. If you could try to move on from that, please.
No, I agree. I agree. And just as when I make a salient point, for me to have a rebuttal of, well, you explain meridians, that's not helpful either. Like I say,
Okay, I didn't
from my
ask that.
point of
I
view,
said I asked how they determine it by the sun, and if you want to educate us on that, or if you're going to just say we should have known that already, then it's not going to help.
no, it won't. But if you don't know how the meridian is defined, right, then we can't get to the point of why Greenwich was such a beautiful selection. But we have to, yeah. But for me to progress and share knowledge with you guys, I'm not going to be bullied into a non-admission that you bunch of retards don't know why a meridian's defined. If you just went, you know what?
You couldn't do it. You had to call us retards.
Call this
Stop with the
I don't
negative
think
shit.
anyone
Yeah,
said they don't know how it was.
when
Hold on.
then
I don't think
what
anyone
the
said
hell
that
are you doing? Then
Adam,
what the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing
Adam, I don't.
engaging like
Dude,
this?
I don't
Yeah.
think anyone said they
Is it
don't.
retardia
He
or is
won't.
it
He can't
just
stop,
you know,
bro. He's wasted. He won't
Adam,
stop.
just
disingenuous?
Adam,
He's
hold on
drunk.
for a second. I know, but nobody said they didn't know how the meridian was established. We were just having a discussion about it. I think we can just move
Yeah,
forward
they
from
did.
that. Okay,
Yeah, they
well then,
did. Yeah, Gio
okay.
did. Come on.
He
Me
can't
and you
stop
then.
interrupting,
Then you.
talking nonstop. He's wasted. Just
Yeah,
stop,
thanks,
Adam. Let
Jeremy.
Geo finish.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Just let
I was
Geo
talking to
finish.
Jeremy.
We can
Yeah,
have the
right.
conversation. It's okay. I don't think anyone was asking for someone to educate them about how the meridian was established. But if somebody
they
wants,
were, dude.
wants to
That's
state
exactly
why
what
they
I'm
think it's,
He won't stop interrupting.
let me
Jeremy,
this
me
is the
and
last.
Gio are good.
Yeah, this is the last part I was going to say. If somebody is claiming that it should be something different than what is given, then it might make sense to say, okay, what is given as to why it currently is in Greenwich, etc., and then why would it possibly be something different? I think that was the only context that was brought up. I think there's just the question of why it's established the way it is now, and the New Perspectives theory or idea that it could be that the real prime meridian could be in a different location. I think we can just move forward. Like, no one's really asking anyone to educate why they call it that now. It's just a question of what it is.
Right. So then we've missed the point.
Almost finished.
No, because thanks, Jeremy. Okay. So if we conclude with the point that the prime meridian could be in a different place, then we've missed the understanding. Of course it can. Of course it can. It's just the prime meridian. Do you understand? No, you don't. That's the problem. Yeah?
Can I ask you,
Of course,
Adam,
it
are you
can be in
getting
a
at the
different
fact that
place.
the prime meridian has to be 180 degrees from the international date line? Is that what you're getting
No, it
at?
doesn't. No, because the international date line is formed as a juxtaposition to the prime meridian, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. When you, it's a consequence of the prime meridian.
Yep.
Whether it's that weavy line you see, which is how you stitch a ball together, or whether or not
Yep.
it's just a um, straightforward projection of a straight line with on a Mercator projection. Yeah.
Yep.
That
I agree with that.
international date line is still. Why do we pick the prime meridian? Why did we change the prime meridian from the pyramids at Giza straight down to Greenwich? Now there is a reason.
It's awesome. It's
If
awesome
you
that you know that it
But
was
it's a
changed, right? You're
geopolitical
acknowledging it.
reason. It's a geopolitical reason. It has nothing to do with anything physical about it.
it does actually, if
Oh
you look,
no, this is not going to
no,
help, Jake.
on see now I'm having fun. Now I'm not arguing. I was just going to share, but so if you look at a lot of the old maps, and you'll see them with the four islands at the North Pole and the Rupis Nigra, okay, which is right in the center at the geographic North Pole, which is not the magnetic North Pole. If you go and look to the northeast of Rupis Nigra, you'll see on the old school projections out towards North Russia a separate island which is drawn in, and that is illuminated as the magnetic point. And it's that point that is the direct line between Greenwich, the geographic North Pole, and the magnetic North Pole, which is why that line is a straight line. And there's very few other places, flat or ball, that you draw it out on, that line is a continuous straight line to go from the geographic, where the black rock for your conspiratards areas, and where he bothers to point out the magnetic north is. Go and have a look at the map. You'll see it if you go in now, and you'll see the extra island put in there. That's why Greenwich is on that line. That's why it was changed from the pyramids.
All right. Well, that's one. That's. I mean, if we could move forward with a conversation that doesn't like try to demean people's education or their familiarity with it, because I wasn't familiar with this about any of this until I was talking to E1 about his coordinate systems and how he has come up with this better way of laying out the map, he thinks, with a 33-degree correction. Because what it is, and his understanding from what he was telling me, is that if you have that prime meridian and the other side of the North Pole, they start with the international date line, which for the ball, it goes back side the ball. And I agree, that's where they stitched it all together. And that would be the true north to south circumpolar navigation, as they say, to go up that line, the international date line, back around the back side of the blue side of the ball, and go from north to south that way. And I came to the understanding that's what the true north to south circumpolar navigation would be, which I think a lot of people are confused about on how that would work. And then they've dipped down into Antarctica and claimed they've done it. And I see now why they can't do it, because that's where they stitched everything together. They took the top, in my opinion, they took the top and the bottom and the sides and then pinned them back and made it into a ball when we have the Pacific Rim surrounding all the continents. And you have to have that prime meridian be 180 degrees for the way that the coordinate system works. It has to be 180 degrees from the international date line. And in my friend's opinion, the international date line goes half up south, north of north, halfway, and then halfway down south of south. And that coordinate system is actually the one they use with the cardinal directions of having north, west, south, and east, all actual directions with a flat map. That doesn't work on a ball to have just, to have cardinal directions, because it's a little bit arbitrary if you're talking about a ball that just spins and you could, have your west be wherever you're looking at it from. So
Wait,
I'll say
new
that. And then
perspective. Are you trying to say the prime meridian location will influence your bearings?
no, I'm trying to say that if the grid works the way that it does, where it has to be 180 degrees from the international date line, the way everything's blocked out and laid out, then if you were to move the prime meridian, you would also be moving the international date line and everything else coordinate wise. And so if you move it back to Africa, Cairo, which Adam, I think he's saying that's confirmed, and you can look up historically, and that's where it was at one point at least. Now, it may be arbitrary as far as the circling of the stars go in one hemisphere or another, because you're just starting at one point and you can move everything back, and everything circles around anyway, and it could be an arbitrary point that you start at, which is why they could move it. But what E1's saying is that it's 33 degrees off, which does affect the way the sun meets up with the constellations, and that it has to start with a
No.
certain timing of everything. And the sun's about 30 degrees off is what he noticed. I'm not trying to argue that point, but as far as the grid system goes now, if you move that and you have just the map, because you're not actually changing anything physically, but if you move that, it shifts the map so that New Zealand comes out for the two-pole transform. New Zealand comes out and it goes up more into the area where it should get the direct sunlight according to his configurations. And it wasn't getting the correct amount of sunlight with the regular two-pole transform. And we're thinking that might be how they cloaked it, is it originally was in Cairo, and the grid was all kind of established from the fields that we get with the magnetic field and the electromagnetic fields that the stars move on. And that was what maybe they started with. And then maybe the ball idea came afterwards when they realized they could just pin it back and convince people they're on a ball. And
Well,
that's just where I'm thinking.
You might need to do a presentation on why you think it would affect it that way, because I'm kind of with Adam here, where I don't think it's arbitrary, right? You're doing the international date line and the prime meridian. That it's just an arbitrary choice. That's not going to affect any kind of physicality of where something is on a map and how and what constellation will be behind the sun. Those two things remain the same.
I just sent you a presentation. I sent you a video that explains all that.
New perspective. Just I appreciate the comment there. It's slightly incorrect, because the way in which navigation works is to not do it the way in which 10th Man would believe we unfold this detail. The way in which modern navigation works is to provide you a line of position. Okay. And that is given to you, derived from an almanac. It's given to you based on the system that you're talking about. And I appreciate what you said, that you recognize that the defining of the meridian is irrelevant to the grid system. It's just where the defined grid system starts. It's 0 point. Yeah. And conversely, the international date line is the opposite to that. Moot point, gentlemen, in this argument. Nothing to do with the argument. The argument is the grid system, not where the grid system starts on 360 degrees, whether you start it at 250 and that becomes 0, or wherever, whether it's Cairo, Paris. Yeah. And the reason I alluded earlier to the alignment is, look at the alignment. Why would you move to Greenwich? Greenwich aligns magnetic, geographic, rotational of the star grid all on one line. When you look at magnetic declination, there's a reason. What's the declination of Greenwich? Bugger all, gentlemen, bugger all. It's aligned. There's no declination. Remember what's happening here. Different coordinate systems being strapped together. Magnetic, geographic, rotational, star field, GP position, all put together to give you a line of position for you to stick on your map that you think's true. And look at the way...
And the magnetic North Pole varies, right? The magnetic North Pole varies under your understanding, right? It varies, constantly.
You understand the knowledge I'm sharing, yeah, and the ignorance I also admit, yeah, in those statements. Please recognize that. I don't know how they've done this, but look at the way, the overlay of coordinate systems for you to be given one coordinate system to work through, which works from different coordinate systems, none of which overlay exactly, except at Greenwich. Yeah. For you to then do all of these things that allow you to do celestial navigation. Now, that's not what the elders did in the ancient times. They had a different way, a different grid system for it to work. But the grid system that was put into place in the 1700s and has been built on ever since with Bowditch and the rest is this overlay of different systems, all of which are alike, all of which I don't understand, but I can see the lie and the interplay. Yeah. Now, whether that generates dipolar star fields or whatever, just understand the grid system is false because all of it, which is where we came from, is that point that it's the grid system we're working with is an azimuthal equidistant projection of a freaking ball. Yeah. So we know the starting position is false. That's the frustration. And I wouldn't ever pretend to you. I know if I knew what it was, I'd tell you. But I know when I'm being mugged off, and I know when there's a false starting point, and that appears to be where we're at here. Yeah, the azimuthal equidistant projection of a ball, whether or wherever we define the international date that I'm from, it's kind of irrelevant because you're getting mugged off from the point. You're already on a ball when you start with this analysis. When you use the grid system of a ball, you're always going to end up with a ball with your interpretation because that's what you've been given, the date you've been given. And we know it's false. Sorry for the rant.
No worries. Hey, Adam, check your DMs today. I did send you a video that goes over all of what my friend was talking about, and you get a lot more detail from that if you have time to watch some of that. I'll send you some other short ones too if you want to just watch
New
over
perspective. But isn't the point that you're bringing out that this meridian, you think with a dual pole star system, that the meridian was purposefully thrown off so that they could deceive us with the globe coordinates that's thrown off as well? Isn't that like part of your premise?
Well, that seemed like what E1 was indicating at first, and then he I don't know. I'm not saying he went back on that, but he's saying that it was about controlling the having having it be where the controllers were to begin with, just like Adam was saying about it being in Paris, or it was in Cairo originally, or over the pyramids. Maybe that's why the pyramids were built to begin with, is because of the way that the sun moves through the equinoxes, and a little bit, more of a deeper thing at that time than trying to trick us into thinking it was a ball, right? So if that was the reason that the pyramid was built, and there was a special timing about the way the whole system works with the dual pole and the sun being in the right constellation for the first point of Aries and everything else, that would be an interesting thing for everyone to look into. And what Adam was saying about the way they used to have a different grid system, I'd like to know what that was. I don't think a lot of people have probably even heard that or know anything about it. If you have a way of referencing that, if they had a grid system and all that. But yeah, if what we're looking at, this is the most compelling thing about, in my opinion, about what you once talking about, is that if we do have a dual pole system and there's an actual north and south over a flat Earth, and we see that a magnetic field manifests exactly like we have our latitude lines, and the stars, the moving in two rotations, matches exactly like we have our latitude lines, then maybe that's what they used because that's the way it is. Not because they're trying to trick us into a ball at that point, but that's the way the magnetic field and electromagnetic field manifest, so that they could actually use it as a coordinate system that's to be consistent and deploy satellites, whatever the real satellites are, by using that electromagnetic field and having them circuit around just like the stars do, but in a lower altitude, but they're utilizing the fields is the thing. We know we have the compasses that work to navigate north to south on the plane, and then we needed the circles to go around the poles, and that would make perfect sense. If that is the case, it would make a lot of sense that that's why it looks like that, not because they were trying to trick us into a ball. And if that is the case, and they saw, oh, the water goes all around, if we just make this international date line go all the way around the blue side of the ball and just tell them it connects, who the hell's ever going to be able to figure that out? No one goes out in the middle of the blue side of the ball without some kind of compass that takes them either north or south. So they would never figure it out. That's what I'm thinking, But he said that it was more about the fact that they could control the everything with the graticule, and eventually it led to the GPS, which for ballers confirms that we're on a ball. Understandably so, because if they think that that blue side of the ball is actually connected in the back where they stitched it, then they could be, convinced of that.
Yeah. So
Would you guys ever bring? I was just gonna ask if you guys would ever come do something on that, because I'm still trying to grasp how the starting point would change all that. But
I sent you a video, Anchovy. Check your DMs, bro. I sent you.
okay.
I'll send you some shorter ones too.
We did a thing on Ballbusters back in the day called Time Bandits, and part of the presentation was to demonstrate the difference between geographical meridian lines and political lines. So if we look at the Diomedes Islands, for example, we can see that there's a 4-hour difference, even though they're a mile apart. Now we know that meridian difference isn't 4 hours. We appreciate it's a political time because one side's Russia in Alaska and one side's Siberia. Siberia, Russia, wrong way around. But you get my point. So there's a difference between a political time zone and a meridional time zone. Yeah. Now, when we talk about the prime meridian, that is a meridian, isn't it? It's nothing to do whether it's France, Britain, whatever. That line runs straight from the pole star at the center all the way down. Okay, straight through wherever it is, all the way south, from north to south. That is how that line is laid out. And that's exactly how that line works, whether you pick Greenwich, Paris, or the pyramids. Now, that's fine, and that's how it always works, until you get to the other side. Now, the other side we're used to is the Pacific, isn't it? Where there's this ziggy-zaggy, stitchy line, yeah? Which goes off, well, it looks like it, and then the huge, big, sticky out bit, and then they stick it together. And you're told that they're political lines, not meridian lines. Yeah, that's the opposite of the meridian. And actually, funnily enough, if you listen to a lot of the navigators, they have problems because their opposite meridian line, which should be a straight line, which isn't via international date line, it's that jiggly jaggedy Phileas Fogg line that we all see. Yeah. These guys have issues in terms of their positional reckoning based on this movement of time. Yeah. And it's that, see, very easy and very important to keep things consistent where everybody lives. But you can jiggle and biggle and all sorts of stuff where nobody ever is except some daft French brown on a boat in the middle of the Pacific. It's very easy to trick him and realise and make him think that, well, Meister might have thought he's gone this direction. He's actually gone this. And this is posthumous testimony from many a navigator of what happens in the big oceans. Things don't seem to work just like as they did, so that they do it's not like things don't work, they just don't fit the map anymore. That's the testimony you'll get. Yeah, that's the reality. and therefore that line. Have a look at it. Have a look where they put it, and have a look what it stitches together and why it's so weird. Now, they like I said, it cannot be a political line because have a good bloody look at it. It's in the middle of nowhere. No one gives a shit whether it's 3 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the middle of the Pacific where there's nothing but water. But apparently, if you look at that line, that matters. And it only matters for stitching a ball together.
I have a question. I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. Okay? So, are what you guys talking about just purely against the globe, or are we talking about dual pole versus Gleason? Or you see what I mean? Like with what Adam's talking about, is this eliminating dual pole? Is this a counter to dual pole, or is it just counter to the globe?
My rebuttal isn't even got to dual pole yet. It's just to get an acceptance that the grid system that we think that we can then invoke a dual pole on is faulty in the first place. I'll go past, for the sake of brevity, I'll go past it, and okay, and I'll accept it all. Okay, so the grid system we've got is correct, and we can then invoke dual pole. But I don't know how that's beneficial to you guys to accept something that's fundamentally not proven to you. But if it helps, I'll accept it. But I mean, I wouldn't accept it in the real world.
Thanks for the response. I'll keep listening. Thanks.
I mean, the way I take it is just a conceptual starting point, or just throwing out ideas. I don't think anybody here is claiming dual pole is 100% fact.
I got you. Thanks.
I won't go as far as fact. I would ask somebody to postulate a reason as to why I should entertain that suggestion, knowing, as I do, that the Earth is flat, and looking at the sky, and tell me why there is a dual rotation, and explain to me why that makes sense, because I don't see that. Yeah? Now, it's not to say I can explain the skies, because that would just be, who the hell are you, you dickhead? Yeah? I can explain the sky. Yeah? I don't, but from what I do know, to invoke this other thing, I don't see its benefit, and I don't see adding any clarity to what I observe. So I'm happy I'm happy to stick it in the same situation of I don't understand the southern skies. Nobody ever has, if you look through history. Yeah. There's a guy called Adam 212, not me, but he's the guy that stuck the two hemispheres of the star maps together. And there's only a few places he had problems. Instead of keeping let me put it so, how would you? So you know when you look at your star maps in the sky and you've got your northern hemisphere and your southern hemisphere, which is part of the reason we think we're on a ball. Yeah, actually they don't work the same together. And other than like Sigma Octantis and a couple of others, what you can do is turn that 33 LP into a big one-sided disc and put all the stars together so they rotate together and it works like it will in the ephemeris. Yeah, you don't need to turn it into two hemispheres. You can describe it like that just as much as you can describe those planispheres from 45 degrees and you'll get a different circle of view. Okay, but actually you can put them together with a few problems. If you assume you live on a ball, then there are a few mismatches. But actually, most of it works like a large rotational plane and fits together. Whether your planisphere is from 30 degrees north, the equator, or 30 degrees south, you can put those things together for the majority. So this was shown in 2019, at least. by
And when you
researchers.
say
So,
rotate together, you mean
I apologize, I'm long-winded. So when you say that there's this evidence that there's these two rotational places, now, visibly, you may be able to show a point of divergence when we look south, opposite to north, in the southern hemisphere. And I would have a problem with explaining that, yeah? But from what I understand, navigationally, the star positions seem to fit just on one big record, not on two sides. So, with that in mind, I would be very dubious to invoke a secondary rotational point, right? Please note the difference. Rotational meaning a causation, yeah, of why everything occurs, as opposed to why things look over there. Now, I can't make that distinction, but outside of some of the obvious visual things where people show, oh, look, here's a star field from Tasmania, and it looks like this. I've not been there, yeah, so I've got to take it on the chin. But for the best I can see, there isn't a causation for a second rotation point. If you're in Tasmania, the stars move around you in the same way as they do if you're in Ireland. Yeah. Now, that's and I think this is probably a point in all of life. This is a point of contention. We look at the stars and we try to interpret what it means. I've always said it's the same with celestial navigation. I don't know what it means. It doesn't work in terms of mathematics, celestial navigation, but it does work, doesn't it? And everything seems to work based on those principles. So unless somebody can actually present a separate rotational point or demonstrate that these stars are acting in juxtaposition or based on ground rotation, which is what you're kind of implying at this point, that the reason of the difference is because it's not the sky moving. The only reason is the ground's curved and it's rotating, because that's the only explanation you can logically give with the supposition you can't support that we've got a southern rotation point. Unless you can support that, then it is a little bit pissing in the wind, if I'm being honest. Unless somebody's got some evidence to demonstrate why there is a southern rotational point. Thank you so much for your patience, because I know that was long-winded.
Yeah. So your point was the divergence is. Oh,
Anchovy, I want you to ask your question, but just in case, Adam, do you know that we use the live stream one text? It's right above the room we're in. If you want to see what I just posted, I don't know. It's the time elapse of both the southern and northern stars. I don't know. There's a lot more evidence to it than that, but that's one thing that seems to contradict an AE map.
Right. So, dude, I'm being ignorant here, and I'm happy to be so. So, you show me pictures of changes in the sky. What does it mean then? What's your implication? Is the implication a change in the sky or a change in the ground? And how would you prove either of those two things? Because I couldn't even deal with what you show me and disprove you. Do you understand? Because there's nothing I can manipulate or change. It's just observation.
Yeah, I don't think there's a scientific method involved with this, except for just an observation that seems like there's southern stars as well as northern stars.
Well, there are stars in the south. Yeah, I don't disagree with going to the. It's not that. It's the point of rotation that there appears to be. So, with regards to the Southern Cross, yeah, that would even though it's not like the North Star, which is, as far as anyone can tell, the point of rotation. There is a claim that there's a point that the Southern Cross points to, which is equivalent if you think you're on a ball and it's a dipolar position, and the Southern Cross points to that place, even though there's no stars in there, and that's the equivalent dipolar position of the rotational point of the Earth, which is marked by Polaris. That's the invocation I'm hearing, which I'm as you can see, I understand, but I've yet to hear evidence for it other than shit looks a bit bendy in the south, and therefore it has to be a ball.
No, not definitely not a ball. In fact, wouldn't it be interesting, Adam, if I don't know if you caught what I said in live stream one text. You know how to get to that to see what people are posting in there. It might help if you look at what I just posted. But
Mate,
I do not think it's a ball. But it's interesting. It's interesting if the southern stars are their own star fields moving counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise for the northern stars. Let's just go with the premise. Let's just say hypothetically, if that is the case, if we have a separate disk, if you will, of stars rotating opposite of the northern stars, and those stars literally converge and diverge. They run parallel through the celestial equator, but then when they get past the celestial equator far enough, they start to spread from each other, and we have northern stars shooting out 360 degrees opposite direction of the southern stars. That would debunk the globe, not prove a globe. In fact, the amazing thing about it is my friend E1's been saying this since 2017, and then he was shouted down and said, all stars move east to west. That's all you should say. Like almost like that was what you were required to say is all stars move east to west, as if we can't talk about what if there's a counter rotation of a whole separate star field that converges and diverges with his other disk of stars, and that's why we know it's not a ball.
No, that's lovely, but I'd want some evidence to engage in that conjecture. And it's not to say it might be right or wrong, but I'd want some evidence. But fundamentally,
Check your DMs. Check your DMs. I sent you a bunch of videos.
Stop here. It's 3:30 in the morning on Boxing Day. Yeah, I'm not going to check DMs. We'll have a conversation.
Not
It's
now. Not
substantiate your
now.
own point.
I'm saying at some point. At some point. That's all.
So the point I'm making is, provide me with some evidence to engage in this reason to engage in this conjecture. There's nothing that I see, yeah, other than a lacking my knowledge, yeah, and wanting to make shit up so I can feel clever, to make this lack of my knowledge void and fill it. Other than
Well,
that,
there's been a lot more talk about the dual pole. Well, let me just say this: because of I don't think TFE is something we should all change our minds about, because it seems like the sun. If we forget the stars, it seems like anybody can go out and see the sun set south of west during the winter and north of west during the summer, and that can't really work with just one circle. If you look at it as a true observation of the sun veering south in the winter, so if it goes south in the winter and it goes north in the summer, and you're always seeing the sunset from due west, then it doesn't seem like it could just be one circle. And so that's kind of why people are talking about the dual pole a little more now, since the TFE thing. That's all.
Yeah, but you see, then you ignore the Bible, don't you? Because you assume that the celestials are there to teach you mathematics, as opposed to what they're defined to help you with, which is for signs and seasons. What they don't do, right, is obey trigonometry. Yeah, however, there's certain rules that you can use because they're very persistent in their behaviour for navigation. Yet that doesn't apply to trigonometry. Yet their consistency is there. And this is where I struggle. When we know we can't apply standard measurements to what these things we're looking at in the sky, yet we consistently insist on applying the rules of man to their behavior for us to interpret it, for us to understand the majesty of creation. It's a fool's errand, isn't it? You know they don't do what they're supposed to do. If that was just the top of a mountain, that star, it would obey trigonometric functions. It doesn't. Okay? It's not there. It's not where I think it is. I don't give a shit where it is. I know there's lots of flat earthers go, well, I'd like to figure out how high it is. What is the adjacent length? Yeah. Yeah. That's not why they're there. Yeah, and you have to respect your own limitations unless you are a heliocentrist and you think you're not created and you can measure all of this shit no matter what.
Well, I
You
don't think the
can't.
Bible should just allow you to throw everything out and say we're never going to figure it out because the Bible says we can't. We should try to
That's
do
not
what we
what
can. Right?
I didn't say that. I didn't say the
Oh, okay, I'm
Bible
sorry.
said you couldn't figure that out. I said the Bible is a definition of what they're there for. What the Bible doesn't say is, you know what they're there for? For you lot to figure out the size of the cosmos. No. Yeah, it's for you lot to figure out how far away they are. It doesn't say that. It tells you what they're there for. They're there for signs and seasons and for our benefit. And you know what? If you use them, that's exactly what they tell you, right? If you try to look at them and go, you know what? I think I live on a third rock from the sun in a solar system, spinning round a galaxy around the universe, then you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, you actually
I agree
believe
with you that.
you can look
I agree
that
with
you
that.
can look at those lights in the skies and interpret. Whereas what you're actually told, if I'm going to defend the Bible, which I don't normally do, but in this case, tells you what they're there for. And if you just stick with that, you won't go far wrong. If you try and interpret more than what the Bible suggests from these things, you'll look like an idiot. Because you'll say, yeah, well, that's 4.5 billion light years away because of my
No,
code. Yeah.
that's
As
that's
opposed to
that's over
going,
with. The globe
actually, that
interpretation is
constellation,
not valid, in my opinion.
as opposed to going, that constellation's in this point in the sky at this time of the year, which means it's spring. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what how they've served us. It's only in recent times that we think that if we can measure the infrared of that star, it'll tell me when that fucker collapsed 3 billion years ago. The idiocy of man, the arrogance of man. Yeah, it's not saying stuff's not right, but listen to ourselves and listen to what you actually think you can interpret from data. Yeah, I deal with real data that deals with lives. So you have to make sure it's decent data, don't you? Some muppet telling you that this frequency wavelength distribution difference means it was actually from 3.5 billion years ago, and you believe it, shame on you. Yeah?
I agree. Yeah. So, but if we have a dual pole, Adam, get back to that, if we have a dual pole flat Earth, and there's an answer for the 24-hour sun because it actually works that way, and it could be shown to work that way, that'd be interesting because I think that the ballers kind of have a false confidence right now, if that is the case, of thinking that this 24-hour sun somehow debunked flat Earth and everyone should just go home and worry and believe in the ball again. And that's not the case at all, in my opinion. I think it's a dual pole flat Earth. The southern stars are actual stars. We have a 24-hour sun in both areas, and it only works on a flat Earth, and it doesn't work on a globe. And it actually is interesting that TFE, whatever it is, has opened people up to that. Now, my friend came up with what seems to have figured out with his map, and he knew there was a 24-hour sun, and it has nothing to do with TFE. He knew that there was a 24-hour sun before I even told him about TFE. But that that would be shut. It would shut them up, which is something that a lot of flat earthers are looking to for some kind of answer about right now because they don't know what to say about the southern 24-hour sun, or the southern stars since 2017. Back when my friend was saying, "What about these stars?"
What? So prior to the good Christian soul that he is, Pastor Will Duffy, heading down to engage with the Penguins, yeah, people had a real problem. Do you not have a problem with the fact that we're heading to 2026 and the sum of humanity to be able to prove this 24-hour sun in the south that you're so sure about now is on the shoulders of Pastor Will Duffy. Now, I'm not a cynic, I'm not a critic, but I have to look at that from an objective point of view and think, I've been in this place for many a year. And it was one of the questions that we had to ask. Well, it would have been one of the things that would have proved it to us that it was flat. Yet the proof was never there. Yet somehow it took some Baptist minister from Central North America to go to the South on a god-forsaken crusade to prove it to us all, even though NASA could have pissed it out its arse 10 years before. And yet, even though Pastor Will Duffy, God rest his soul, has done all these things, NASA's not backed him up. Nobody else has. Nothing's happened for a year since that foolhardy mission went off, other than a lot of other retards on YouTube give it airtime. There's no proof there. There's just a load of
Are
idiots.
you, real quick, Adam, are you under the impression that there is no 24-hour sun and they faked the TFE thing, or just in general?
You know what, mate? With regards to the 24-hour sun, I don't know because there's no evidence. So that then leads me to the point of Pastor Will Duffy and Jaren, and the Ginger Ninja himself going apparently there to give me this evidence. I don't know. If I look at it in all the things I've witnessed over this time in this genre, how dodgy do they look, right? And if I was to ask any baller that if these idiots had gone to the South Pole and proved that it's a flat plane, would they have believed the evidence that was put to them? Because by my standards, McToon and the rest of the guys, none of them provided me with evidence. I had dodgy videos. Some that Dave McKagan telling me, "Oh, sorry, I settled my tripod wrong. It was going the wrong way. I had to keep fucking about with the camera." Yeah, at no point are these, and this is why you get into flat Earth. You start to ask for a certain standard of evidence, and if a load of idiots in a North Face packer mat running around with penguins and tripods that they don't know how to set up is the evidence that I'm supposed to accept, I would sooner just reject all of that and move on and think, well, for the betterment of humanity, surely we can get something better than McToon, Will Duffy, Jaren, and the Ginger Ninja rocking up with penguins to prove whether it's flattable. Yet somehow that actually seems to be the pivot point. Their trip down south, a trip that happened year after year after year after year after year, and nobody provided this footage. Yet their footage seems to now prove it's a bull. Well, it may well do.
Hold on, real quick. I'm not in that camp.
Excuse me for my reticence with regards to its credibility and its
I agree,
actual
though. I agree.
inference.
But let me say this though, Geo found some footage of the Southern Sun and the 24-hour sun before they even went down there. He got one full 24-hour sun. Regardless if you believe that or not, it doesn't matter. My suspicion is they love that people think it's fake, regardless of what anyone thinks about it. It wasn't necessary for them to go down there for us to find out that there's a 24-hour sun. I think there's more evidence than we thought, and I think that the Anthony Powell stuff might have even been done dodgy on purpose to get us to think there was no 24-hour sun, and not to give them too much credit, but I think they love the fact that the flat earthers are all on board with the AE map if it's the wrong map, because we got the wrong map. We're just saying that the sun circles instead of going around the south. And that if that is the case, then that would be part of the reason that they didn't push this 24-hour sun as harshly, because they maybe even had a 10-year plan where they were going to try to crush whatever they think flat Earth is. But it actually did the exact opposite, is it made people open to what seems to be the case, is it's a dual pole flat Earth, and it backfired on them in that case. And if that is the case, it totally backfired on them because it pushed the hand for that to be acknowledged. And now, no.
What does I'm not the point of question. Dual pole flat Earth. Now that might mean something to you. Now, when I was prior to this trip, you saw us on Flat Earth Debate. Me taking the piss, calling it the Chinook helicopter rotational system. So is that what you're implying, that there's a overlay of the sun in a dual rotational separate system where there's an overlay in the sky of two suns, one sun, I don't know what you want to. Or are you just like prepping it for a ball?
No, not at all. I'm not a baller. I'm a flat earther. I think the dual pole flat Earth debunks the globe, the southern stars converging and diverging with the northern stars. I've always debunked the ball. I've been saying this
Right.
since 2017 as well. But hold on, real quick. Let me put a GIF in the chat. I'll put a full explanation with what the sun does. It does seem to align with the nautical almanac.
Just tell me what dual pole means, just like in layman's terms, so I don't have to look at a GIF. Anyone listening can't look, right? What does and I'm like I say, I'm asking for clarity, not to attack. I don't understand when you say glibly it's a dual pole system. I don't. Somebody says it's a spinning space pair, and know what that means. Okay, I can conceptualize the bullshit they're on about. But if somebody says it's a dual
I
pole
don't
flat
understand
Earth,
what value you're bringing to the conversation at the moment, dude. It's just nothing but insult.
it's not.
Yeah, that's okay. Hold on, wait. Let's not go. I'll
No,
answer you, Adam. Let me answer you real quick. Let's not go negative. But yeah, the dual pole, it would be exactly that. It would be a dual pole flat Earth, and the magnetic field actually goes over a planar Earth, and it doesn't work on a ball in the same way. In fact, that's another thing that would debunk the ball if what we're talking about is a magnetic field that manifests over a dual pole with the longitude lines matching that, and then the star fields actually match the latitude lines, and that's what we're actually
right.
looking at when we see the two rotations in the sky.
Right. So you're suggesting that we have a diverging and converging grid system from the equator, even on a flat Earth?
Oh yeah, and they run parallel through the celestial equator, and all of the stars are either when you do like any kind of identifying of the stars, it seems that they either do the south or the north, and then it's either southwest or southeast, northwest or northeast, and those are kind of the four quadrants that they use for the plotting of everything.
Right.
And that's how you would divide. So you would never know. Everything starts from the prime meridian, and then it's a matter of degrees off from the
Perfect.
prime meridian. So you would never
Perfect.
know about the converging and diverging necessarily.
Okay, perfect. So we've got three grid systems. So I think we've agreed that the celestial, the starfield based one from this point of view, would be diverging and converging with respect to the equator. Yeah. So diverging out from the North Pole to the equator and then converging from the equator to the South Pole. Based on what on your starfield.
The north and the south, they diverge and converge to the far east and far west. They converge in the far east and diverge in the far west, and then circle around the poles. I don't know if that's what you're reading, the same thing or not.
You're saying there's 2 points of rotation, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. That's cool. That's all. So that for the starfield.
Yep. That's what time lapse photography shows us.
Well, sort of like like in a layman's idea of it, if you have like an AE map from the north, like an azimuthal coming out, but then it ends at the equator, but then you have another one in the south, like a second AE basically of the south, that then they both meet at the equator. So kind of like we have two eyes on our face, two nipples, the human body. In a way, it would just be that you have two AEs basically, the northern quote unquote hemisphere, but really like a plane, and then a southern hemisphere plane. So like two AE grids, which then meet in the middle, and that's what he's talking about, like the way an electric field. That's the same as the electric field lines. In terms of you have the two rotations of an electric field, and then you have the straight at the equator. So then they would kind of blend so it's like two rotations that blend at the equator where they go straight.
Yeah, and it pinches like an electromagnetic field does. Yeah, it manifests the same way. So it gives a mechanism to the rotations. It also provides a mechanism rather than saying, "Oh, we don't know how it works." Well, if it is an electromagnetic field, it looks like it's manifesting as such.
Whoa. Have we got a magnetic field or an electromagnetic field? What's the claim?
Yeah, we have the magnetic field on the Earth that we use. magnetic on the Earth for the longitude lines. That's what we use our compasses for.
Right, perfect. Right. So
And then
let's.
electromagnetic in the sky with the stars. And that's the latitude.
Oh, can we measure the electromagnetic field in the sky?
You can see the stars and measure how they rotate, right? The 15 degrees and all that. And that's what they use.
I know I can see stars, but why is that now an electromagnetic field in the sky when I look at a star and measure its elevation angle?
Well, if you think you're on a ball and you want to do
No. You know
azimuth,
I'm not on a ball.
okay,
Why
yeah. So
is it?
if it's an electromagnetic field over a flat Earth, then those two rotations are consistent, and you can measure the distances between the stars and
What?
use a flat baseline on your flat Earth with your
What?
trigonometry and all
Why is that now electromagnetic as opposed to just the magnetic field we were talking about with regards to the? And we need to get to this. The grid which is going to be in opposition to the celestial grid that we now settle with just magnetic lines. Okay, yeah. But why is the one when we look in the ground now in the sky an electromagnetic grid? There's nothing
that because it manifests
electromagnetic.
as such. Because it looks like an electromagnetic field, whereas the longitude lines look like a magnetic field. There's a difference in the way they manifest.
And how do I know when I look at them whether it's magnetic or electromagnetic? Then when I look at
Look up
them
electromagnetic field
in the way
lines.
they
Look up
manifest.
Google electromagnetic fields and Google
I
magnetic fields and see the difference.
Google electromagnetic fields, and if I look at something, it when Google then says it will look this way if it's electromagnetic, but if it's just magnetic, it will look this way. Can you Google that for me and just tell me what Google says?
There's lots. I've Googled it a few times. I have pictures I'll post for it. If you want to look at live stream one text, I'm posting all kinds
No.
of stuff for you.
Can you just Google that for me and tell me what it says? How I can tell the difference between when I look at something, whether it's magnetic or electromagnetic.
All right.
They're pretty similar, although somewhat different. I just posted an image that shows the two. It's a similar layout, but it's just different how it's aligned.
What is the difference between magnetic and electromagnetic, gents?
If Dyslow was here, he would say something along the lines of electricity is a hybrid of dielectricity and magnetism. And when you have a moving electric charge, you're going to have a complementary magnetic field with it.
But that's not the difference. That's the interplay of the two that you've just described, isn't it?
You decide.
No, I know. You lot don't know
Oh,
your
then
arse.
we don't have to research. He doesn't have to Google it then.
No,
You're
genuinely.
probably
I am
going to have to find something to the effect of this, man. Was it electricity requires magnetism? Magnetism does not require electricity.
Oh, very good. That's a start. So, when I use a compass to define a grid, whether or not I think looking at the stars is electromagnetic or not, which is like glue sniffing in the extreme, but even if I did assume that, would that then be different to the just purely magnetic, which doesn't require the electro because it's just magnetic, isn't it? Look at how you build the grid system. Yeah, but look at how you guys are getting mugged off with shit and you don't know what you're asked from your elbows and you believe in
Stop
shit.
with that. Stop, Adam. Stop with the fucking ad hom. We're having a good conversation. You're going to start putting people down because they're not as knowledgeable as you. We're not going to do that again. We got over that already. Adam, please stop on that. Please stop with that.
Patiently waited for one of you to describe the difference. And one of you guys that isn't here had the nuts to stand up and point the difference out, which
I'm just saying,
embarrasses you
bro,
all.
chill out, please. Don't need to be embarrassed. You don't need to call it out. Don't get on your high horse. Don't get on your high horse, okay?
I know
Better to
it.
just
No one
It
converse.
needs this
does.
guy anyway.
It does.
You
It does.
you wouldn't
Especially
want to
if you
compel
stood
this
up
guy
in
anyway,
front of
man.
people pretending you knew what you were on about
He's a bad
before
representative of
people
Nobody's
people.
hold you to
pretending.
By the
account.
Nobody's
opinion.
pretending, and no one's
Whoa!
being negative but you. So stop,
Stop
please.
it. It's embarrassing. And if you're
You
doing
can be
it for
embarrassed
your own
somewhere
interest,
else. If you want
that's
to have a
lovely.
conversation,
If
you
you're
stick
doing
around.
it
There's a
for
lot of
flat
people that
earth,
want to get rid of you
you're
because you're
hurting us
drunk
all.
and being
Because
negative.
you
And I don't
lot of
want to get rid of you. I
ignoramuses,
appreciate
just
your conversation.
embarrassers. Because you don't
Okay,
know
you
what you're
can
on
be
about. You don't know
embarrassed
what
somewhere else, but
magnetism
stop with
is.
it,
You
bro.
don't know what
Yeah,
electromagnetism is.
whatever.
You
Just
don't know what
stop,
a
okay?
prime meridian is. You
Yeah.
don't
You know
know
it all. You know it
shit.
all.
No, I
We
don't.
should bow down to you. Well, you're acting like it.
Ability to not pretend and talk to people and tell them that I do know shit when I don't. When I don't
Okay,
know
good.
stuff, I'll
You
admit it.
don't know or you do
My,
know,
my
regardless. Let's
point of
just have a
frustration
conversation
after
instead of
after
worrying
two
about
or
what
three
other
hours
people do
in,
or don't
then
know.
I
People
am
do the
ending
best
on
they
this.
can. They offer what they can. We appreciate
If I
your
get,
input. But don't not if it's about
that
being
appreciate
embarrassed
something,
for people.
I'll just say one thing. Stop chatting shit,
Well,
guys. I
no,
respect
dude.
some
Okay,
Uh,
humility,
whatever.
and you'll
We're
get
not here to
some
be policed
food.
by you. You don't come here often, and you
actually,
want to come in and
I
start
don't
telling
need to,
everybody
do
off
I?
and
I
being
don't
on
need
your
to,
high
do I?
horse like you're better than other people, and that's a put
I
off,
don't think I'm
regardless
better
if you're
than
right. Why do
anyone.
you want to be there?
okay.
You're acting like it. You're
I
acting
feel
like
more
it.
honest. I feel more honest than a lot of people I've spoke to tonight, but not
Okay,
better. No,
great. Then you're better for being more honest.
not better.
So,
I feel more honest. Now the two aren't necessarily linked, are they? But I would make that statement. I've been more honest
you
than
should
a
feel
lot
like
of
you're
Okay.
more
people tonight.
insulting as well,
Not
man.
a lot of
That like
people care about what you're
Well,
saying right now
now
because you're being kind of
that
dude,
might
stop.
the
obtuse.
insult. Wow,
Adam,
the
Adam, I'm over it.
indictment, not an
Adam,
insult.
I'm over it. We're done. We're moving
I'm
on,
sure
mate.
you are.
It's actually a
Yeah, good.
poorly
Have a good
formulated
evening.
question.
Happy
Catch you later, man.
Christmas.
It's a poorly
Happy
formulated
Christmas, Adam.
question.
Thanks for coming
Okay,
by. Come back. Really,
That's fine.
we appreciate you here. We appreciate you
Mag,
here. You're just a little bit of an attitude right now towards people that you are, and it's not necessary. We were having a good conversation.
No, and new perspective, and I'll give you that. Yeah, and but please understand, it's not out. It's genuinely out of trying to help you guys that I'm being a bit of a dick, and I'm not
Yeah, it
no,
often a
doesn't
that's
bit of
have
a
to
not how
be
you
a
dick.
help
dick. It never
someone.
really has
No,
to be a dick.
the
We
statement
get enough of that
reinforcement's
from
not going to
ballers.
I
work.
You guys,
you
You can
everyone's
keep
talking at
justify
once.
your
Stop.
insulting behavior.
obstacles you clearly appear to be stuck on. So I will stop. I wish you all a happy Christmas. Have a
Yeah, you
great New
too.
Year, and maybe we'll chat in the New Year. But yeah, there's no.
Come back more often. Honestly, please.
Random is good. Since I got kicked out by Nathan, it's all been a bit weird, hasn't it? You know what I mean? But you know,
Oh, you got kicked out by
I've
Nathan. Oh my God, another one bites the dust.
no, I say I've enjoyed
So he's
tonight.
going to bring that bad attitude over here.
Whilst we've disagreed, it's been civil. So I appreciate that, gentlemen. And
We
yeah, I will
appreciate
do.
it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I will
Definitely.
do.
It's
And
good to hear your
I'll
input.
come back for you to disagree with me again. So yeah, happy New Year.
Hey, Adam, don't
You
forget
too.
to
Happy New Year.
research dual pole flat Earth. Research it, bud.
Well, send me. You've got my
I
link.
sent you.
Send me
I
something
sent you a
that's
bunch of stuff.
worthy of me reading. Okay, stick your name on it and say, I think this is worthy of you reading. I'll read it and then I'll critique it on QE Live. How's that?
Well, Adam, can I just before you leave, can I ask you one thing?
No, how's that? No, how's that?
I don't really care for QE or Nathan Oakley much
No,
anymore, to
that's
be
not what
honest.
I said. It wasn't a threat. I said I will take your deliverance of information to me seriously. I will read it, digest it, and then comment on it on QE Live. So if you think you've got something, send it to me, and I'll take it seriously, and
Yeah,
I'll put
I
it on
sent you a
air.
bunch of stuff in DMs. I value your opinion over QE's. I'll tell you that.
That's here and there. I value my opinion over QE's, if I'm honest with you as well. Yeah, but that's a moot point. But the point I'm making is, genuinely, guys, I don't come here to just like fluff my ego. I give a shit about flat Earth, right? So you guys are on the edge. So send me your shit, and I'll look at it, and I'll do the only thing I can do, which is what I just said, put it out on the airways and comment on it. Whether I agree with it or disagree, I don't know. But I
Hey, Adam,
appreciate
I don't care if you put
we
it on.
are
I'm
on
just
the
saying I don't
same
care if it's
team,
on
aren't we?
QEs. I don't care if it's on QEs, but if you check your Discord DMs, I sent you some stuff. If you want to reply to
Thank
that
you.
with anything, I'm going to do another session of interviews with E before I put the full presentation out. Anyway, so you could check those little unlifted cuts that I sent you and give me any suggestions if you like.
Cool. I'll have a look, bro. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Hey Adam, we appreciate you stopping by. I don't know if you have to leave or not, but if you don't, we could continue the convo and just kind of keep it civil. We appreciate you being here.
It's not any level of argumentation that's going off that I'm leaving. It's because it's literally about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I got you.
And I've way stayed later than I expected, and that's only because it's been pleasurable. Yeah, we might have had a tasty argument, but it's been civil, and I appreciate that, gents. I've took no offence today, and I hope nobody's take any offence with when I've critiqued what they've said to me. Yeah,
No offense taken whatsoever.
Yeah, good. And then I look forward to speaking in the future, gents. Yeah.
All right. Yep, indeed. Take care, brother.
Have a good evening and Happy New Year, as I said. Have a good
Happy
one,
New
guys.
Year.
Happy Christmas.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Well.
All right. Well.
Dude, it's probably not the timing for me. When I came in at the end there, I don't even think he knew it was me talking. I think he thought it was just because I said, "Let me ask you this," and he he was still saying I want to DM him something. It's fine. It wasn't the time. I was going to bring in the GPs and the 2-star rotations.
Yeah.
That's too much at the moment. Maybe or it would have been enough. Would have been.
It was a graceful exit, at least.
Interesting though. Yeah, man. They did a number on us twice, dude. They got us on the Globe and they got us on the Gleasons.
Yeah, and I don't think that people bought into it as much as they try to make it seem. And I don't even think Jaron was buying into it as much as he made it seem afterwards. You know, I don't think he was trying to claim a model.
I never necessarily thought that was the Earth for sure, but I mean, I definitely considered it. Like you can hear me on live streams over the years, like obviously talking about it. The idea of the seasons on that, where you have the 3 concentric circles, that layout of land. I mean, we all talked about it, in different ways. So, but I never thought it necessarily was the full Earth, in terms of being the correct. You'll never hear me claim it. I mean, how could I? I've never mapped the whole Earth. Really, how could anyone else?
That's the whole idea of being a flat earther, is not to make claims that you can't, have some personal evidence or, enough of something that people can prove to themselves that that's the case. I think even just the sun, the sun setting south of west should have been something that indicated there's 2 poles from the start, regardless of the 24-hour sun.
Well, that's why I'm saying, I'm just mentioning because that the conversation of basically the Gleason's type thing where you have 1 pole versus the 2 rotations, and just how much the second rotation is I'm not even necessarily commenting on the last hour or two, all that combo. I'm just saying in general how there's that bias towards globe or bias towards single rotation, whereas a dual rotation without globe is the least considered perspective, it seems, overall.
Well, I think that they've also done a job, whether it's their influence or not, but I think people, or a lot of flat earthers, think any information that indicates globe, and they think 2 poles indicates globe. Adam kind of even suggested that, that they've associated anything that's, somehow official knowledge, or a lot of this stuff may be exactly what it is to a certain degree, especially if it's a flat globe, with the 2 poles. And they're basically giving you all the correct information, but then there's a nuance to it that makes people believe it's a ball stone. The stitching of the international date line, especially.
Well, that was an interesting, I mean, in a slightly different live streaming context, we could have gone deeper into that because that is very interesting. And actually how the dual pole would play into that would be interesting because you would have a real prime meridian on a dual pole, now that might be off like was being discussed. And that international date line is a mess. It's a hacked up, and that's the blue side of the ball. You know what I mean? That international date line, which is all cut up and hacked up, and that's weird. to say the least. But the part that we're saying, or the part that some are suggesting, I mean, I'm somewhat saying it possibly because of the two poles would require some kind of a layout. And if you have the Pacific Rim, that's where that international date line is. So you have, ironically, this hacked up, cut up international date line going right through the blue side of the ball, which happens to be where they would have to stitch it together to convert a dual pole into a globe. That's where the problem is. The prime meridian, yeah, that might be off, but that's not really a problem. That's right down the middle of, Africa, Greenwich, whatever you want to say. That doesn't matter. Like that's just in the land we know about. And if it's off 30 degrees or if it, that's one thing. But the stitched in part of the international date line on the blue side of the ball is the thing in question when it comes to a dual pole. So that is interesting, that whole component of it.
Yeah. And that's why it makes sense they haven't done the circumpolar navigation correctly and no one's really even put it that way, that to do the proper north to south circumpolar navigation, they would have to somehow prove that they went all along the back side of the blue side of the ball where the for a dual pole flat earth is cut in half, south of south and north of north. And they never meet.
That's where the international date line basically is. Well, it's sort of the Pacific Rim, but you wouldn't really have one, so you would have to cut it and stitch it in some weird way. And it's interesting how Adam was talking about the navigation, how like navigators have issues with that as well, and how it maps. And yeah, so I mean that is interesting. It kind of gave potential more.
It does have to be. It has to be 180 degrees from the prime meridian. That's the other key to it. It has to be straight up north of north and straight down south of south, because that's the way the whole grid system works. Is that line where the way they keep time is 180 degrees from the prime meridian. It'd be either noon or midnight compared to the prime meridian.
Yeah. Dude, they did it pretty perfectly, man, by limiting our access to Antarctica to make everyone skeptical, and then to have Will Duffy come in and take people there. I mean, there's other footage from there, like you said, too, though. Obviously there is. I mean, I found that 24-hour sun footage from Union Glacier. There's also the solar eclipse from 2021, December 2021, from Union Glacier when the sun is in the south. It's like south of that mountain. So, I mean, there is actually a lot of footage of that site. I think a lot of people who like maybe only saw TFE, they just don't even know that footage even exists. Maybe, so they just think like, oh, these guys went down there and claimed to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the case. It's not like the first people to go there at all. I mean, I think of the TFE evidence as just a small sliver of the overall evidence, at least that we have access to, of, let's say Union
surprising.
Glacier.
Yeah, surprising. What they did or when.
You're breaking up. You got to start over. You're breaking up.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's going to be better now because I didn't turn my Wi-Fi on. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, way better now. Yeah.
Is it better now? Okay. So, so it's interesting that, I mean, it's one thing to take that opinion kind of like a lot of people have with, we don't know for sure, we have to get more evidence or go back there and prove it. But I don't think that's even necessary if you, like you're saying, look at the other stuff. But if you look objectively, just at the full situation, you have to consider, okay, if there is a 24-hour sun and we know it's flat, then how does that work? And we have to consider that option, not to say, the Bible says don't worry about it or whatever, people kind of justify, we don't know, and it's fine to say we don't know for sure, but we have to consider all the speculation about the possibilities and what that actually indicates. Not that TFE or Will Duffy did anything, but if that's what drove people to have to consider it, then that, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because it'll backfire on them.
Well, the stars already do that. They already do that rotation. So, I mean, that's the thing. And they all have GPs. And then the sun, like you said, it arcs the other way in the south, which I've known that for all these years. Granted, I was, considering the AE map along with others as well. A lot of other people talking about it. But I mean, I knew about those things I just said, but I guess it's sort of like, I guess in a way, like whatever's on the table for discussion is what's being discussed, and so when the globe is being discussed, when this AE map is being discussed, and then there's not very much access to Antarctica, the footage was very slowly rolled out, it seems, over the years, like from 2015, 16, 17, very slowly rolled out until like I remember 2019, 2020, I started seeing footages of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica that, looked more genuine, than previous ones. And people posting them and stuff, because there was more that came out. Anyways, I'm not trying to go on the whole history of it, but I'm just saying, like, it's been played pretty, to hide that region, basically. Like, dude, they basically hid the 24-hour sun in Antarctica from humanity. Now, I've never been there. I don't know for 100% there is one there, but my analysis of all the evidence, not only TFE, but all the other evidence as well, I do think there is one there. I can't prove it. I'm not trying to convince anyone else. I would have no reason to try to, people always say you're pushing something when you're just sharing your viewpoint. Like, I'm not pushing this. I'm not saying there is one. I think there is one, based on the evidence that I've seen and so on. But I wouldn't. Other people may not think there is one, or whatever. I'm going off the evidence. I've never been there. I have been to the southern region of the Earth, but I've never been to Antarctica. So I mean, I haven't been there. But I'm just saying.
As you said, though, the stars. All you really need is a southern rotation of stars, right? Go ahead.
Well, the southern stars, you're right, is already a thing. Yeah. But no, just the last part. It's just that, like, I do think there's a 24-hour sun there, extremely likely, like 99.something%, even based off the evidence, etc. I mean, I've shared my whole as to how I've come to that. But with that being the case, I'm saying they hid that from humanity. Like, let's say there is one there. They hid that from us, basically. Like the first, you know what I'm saying? Until Flat Earth rolled out. So, dude, that's like a
they didn't show it. They didn't show it like as prominently as they could have if they thought that Flat Earth was a threat or whatever. Like, just there's lots of reasons that we don't have as much footage. It's hard to get a 24-hour uncut version of it. And if you thought you were on a ball and convinced of it anyway, you wouldn't be trying to prove to flat earthers a 24-hour sun necessarily. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons possibly that it didn't need to be hidden, because who's going to want to go do that, to prove one thing or another necessarily, right?
Well, yeah, maybe hidden is not the best term. Maybe hidden is a little bit too dramatic of a term, but more like selectively downplayed, to say the least. But I mean, I hear you, but I mean, we didn't have any footage of it? Dude, we've had cameras forever, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact there's so little, even until like 2014 was like the first video of it. I know what you're saying, like to get the equipment there with the batteries and to be able to film it. I get that, but it just seems like, dude, with National Geographic, all the equipment they have, like, it seems like as far, like the way it should have been is when we were all in elementary school, depending on what year you were born, I was in the 80s and 90s, we should have all seen pictures of it and videos of it. Here's a 24-hour sun in the north. Here's a 24-hour sun in the south. This is how our Earth works, whatever. But that's not the case, dude. We all saw footages of the north, but virtually no one saw the southern one. So that's what I mean by hidden. Now, granted, if you went to McMurdo or whatever, and but only select people were taking those trips back then, and even now.
Well, what's interesting is that they seem to have, like we've noticed with other things like Aries failure and some of these things, that they kind of jumped on and claimed as globe proof, or Mickelson Morley, these are the things that actually are flat Earth proofs, and they've jumped on them and put them forward. And with flat earthers that are just along with the ride, that don't really know anything but the regular education, they didn't know until they really looked into what Aries failure was about, or Mickelson Morley, that this is actually stuff that goes against the globe. But it seems like they jump on things that contradict the globe and then try to co-opt them. And I think they did that with the southern stars as well. If they knew that converging and diverging stars don't work with the globe, they want to make that something that flat earthers even avoid looking into, because they think it's all about the globe, when it really was the actual globe debunked this whole time if they do converge and diverge.
Yeah, that issue, I would want more kind of exploration, like in terms of going to different parts of the, but I hear you on that point, but I'm not
saying if that is the case, whether you agree with it or not. Yeah, if that is the case, whether you think it is or not, that would be another one of those things that they co-opted. If they knew that the converging and diverging stars don't work with the globe, and Stellarium shows it and everything else, even though it's the opposite of what they say, I mean, they have to show it converging and diverging. So it's not about the wide angle lens. Why would Stellarium show it that way if it was just about a wide angle lens? That's like the go-to response. It doesn't, and that wouldn't do it anyway. There's plenty of time elapse that aren't about the wide angle that show both rotations veering off in the opposite direction. They may not show the 360 both poles, but just if they veer at all, if they diverge even just a little bit, that doesn't work with a globe. They need to be static.
Well, if you're looking at two rotations, even on a globe, I mean, this is why, like, I don't even really agree with some of the globe argument. Like, let's say if the Earth were a globe, I think the way they describe it is strange because if you're at the equator and it's straight on a globe or whatever, you know, it's obviously left or right, it's straight. And then if you go let's say 5 degrees north and you're on that latitude line, and then that goes along like parallel in their globe thing to the equator. But the thing is that on the equator, conceptually, you would not have to turn your wheel of your boat, right? You'd just be going straight. But at 5 degrees north, if you stayed on 5 degrees north, you would have to turn to the right. You'd have to turn your wheel to the right. And if you were 5 degrees south of the equator, you would have to turn your wheel south. So just like the sun, you know, rises south of east and sets south of west in the south, like the way it is right now this time of year, the way it's doing that, it's arcing the other way. Well, even on the globe, those latitude lines at 5 north or 5 south are diverging. You know, one of them you turn your wheel to the right, the other one you turn wheel to the left. Now, they claim the reason you're doing that is because you're on a ball, even though you're kind of quote unquote staying parallel, but that you're on a ball, and that's why you have to do it because of the curve of the Earth. But potentially that is actually what's happening. Like that you actually are actually turning on a plane, on a flat plane. So you see what I'm saying? So like they would have to diverge,
reverse engineered,
which is how they look.
engineered.
I don't know why the globe would say they're not, because they appear to do that, and they would be doing that. They literally, the stars, the little, if the star had a steering wheel, it would have to turn to the right if it's 5 degrees north, or if it was turned to the left, it has to turn to the left. Same with the sun. The sun circles around one pole for 6 months, and when it transitions, it's going to circle the other way. So if the sun had a steering wheel, it would be turning its wheel to the right the whole time it's in the northern region. Once it gets to the equator, it starts turning its wheel to the left, and now it turns its wheel to the left for 6 months. And then the sun goes back to turning its wheel to the right for 6 months, and then left for 6 months, because you have the clockwise and counterclockwise. The stars do that too, so it's not even really about TFE, because the stars do it as well. But then you'll get like Starkadder. See, that's kind of the Google answer, which is what they all give. Star trails do not diverge, do not diverge, do not diverge. So I hear what you're saying about it being a debunk, at least the way that they claim it, and what I just described. The thing is, the caveat though is that, see what Starkadder would say, because he's been typing about it. He loves this convo. He loves flat Earth, or just talking about flat Earth. But he's one of those guys that just loves it. But anyways, when he's been in here talking about it, you know, and what they'll say is that like you can't see like Orion's belt splitting. You know what I mean? Like angularly, they're claiming that they're not. But see, that is solved by the fact that they believe that the stars are light years away, and that's where if you get light years away, now they're all coming in parallel. So even though they're doing the steering to the right left thing that I was describing on the 5 north or 5 south, the thing is that they are so far away that that's why they claim they're not optically diverging, and that it's just a matter of perspective as to why they appear that way.
Yeah, there's not one thing that they could say from what I've looked at that would excuse that that's so consistently the way the star trails look.
I mean, they do
Stellarium shows it.
like they have their explanation on the globe why they do, but yeah, what Starkadder just typed is that he was saying Orion would split. So what do you think of that? Like, do you think Orion does split somewhere?
That's one of the things. Well, that's the thing is that's one of the interesting things I used to talk about. I've been talking about since 2017, because the way he used to talk about Orion's belt is that he said that Orion's belt were the only 3 stars that he couldn't see deviating north or south, and that they just appeared almost like a Pac-Man on the other side, along with the sinking of the other stars. And then even Bacon was in here talking about Orion's belt splitting apart, and that if it was an electromagnetic field, and this is something E1's even brought up, is if it is an electromagnetic field that works perfectly, they have to split evenly, and we might even have whatever they're calling that's the middle star of Orion's belt splitting. It's like part of it goes one way and part of it goes another. I mean, we can't get far enough out to see that actually happening, but we just see, yeah, Orion's belt runs right through the middle, and that's kind of the way that they use that as a standard of where you could see Orion's belt from anywhere on Earth. But the other stars clearly go the opposite directions. You know, that's what they do. And it doesn't even work to see that much of it on the ball the way it does. And if it only happens at the equator, then it's not just the effect of being on the ball. That would happen no matter what your position. If you took a time elapse from anywhere, you should see those stars splitting because you're on the ball, not just at the celestial equator, I think.
Yeah. Well, I hear you. I mean, I guess I would want to see, like, okay, if you're in like Africa and you see the stars look like they're diverging, but like the stars might be setting like somewhere near, like, okay, if you're in Africa optically, like the stars would be setting somewhere like around South America, let's say, or a little bit off the ocean. And like Orion is not splitting right there. You know what I'm saying? So with this issue, that's where I just think there's a bit of nuance. Like if you're saying that that it does actually split if you went far enough, that's another claim, meaning that like no one's gone that far out in the ocean, if that's the claim, to actually see it split, like close enough to the international date line, if that's what you're claiming. But the thing is that even if you're all the way like in Indonesia and you're looking west, they're going to have that look to them. So I mean, are you saying that they're actually splitting? You know what I'm saying? Like they would only split on the extreme ends, whereas anywhere in between, you know what I'm saying? But you would still have an optical divergence because you have two rotations. If you have clockwise and counterclockwise, you're going to have to, the stars have to go from being straight at the equator to going around, one of two circles. So of course they're going to have to diverge in some way. But on the globe,
I mean, they're going. You can see it at the poles, like in the image I just put there. You even that much, you can see they're splitting off in the opposite directions. You don't have to see them go all the way around to know they go all the way around because we know they go all the way around.
Yeah, but they claim that that's because the ball is actually curving and that they're staying parallel. You know what I'm saying? Like they would say that like the stars from the equator line to the north are parallel on a ball, you know what I mean, versus on a plane where they actually would be potentially diverting, like on the ground, like actually
I understand some of the excuses they try to say, but they're not at all sufficient about the curvature of the ball. And I think that other point that's interesting about if it is the field lines that they're using for the compass and for the latitude and longitude lines and everything, if that is the case, then you can see how they're conflating that with the curvature of the Earth, right? That's compelling because you don't have straight lines on a ball. They may say the longitude lines are going straight down, but they're going over the curvature of the ball. So there's never a straight line in a ball. And they'll try to make you think that it's a straight line just because they're going from point to point. But if that curvature is conflated with the field line, then that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We were talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
Like if the longitude lines are actually curved lines over a flat plane rather than curved lines over a ball with vertical curvature rather than horizontal. And then the whole thing Jeremy talks about of like, the plane's not taking the shortest path and the Coriolis and, that they're making all these adjustments and they claim that it's just the air mass and, all of those arguments going into Coriolis, but are they actually
makes sense though, right? It's based on those lines. They're following their compass and it seems like a curve to them because according to them, they took a great circle route and it made them have to do this little arcing thing that got them to their right place on the map. It showed there's the southern point that made them arc this direction to get there. They must be on a ball. But they didn't arc over the ball. They were just following their compass, which took them along the magnetic field line, which is bent. Not the ball. It's complete reverse engineering that would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it could be the idea that a great circle route on a globe is actually a left to right curve path on a flat plane, which is kind of a trip to think if that's actually going on. That's like, you know what I mean? Because like a longitude line with that dual pole would actually be curved, meaning you'd have to turn your craft a little bit, but they claim with Coriolis that's happening anyways. Versus on a globe, you would not have to turn left and right, but you would have to, vertically tilt your plane to go around a ball.
Well, we know and they acknowledge that latitude's based on the star rotations, right? And it's the opposite rotating star rotations in the north and the south. They may have a totally reverse engineered way and say it has nothing to do with, the compass or any of that or whatever. But if you're going around the North Pole, you're going in a circle, and one direction would be east, the other direction would be west. Then we have the other true west, true east, true north, true south. So there is basically two east and two west in reality. If one is a clockwise direction or a counterclockwise direction around a pole, and the other one is that prime meridian juxtaposed to the celestial equator. That gives you like your true cardinal directions compared to your counterclockwise or clockwise east and west directions, like it says in the Quran you were saying.
Yeah, there's like two east and two west. It says that in the Quran.
That's the way it is. It seems if E1's right, or if he just put the he's saying he's just plotting data from the nautical almanac. He's not trying to make his configuration fit his idea of what the Earth is. This is what the data is showing if you look at it this way. But then when you start talking to the ballers, like when he was in here, they're like, well, what's your your azimuth? What's your and they have a different way of denoting declination because they have the ball in the middle with everything on the outside, the star field, the celestial sphere. And I think that people are convinced that that's the way they started by trying to trick us into a ball, when really maybe the way they started is they had the exact same layout with the cardinal directions and then the counter rotating stars denoting the latitude lines, just the way it's set up, with that the four corner system. And then they realized that it'd be easy enough to trick us into a ball. So maybe that came first, is what I'm saying. And the ball and the celestial sphere is a transform of that information. And then they locked everything into that. So it made it seem like everything else was a transform of that. And there were some discrepancies that need to be worked out with how they did that, because people are convinced that it must be two circles is the other thing, because if it's a electromagnetic field that pinches, then you're like, oh, those aren't perfect circles. But like he was saying, like they're not perfect circles. But just like the ball says it's an oblate spheroid, but they use perfect circles for latitude. That's how the stars end up 360 degrees in a perfect rotation, even though they're not perfect circles, which is an interesting point.
Yeah, how could that be the case? Like, I took this image I'm posting in chat. I took this from something you posted. It looks like this is like a Poincare. I don't know if this is what this was linked to originally, but isn't that kind of what they would have to be doing? Something because this kind of solves.
I saw you posted that earlier, by the way. I saw you posted that, and I went to reverse image search again. And yeah, Poincare is what I came up with. Yeah, it's manifesting exactly the same. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So are you suggesting that, because remember the question I was saying about, like, if you have a perfect circle at the center of the North Pole, let's say, and you have those stars that are relatively perfect looking circles, basically, to a degree, going out. But once you get to the equator, for the sun to be coming in like almost straight and then leaving almost straight, it is the radius of that circle would have to be like massive. It'd be like 500,000 miles radius or whatever when it's right near the equator. That whole issue that I was bringing up. But like, if they're shaped like that, that would sort of like solve it. But then how would they have been able to take it, those kind of oblate oval? Well, they do claim the elliptical, they claim that they have to use the Earth around the sun as elliptical, and there's all the elliptical orbits they have to claim. So are you thinking that these two rotations are elliptical? And then when they get further towards the equator, they're even more elliptical, and they're more circular at the way an electric field lines are? Or what do you think on that?
It circles that toroidal field, which has that kind of oblate spheroidal shape to it.
So you don't think they're perfect circles?
Well, that's the other thing that's interesting about what he did with his star thing is okay. So when you get the Weems and Plath star wheels, right? Now, Weems and Plath is like the go-to, supposedly, or one of the go-tos for nautical information. So they're like officially putting this information out, and you can get other stuff from them. But he says what they're showing on there, even and it could have been intentional that they put north on one side and south on the other, and didn't just give you two wheels, right? Because if they gave you two wheels, maybe you would realize that it doesn't work with a ball. But if you look at even the information they give on those star wheels, and you were to plot it all out the way that they have those star wheels, those stars would be deviating and converging, diverging and converging, and you would be able to figure that out by using the north and the south, and then putting it the way he has it with the two wheels. But the thing is that there's these layovers that they also give you to correct for your amplitude when you are at a certain latitude. And that those overlays, those translucent overlays, mimic the oblateness of their circular rotation, right? And he says they do come out 360 degrees back to their original position as if it were a circle, right? And it's almost like when you have like he said, like when you see the baggage claim area at an airport where it turns and it's making the turnstile like that corner, like it's not perfect, it's not a perfect circle, but it keeps everything circling perfectly. But maybe that's not the best analogy, but regardless, they do end up back where they started, even though it's not a perfect circle. Now, I was thinking it might be just like some kind of a visual effect that we're seeing through whatever they're in. But if it's an electromagnetic field, it's circuiting, and that's possibly the way it works, right? Because it's just a circuit, like you were talking about, with the sun being like something other than a physical object that would have to make some kind of miraculous appearing and disappearing, right? But if it is a circuit, regardless if it's a real object or not, if it's circuiting on this toroidal field that's shaped like it does, then it all works out. But he was able to do it so that he has two star wheels that are separated by their northern and southern stars, and then it looks like it overlaps in his gift because there's southern stars on the northern wheel and northern stars on the southern wheel, because that's the way they have to do the wheels, so that you'll be able to plot your trigonometry and all that based on what you can see from one hemisphere or another. So it's a little bit difficult to see it when you look at his GIF that I'll put in the chat. But that's the case. You don't have overlapping stars, but that's like the go-to straw man that people try to say doesn't work, because it would have to be perfect circles, and that we don't see perfect circles because they run through the celestial equator parallel to each other, which doesn't work with perfect circles. So it's an interesting way that the electromagnetic field works. And if it's a machine that is built for growing people on a planet or on a plane or whatever it is, if it's a machine, it can work in all kinds of nuanced ways that wouldn't make sense with like saying that it has to be like this electromagnetic field, which means a certain distance. It could be confined into a certain array that works perfectly because that's the way it was made to work.
Yeah, I think I'm following. I mean, yeah, the way that magnetic field lines could actually be laid out over the actual Earth, because if to lie to us about what the shape is means that it implies that there's also a lie about how the stars link to that shape, at least to some extent. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there would have to be something involved with this, and then there is the way that they have to make the orbit things elliptical in there. But I mean, we do seem to see the star trails looking north and south look pretty circular. So what about that? How would that play into it? Because I know what you're saying. It would have to go from being circular to straightening out at the equator and then circling the other way.
Well, they seem to manifest just like that image you posted. That's the way the star fields actually, like an electromagnetic field. They pinch towards the center. And then
the thing is too, what's interesting about this, like in that one I posted, which here, just so everyone knows what I'm talking about, if I post it again. In this one, I'm just going to post it a second time. So What's interesting about this is that they do look pretty circular when they're around the poles. So if you were at if you're at 10 degrees south or something, and you're looking at that whole huge star field, it would potentially look circular. Even though, but then what would that imply? That on the outer edges, it's like ovular, or like closer to the equator is when it becomes oval, whereas normally, because like on this right here, this is an example of star trails from the south, southern star trails. So would the idea be that like these stars that are way out on the, those are the ones that would have more of that oval shape? I mean, I'm just kind of asking you what you think. I'm not making any claims on this. I'm just saying, would that be?
That's what it seems to be. Yeah, because like I was saying with these translucents, like when you order the Weems and Platt Star Wheels, which isn't what most people use or are used to seeing it as, they get like a graph that runs from left to right when they look at the stars, right? And there's actually like this oscilloscope, that does a Pac-Manning effect, which is interesting because that's how they look at the stars running from right to left or left to right. And they see it that way. They see it linearly when they're looking at the stars. But if it works like, like this field, and they know that that's the way the field works, when you get the Weems and Plath uh, starfinders, it comes with all these translucents based on your latitude position. And as you go towards the center, it gets way more circular, like you're saying, for the correction of your amplitude to work out. So those are mimicking the magnetic field, whereas somebody that thinks they're on a ball could get those and they say, oh, it looks, they have to give these translucent overlays so that we can account for the curvature of the Earth. And you could think that because it kind of looks like it's accounting for that oblateness.
Interesting. Well, the oblateness, though, they claim is pretty minimal, though, right? I mean, in terms of overall, but potentially this effect. Wouldn't this mean that it's not? Yeah, this would have to do. Well, because obviously the latitude and longitude would have to be altered to sell it to us of the idea of the Earth's a globe when it's not a globe. So the lat long and the whole grid system would have to in some way be altered. So are you suggesting that whatever they've done to alter that, along with the oblateness and so on, would have to play into how they would transform it to what they tell us the distances are and what they tell us the grid is versus what it actually is? Because that's the thing, to check this, you would have to actually measure distances yourself, with angles, all yourself independently. So.
Yeah, well, I think the distances would be the same if it's a transform of the grid. It's just a matter of what they started with, whether it was an actual electromagnetic over a magnetic field. That's the reason that the lats and longs are the way they are, because that's what it is. And then they did the globe afterwards, or if it was somehow like, oh, we're going to trick them into thinking it's a ball, and then all the coordinate systems are going to be a little bit skewed visually when you try to do what Gatebreaker was doing earlier. But yeah, if you see that Weems and Plath, you see all these different overlays that come with it. I just posted. I don't know if it went through yet, but
are those for your declination?
It's for your correcting for amplitude. It's like he describes it like the way that the star position actually is compared to where you would see it from your position. But it's like closing one eye and shutting another. It's kind of like you're like a parallax type thing, but it's the difference between the two that gives you the correct star position that you have to use. And that's why they have these overlays. And it mimics the electromagnetic field. But if you think you're on a ball, you can think it's mimicking the ball. You see what I'm saying?
Interesting. Yeah. Wow. That seems too obvious, though. Because you're right. Those overlays kind of show like a oblate. That's actually closer to the magnetic field that we're talking about would have to exist for a dual pole, in my mind, to work. You'd have, they can't just be perfect circles because obviously then they would only meet in one place. If you just have two perfect circles, they're not really going to blend at the equator and everything that would have to happen. So
yeah, you can
wild.
see it on those overlays. That's mimicking the electromagnetic field shape.
So yeah, amplitude is the angular distance of a star from true east or true west at rising setting. So what they're calling true east and true west, then the angular distance of that. I'm not familiar with amplitude, but I'm trying to think how it would play into how this would play into the actual differences of what the ground is versus what the stars actually are. And if I'm just thinking about if this would actually be related. I mean, you think that would essentially be giving what the stars are actually doing, and instead of having to correct for them because you're on a globe, they just actually would be that way. But they're not going to tell you that. They're not just going to say, "Hey, this is what the star field actually is above you."
Well, yeah, it seems like that's the thing that they don't address directly, and they don't even have to if you think you're on a ball and you get this stuff. He said that the wings and plastic star wheels come with like no instructions. There's just the stars there, and the way that if you went in and he said he spent like 3 years figuring out how to plot the stars and how he taught himself calculus and how to work it all out. And anyway, so there's these things that I'm putting in the chat right now that you have to use for getting one position of you in relation to a single star. But there's nothing that does it like he does with putting both the wheels on opposite sides the way they are in the north and the south, so that you could check. Like, so say you figured out your amplitude and you did your calculus and you got your position and you were going to go check to see if that star is right, where it should be in relation to where you are. Maybe you had somebody that was like a certain geographical area that could check to see if it's at the azimuth where they are for like a GP position, but they don't. It's like you have to do one star at a time, and it's just like so painstaking. He said that it's no wonder that most people aren't familiar with how this works or what to do with it once you actually got one star position, because first of all, they're not using wheels like this usually. They're getting all this like data from the nautical almanac and then putting it into equations and then thinking they figured one thing out, or they did figure one thing out. Maybe they could cross check that one star, but in relation to all the other stars, then what does that mean, right? There's no like visual context to put the whole thing together the way he's done, right? And if you could actually call someone in Australia and then say, okay, well, if his wheels are correct, then this star above me, the way that his wheels show, should have, this star approximately above you in Australia. And you could do some cross checking to try to see if, to falsify what he's talking about. But in these things that I'm posting here, Gio, you see how the graph on the side, on the bottom corner, or one of them has it on the top left. But there's the squares that widen out, and then they go back into like a 3D kind of like narrowing.
Yeah,
That's the another indication that what we're looking at is an electromagnetic field that pinches. That's mimicking the pinch right there, and how you would figure out your stuff mathematically. Otherwise, if it was perfect parallel lines, circles, they wouldn't need to do that. So look into how those work, and then what that actually means as far as your positioning and why you would have to use the difference between your 10 degrees and 50 degrees, and why the 50 degrees between 50 and 40 is so much wider than between 0 and 10.
Yeah, it almost looks like a hyperbolic geometry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like they're not offering this, and if they did the 33-degree correction, like I don't think that Adam really knew what he was talking about as far as it being determined by the sun. After all, it sounded like he did at first, but it's not about where the sun is, because that's the one thing that's out of sync according to what he was talking about with it. It's not in the right constellation exactly. It's about 33 degrees off from where it should be for the start of Aries.
Does that play into the precession of the equinoxes claim?
Yeah. And one of the other things is that the wobble, I was asking him about that. At first, I thought it was the magnetic declination or the magnetic pole compared to the true north that was causing the wobble. I thought that's what he said, but he said no. What it is, and he showed me this graph. I'll try to post it, but it's basically the one you get when you look at like the linear depiction of the stars with the sine wave of the sun going through the constellations. Now that's the precession of the equinox, they call it, where the sun goes through the constellations, right? But the wobble part of it's interesting. He said the reason they have to claim the wobble is because the stars are consistent, right? Those never change. Those are perfect circles, even though they're oblate. They work like perfect circles. And um, the sun it goes through its cycle, and it's constantly varying in altitude, and that's why there's a sine wave. But that sine wave of the sun, they can't have that in a literal sense, right? They have to make it like the planet is tilting away and making that sine wave just an illusion, just the way it comes out. If you look at it this way, we're going to put this little sine wave that represents the sun, even though we're saying you're on a planet that tilts away from the sun and wobbles. So it's the sun movement that creates the need for that claim of a wobble.
Well, you're saying the sun movement that's not in perfect circles, that's in an oblate circles?
Well, the sun has all kinds of variations in altitude. If it's going through these toroidal fields and like going over and under the toroidal fields from north to south across the equator, it's completely consistent, but there's variations in its altitude and its angles that it takes throughout that circuit, right? And it's not consistent. It goes up and it goes down, and it goes in oblate circles, and then it's at this and in the same way it works like perfect clockwork. But those variations are the reason they have to claim the wobble, was what he was saying. It's about the sun movement, not about the stars.
Interesting. You mean the wobble for the precession of the equinoxes, or one of the different? Because there's like several wobbles they have on their globe thing.
Yeah, I guess for the precession, but there's several wobbles, and whatever other reasons they have to claim wobbles are another story. But I guess just for the wobble of the precession.
Well, that's a whole question. Like, how would that work on a dual pole? Like the constellations, the zodiac, but then also the precession of the equinoxes. But I was asking, I mean, is it directly related or is it not related to the idea of the prime meridian being 30 degrees off? Is that not related to the precession? Because you were saying like if the prime meridian's in a different position, then when the sun reaches, essentially there would be a point where the sun is on the equator and the prime meridian. It's at potentially the center of the world, right? Like in the idea of a dual pole, is that what you would think? Is that the prime meridian, the equator, is the center, if there is a center?
Yeah.
Or at least the center of those two, kind of like a cross. In the middle of the cross is the center of that. So if that's 30 degrees off, that would change where the sun is in what constellation, at least at that time.
Yep.
Anyways, do you think that's related to that, or is that slightly different?
Well, as far as the wobble goes, I guess it's related because what he's saying is that you can see that the sun isn't in the right spot for the way it rises in from the west. It's more like a 90 degree without the 33 degree correction when it really should be a 60 degree rising. And it's a little bit off. And so you could use the stars exactly the same way and it'd be an arbitrary starting point. But if you try to sync up the sun and observing the sun along with the stars as it goes through its north-south circuiting, it's about 30 degrees off. As if you were just navigating, you wouldn't necessarily notice any difference because you're just using the stars. But if you were trying to use the sun in relation to the stars and sync it up so that everything works out, especially because the map is just a map, it's not the territory. But if you have the map laid out according to the prime meridian being in the middle, with the international date line being the opposite, being 180 degrees from that, then the map shifts and all the continents shift over a little bit. And then that's when it became clear that must be the way it is, because all the direct sun times and everything worked out for New Zealand and Hawaii and some of these more outskirt places that would be off with the regular two-pole transform. Which then you could think, oh, maybe that's intentional, because the two-pole transform is obviously wrong the way that it works out with that prime meridian 33 degrees off, because you can see like outstanding areas that don't look right, like New Zealand being like way below Antarctica. And it should be up more closer to, it's about 15 degrees once you make the correction. Anyway, it's interesting stuff, because I've never really looked into, the more technical star stuff.
I gotta go soon. I just want to say thank you guys. I enjoyed listening. I'm very proud of you guys. I don't know if that means anything for doing everything you're doing.
You. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I appreciate your input on the Southern Stars, and being one of the ones that we were talking about you the other day, that you deserve some cred for acknowledging that the Southern Stars indicate a dual pole at least, even if you don't think that's necessarily working with the Mercator transform. But yeah, check out other transform possible starting points. Like if you started everything with a two pole transform, the graticule that way, and made that like, I don't know, essentially ease map. Maybe find a way of falsifying his map without having like a Mercator restriction to it. I don't know. Whatever you can play with, man. We appreciate it. You're good with your graphics.
Thanks. You guys have a great night.
Or come up with are you heading out? Well, it's like basically a new one needs to be discovered. We would need our own data though, because to use the globe coordinates, like that was where it all kind of went, it shot off earlier, like that whole discussion of like using the Mercator grid. The question of, is that already, let's just say, globe adjusted or globe modified? If it's already globe modified, it's never going to fit right on the real plane of the Earth. It's always going to be off. And then trying to be like, well, is this distortion better than that distortion, or is that one better than this one, is kind of tough. Maybe just to get the exact right thing is, so if we had the ability to gather all of our own data and then put that together ourselves is what might be needed, to where we could actually have something of what actually matches reality, rather than what we're given and then trying to kind of stretch it into something that's already been modified away from, versus getting what actually is the real. And that's where the challenge lies, is being able to get the actual thing rather than the transform on top of a transform kind of thing.
Yeah.
All these transforms in one way or another is going to get an arrangement of continents essentially similar to what we're seeing in the dual pole. The difference is going to be very marginal, plus or minus 10%, 20% max. It is important if the world is a planar stationary two pole, it is important to get the correct map. But the differences in these various so-called templates that we're using to transform into these various dual pole maps are very marginal. Just that thing I shared originally with you earlier, Gio, with the whole pictures and the dots and stuff. I don't know if you ever want to talk about that with a new perspective. Just you guys look into that in now or later, and just look into it and see if you can get anywhere with that.
Yeah, because Dave, he was showing like those islands out in the Pacific. If you stretch them around the outside, just like Antarctica gets stretched. If you do it on the AE map, Antarctica gets stretched. He was just showing how any land that's out there, if you use that coordinate, would get all stretched out. So you'd have these huge stretched out islands, the ones that are like near the international date line, or like islands that are out there. I don't know if you have like a direct rebuttal for that, or would you just say that those islands are not getting stretched?
Well, I saw that. That's why I came in, because I wanted to know if he was starting with what the globe assumes as far as that goes. But it would make sense if it was starting with the kind of the Mercator distances that are a transform that would match a globe. And if those areas were just put like dots, like he was doing with the back of the blue side of the ball, essentially, then when you transport them into the dual pole, then it's going to look like it's stretched out. But that could just be showing where those islands would actually end up, regardless, and not necessarily mean that they're stretching because we're not on a ball. So if that's the way, if they're on the outskirts and they have GPs, because I was even quizzing him about like different islands, like where would Point Nemo or what was it? Yeah, Point Nemo. Or some of these places that are like remote blue side of the ball areas. Well, they give a coordinates for those places in the nautical almanac, and you can just put them on his map, and it's just a transform. You could look at it as a transform, or you could look at it as that's where the islands actually are, and then with the transform of the ball, it puts it on the backside of the ball because they had to pinch it and fold it all over.
Yeah, it would imply that the international date line, the hacked up, cut up line, why don't they just have on the globe? Why wouldn't they just have a prime meridian that goes all the way around? Why would they have the blue side of the ball? It has to have this international date line that's all hacked up and cut up.
That's how I'm more like a timeline, like they say with the the time zones and stuff. I think that's the only reason for that political stuff. They have to
the prime meridian they claim, but why would they have to also have the international date line and the prime meridian in the blue side?
No, the prime meridian is not on the blue side. That's the prime meridian's through the middle in front.
But I mean, a great circle route would continue going around the ball, the prime meridian at 0.
No, the prime meridian's only between the north. Well, according to the four corner layout, the prime meridian only runs from north to south pole in the middle. And then if you continue up, that's the international date line, which has to be 180 degrees off of the prime meridian, straight up north of north or straight down south of south.
Right, but I'm saying if you had a prime meridian on a ball that was half of the ball, like a great circle route, in theory that would just go all the way around. So why wouldn't the international date line just be, if it was a ball, a continuation of the prime meridian that goes halfway? Why wouldn't you just have another straight one that goes on the other side? Like why wouldn't the prime meridian go all the way around versus having to have this international date line, which is all hacked up and is not one of the longitude lines?
Well, that's just the way they denote it because of the way they keep time, and it actually works that way. If it is a dual pole flat Earth, it's not just like a random choosing of that. It actually is the way that the sun meets up with the constellations for it to be right in the center on March 21st or September 21st. It's one of those key dates where the sun is exactly center of the known area of Earth. And then once it goes around, it'd be exactly 24 hours till it meets up exactly where it should be again. And then there's slight variations even to that. And you get into the whole idea of the equation of time, and then the sidereal day versus the solar day and all that. But he says that there's one debunk that he thinks is obvious, but I've brought it up to you before. And I think there's an excuse that maybe works with their sidereal versus solar, but he thinks that's like something that should debunk the ball as well. When there's a 24-hour rotation of the sun, or it's 360 degrees for the rotation for the ball Earth model to work, right? It has to be a perfect 360 degree rotation for it to get back to where it started from if the sun doesn't move and we move. But there's 365 days in a year. And that's going to keep multiplying. It's going to keep compounding, that you're going to be, so many minutes off the first day, but then that doubles the next day, and it's infinitely compounding if you really worked it out. But they have ways with the leap year and the way they keep time that makes it all work out somehow.
Yeah. No, the 360 versus 365. Yeah, because like in the Zodiac, they have to make it so that it's making like slightly less than a degree per
Yeah.
day. Yeah, no, I hear
Yeah.
you. I mean, we were just talking about. I'm just saying, if it were a globe, one would think the prime meridian would just be a full 360-degree circle all the way along the ball, from top to bottom, bottom to top, all the way around. So it just seems strange that half of it is this hacked up prime meridian line, which is the thing that's in contention, the whole Southern Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, and that they may have that is maybe where they would have to adjust things, to make it work. So just
Right. Could
back
be something to do
back
with
to
that.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, you're
if
right.
that's what I'm just saying, logically, you would think that there would just be one line that would go, like you'd have the equator, and then you'd have, at a perfect 90 to that, you would have, if you wanted, you could have your prime meridian. I guess you would have to set it somewhere, but yeah,
Well,
no, I hear you on that.
the prime meridian is supposed to be between the poles, even on a ball. It's supposed to be between the poles so that you can, you know, get your 360 turn of the sun with it circling around and ending up at the same spot or whatever. And then the noon compared to midnight, is what it is, just to keeping time, like the international date line. But he says there's ways you can tell the way, if because they have to switch it over when it goes to the south. Then the way they keep time goes by the bottom. Not that it would be any different, but there are some nuances to it that would make you know that it actually switched from reading the southern part of the international date line compared to the northern.
Yeah, which also plays into time zones, how the
Yep.
time zones are broken up.
And those are broken up by 15 degrees too. Interesting enough, he was saying. Like you could see like the segments of them are like, denoted that way. That I mean it's a masterpiece. We have to, slow hand clap. And if it is like I just want to give everybody like the forgiveness that, if they're involved in whatever, on whatever level of continuing with the ball mythology, because it's something they inherited. They didn't come up with it. They're just, reading the data with this reverse engineered model, and whether they believe it or not isn't necessarily, it's like almost like they're talking about these days with the politicians that are involved with what they're uncovering supposedly with the Epstein stuff. And I don't want to start that discussion. I'm just saying they were talking about how it's like better for people to not get the information because of the way it might affect society. And Flat Earth is a similar way. Like it's like the information there is there for you to find out, but no one's gonna want to rock the boat or tip over all the apple carts because we have a society that needs to have some kind of order, and to just think that truth is like the most important thing, and no matter how bad it is, everybody should always speak the truth. Well, there's something to be said for the illusion people want to buy into, and that they have to kind of be weaned out from knowing these things, because if it was like too big an impact and all of it was laid out for everybody to know all at once, nobody would be very happy with the way things might go down, with the disruption that would cause to people's psyche.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, without knowing all of the details myself in terms of exactly like all of the correct map and all of the correct layout and how the international date line links into the time zones and the prime meridian and all these factors, like I can't say that I have independently validated. But however, it does seem like there is a lot of room for fudgery to be going on, and that's really what like I think a takeaway, at least for myself, is that there's just like tremendous capacity for something to be going on in terms of how they're fudging it in order to sell it as a globe when it's not a globe. And then, like you said, like a lot of people are just going off of basically what they Google at the end of the day. I mean, yeah, some people have flown around here, there, and elsewhere, but to really get to some of these things we're asking about, like actual distances and the oceans and the exact time zones, the exact layout. I mean, the continents, yeah, it's one thing, like the distances on the continents is one thing, like, oh yeah, you drive to your friend's house. But it's another thing in terms of like how the actual continents are all laid out over the grand oceans. And I know rebuttals for that. Oh, the plane flight, flight paths. Yeah, but that's all very like pre-calculated as well. Like these guys are not just shooting out themselves and mapping the whole Earth. They're following predetermined flight routes. And with GPS today, they're following a whole system that they're just kind of a pawn in a way. I'm not saying that pilots don't know what they're doing, that they do to a degree, but they're also following like certain paths that they're given. So, and then like, yeah, just what you were saying about people weaning off that. I mean, if they think they found the truth and they have the truth, fair enough for them, but at the same time, a lot of people are more or less Googling a lot of things, looking up online what is the case, and then just being like, oh, that is the case because I was told it's the case, in terms of all these facets. And when it comes into the globe model, like timeanddate.com and the layout of the land, and obviously claiming there's curvature. So that's where I think it takes like a keen eye to actually consider what the actual truth might be and independent validation, to be able to actually independently validate it, which I know is a huge question. I mean, but with a whole research team and, millions of dollars, like we could do all that. But for somebody who's in this discussion who, went to whatever schooling, they've looked up online, they've heard what, the standard idea is about the international dateline or just whatever, all these different things. And then they would just come on here and be like, it's this way, and just say it, it's this, even though like they haven't really validated. And of course they might say, well, I don't have to validate everything. I can trust the professionals. But then what are the professionals going off of as well? So that's where kind of getting to the bottom of this, like being a detective and holding out for what really is true, especially when you're already on the path of it, And it's a huge question. Like talk about the Earth, the whole layout of the whole thing. So it's a big kind of conundrum.
And you have to consider, like, what if the truth is like, like if it's something people in general or even us wouldn't want to, like there's certain things like if it were true, I'd almost rather not know. Like we all kind of have our threshold for that. Like we all say we'd want to know no matter what the truth is. But if like, royalty are all really shape-shifting reptiles, and it's not going to change my life to know or not know that. I'd almost rather not know that if it's true. I mean, because the only way you could really know it's true is if you were there somehow having a personal like witnessing of it. And even then, a lot of things are possible with makeup and all kinds of stuff, but there's certain things like it'd almost be a happier life not knowing. And there's an echo coming in from somebody's mic.
Shit,
but
sorry, that's me.
all right. But I'm saying if it's outer ponders and there's some kind of treaty going on, and the truth is we're not allowed to go any further, and that's just like to put it to people like that, like, yeah, there's more land, there's more areas, and we're kind of like, confined to this area, and we were quarantined, like that theory goes, many thousands of years ago, or whatever the restrictions are, they could justify it by saying, well, this way at least, people don't even know that there's an option to go anywhere else. And if we can't go there, literally can't go there, restricted for whatever reasons, psychologically, it's almost safer for everyone or better in some way to have the ball fantasy with the sci-fi that goes with it instead of you're a rat trapped in a cage and all that kind of presentation.
Well, dude, to go here with that, like maybe to shift off a little bit of some of all the kind of stars and some of those components. But real quick, did you hear Osco's theory? He came in yesterday. He was all excited to tell me. But did you hear?
That was earlier today, wasn't it?
Oh, it was yesterday. He mentioned it. He may have mentioned it again today. I don't know. I was gone for quite a part of the day today. But well, basically, like totally, like I mean, it's speculation and kind of his just idea, I think, or a thought he was having. The idea that if you were to go straight on the equator and actually go straight, that's how you actually get to the outer lands or the outer ponds. And then you're talking about like reptiles, some reptilian race or something wild. But the idea, like I think that he was saying, I don't want to strawman him, but I think like the idea that only on the equator, on the equator and only on the equator, if you were to go straight east or west, you would basically, that's like where the entrance would be to the outer ponders, basically. Did you hear that when he said that?
Well, yeah, we were DMing about it. He mentioned that he and I were going back and forth because that is one of the things that I was talking with E1 about when he was mentioning that there's all these naval ships kind of like lined up out there, and they switch from the north to the south for the sun being more warm or whatever. But he said, yeah, they like in shifts, and there's buoys that'll redirect you. But he's speculated about them being like some vessels aren't identified as ours necessarily. It could be that they're black ops ships or whatever, but there's some that you can identify, some you can't. And it seems like it could be some kind of trafficking. There's other people that have thought about that as, the reason they lie about the ball is there could be other people in other lands that they trade with. And, that's a big secret, because if they're getting some of their trading from other places, like even you've mentioned, like the idea that the gold, is there's a lot more gold, and how that would affect the economy, or if there was another system that was supplying a certain amount, or allowing us to have a certain area that we were confined to. It would explain a lot of things about the scarcity of minerals and all those kind of things being like what they use to set the economy with. And if we knew there was abundance of gold that never ending, then they wouldn't be able to even sell us on the scarcity of it as well. But maybe even human trafficking is what I was getting to, which is kind of a darker part of it. Maybe that's because there's a lot of people go missing every year. Even like the number he was giving me was like way more than I would have assumed. And I don't know and that's just what we can find information for. Who knows how many people aren't even reported as missing, like, from third world countries or whatever. But if that number's as high as he's saying, then that would be one of the commodities that we would trade for the outer pounders with, assumingly.
That's pretty trippy. I mean, now we're in like a lot of speculation, but yeah, first of all, I have said the idea like years ago, just a trippy idea that let's say there was more land out there and they have some economy on that land that maybe like they use the same money we use. And so all of their like trying to like get all of our tax money and keep, do all this is actually like because they use the money on other lands or some trippy idea. Or like you said, the gold thing, like the gold scarcity, or if they have like a ton of gold. I think what I had said also the theory, like let's say there's other land where there was tons of gold. Like, okay, let's say there's there's gold on North America, gold on South America, Africa, et cetera, like our continents. But let's say there's only a certain amount, there's whatever, 50% of it, let's say. And let's say there's a whole nother 50% of gold that is on XYZ other continents. Then I had thrown the idea out years ago that maybe the idea that, and it is just speculation, the idea that they used all that gold that they had from the other lands to take over our world, basically, or our gold standard, to take it over, to be like, hey, we have more gold than, we have twice as much gold as you guys have combined. And then they took over the whole world with that. That's a trippy idea just in and of itself, that like they use gold from other lands to take over our whole world. But that, and then is that kind of what you're alluding to? Like,
yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. You've mentioned that idea before, like that it goes along with what I've been saying since 2017 about the outer ponders and possibly being the reason that, like, even if there aren't outer ponders, that idea of outer ponders could be something that they use amongst each other at the higher up level to pass the buck. Like everyone's passing the buck to like, oh, we can't do anything. We have to go along with what he says because he's, the president. And then maybe from the president, it goes to the people that control all the countries that are actually the New World Order. And then those New World Order people that maybe even have names that people can associate with, they pass the buck to this like ominous outer ponder thing that could or could not exist, but it doesn't matter because that's the word on high that they've always gone by. Whether you call them outer ponders or sea people or, Phoenicians or whoever's in control, that we will have no way of knowing or identifying or knowing about, even at the higher levels. Maybe it's just like that's the word that you get and you go by that, because it does seem like there's something else that's in control beyond what people are aware of, even at the top levels, maybe. And that's how they justify some of these things, like human trafficking. Even maybe like there's a sci-fi movie that played with that idea of like the aliens demanding a certain amount of people, or the world would be destroyed or something like that. Some kind of scenario where it was the trading of people that people had to like go along with, even though it's like the most evil thing. But your other choice is everybody dies or everybody, the whole illusion's broken. If you don't do this secretively enough and get us enough people, we're just going to come in and take them. And everyone's going to know we took them. If you don't do it in a secret operative way. And that's
okay, that's I'm trying to follow. That's a trippy idea. Wait, are you saying like, okay, totally like sci-fi movie level? Like I'm not, let's just sit for the moment, but it's speculative. Are you saying, because this could be like a movie plot. Are you saying the idea that there's like some like shape shifting reptiles or just whatever. It doesn't even have to be that. It could be some crazy like species. And the idea that like there are outer ponders and that they want like a certain amount of humans like for their whatever they're doing. But if it wasn't like the idea that like I don't know, man. Like, okay, you know how like in Lord of the Rings, there's like these huge like orc armies, you know, and these
Right.
monsters, you know. Are you almost suggesting like the kind of idea that like in these outer ponders, there's like monsters or dragons or something crazy that they would come and kill all of us unless the New World Order people like covertly, you know, gave them like a constant feed of humans. Otherwise, if they don't do that, then they'll come kill all of us, and that they're actually doing it and for a good reason to save the rest of us. I don't. Is that the trippy
Yeah,
idea?
that's
You're
the
like,
justification that they could even make up is going on, even if it's not going on, and they've got their own little island of people they're taking them to, and they say they're trading to the outer ponders. I'm saying, but that was kind of like an idea, like an alien invasion movie plot and something I saw, but it's also something I've thought, and it's speculative about what's going on with the trading of everything with these outer lands. If we know it's flat, then there's got to be more land, more civilizations. I don't think of them as orcs or other types of beings other than like, ancient ancestors and possibly the Elohim, whatever they were, could, still exist at more of like a pure form of whatever we are. And we're across, the seeding of us is like it says in the Bible, and I don't know if you've ever read the things I posted from Michael Brenner's interpretation of the Bible, and what it seems to be saying, as far as he can tell with the 30 translations he went through, is that there was a race of people called the Elohim that created a race of people to mine the gold, and then they created another race of people to work in the dirt. And that was the Adams and the Eves. Well, the Adams came first, and it was all men, according to what he says. That seems like the words are saying. And we were created to work in the dirt. We weren't created from the dirt. Not to start a whole biblical discussion or whatever, but that's an interesting thing if that is the case. That's the interpretation. And the Adam's rib is not where they made the Eves from. It was actually a different bone, and the bone that is designated in the Bible isn't a rib. It's where they actually to this day get all the stem cells from, and it's in the hip bone, and it's a certain part that they get the stem cells from a certain reason. But if that is the bone that they're indicating in the Bible is where the stem cells came from, and it was actually scientifically done where they created a counterpart for the atoms to have a mate, and then there's all this these passages talking about how it would free him in a way that they didn't allow before. And the naming of the animals was actually because they were having sex with the animals, and naming the animals and having sex with them was a different, a way of translating it, and that kind of weird shit. But there was supposedly just an Adamic race to work in the dirt, like an agricultural race, after they created a race that got the gold to begin with. And that's interesting. If it's still the Elohim or whatever, those more pure form of the DNA that we have some of, that are still controlling things. And I don't know if you want to say that they're giants or any of that kind of stuff, but there's all those options, whether they're just ancient ancestor or people that are, living just like us in an outer pond that's more advanced. All those things are possible, and they could justify, the human trafficking and doing it discreetly in that way because the other option is that it's going to be way more out in the open. Like maybe they don't care about our civilization at all, but the people that are keeping it in order have to keep this illusion alive to have the order. And part of that deal goes along with like doing a lot of these evil things as way of keeping the illusion alive that the outer ponders wouldn't give a shit about if we didn't like meet their demands.
that is definitely a trip, bro. That is a
Isn't that
trip. I'm
trip?
just kind of listening, but that's wild. Yeah, that's a lot to consider.
And they could, and it's a perfect excuse for them too. Unfortunately, I guess fortunately for them, but like even if that's not true, they could use that as like their reasoning that they give to other people, or the excuse they come up with if everyone somehow were to figure shit out, and then oh, well, there's a lot of stuff that happened with these evil things, but you didn't realize that it was like we had no choice. And that's kind of a theme that a lot of movies use, where like a man's given a decision, or some of these more contemporary movies where like people are doing bad shit, but it's for the overall good because they had to sacrifice the few to save the whole, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but is that really? Oof,
Well, we
I don't
can't
know.
know. It's all speculation. It's all speculation, but it's interesting
Yeah.
because if that is the case, that would explain a lot too. Because I don't think people can be like waking up in the morning and going to bed at night just being like, I'm an evil person. I'm going to do as much evil as I can today. I don't think that's the natural state of humans. Maybe there are humans that are like that, but I just don't think that it seems like anybody that I've met is naturally just all evil. And if they do evil things, it's usually some kind of justification process in their head.
Okay, well, but who's to say that at the top of this they're human? Because if they're not, like they could be deceiving humans into convincing them that, hey, like, okay, this is a trippy idea, but let's say there's like some crazy reptilians, and then the reptilians are like, hey guys, we have access to these outer ponders. These outer ponders are absolutely monsters. Like, they're huge dragons. They're going to come kill everyone. Therefore, you have to help us to do all this covert stuff so that they don't kill everyone. So, so they've convinced some humans, let's say, like, to do that, to then protect the rest of us. Like, I guess that's like one possible kind of idea, like in this just pure speculation. But when you were saying, like, I hear what you're saying about this level of evil, like wake up every day, like, oh, we're going to vaccinate all the children and give them autism and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, but then there's the question, like, is that even humans that's really doing it at that level? Because if they're not human, then they could have a level of evil that's way beyond what we consider a human even capable of. So that's one possibility.
But if that was the case, wouldn't they make it a lot worse for us? I mean, couldn't they just do all the evil shit and we'd see like way more evil if that were the case? Because it seems like they kind of like the whole thing about like even in Freemasonry, you see the left hand, the right hand stuff, the give and the take, and they want to think of themselves as God, and even the God concept is like God is evil and good, and he will monitor both. It's like they balance everything out. And I think that they love for the regular goyim or whoever, we are compared to them, they like for us to think everything's black and white. Like you're evil or you're good, or like you're this or you're that. And there's only two choices. And it's such myopic thinking to even consider that stuff would really work that way, rather than it's a balancing act. And, if it was like really people that had the power being all evil, life would probably suck a lot more for everyone on a regular basis, you might assume.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying. Because we got here because it's like there is the question of like to lie to us about the shape of the earth. Like it is quite a coordinated thing. And you hear people say as a rebuttal, they're always like, they're not lying to us about the shape of the earth. Like humans can't even keep a secret. Humans can't even, keep a blowjob secret with that stupid, like, Bill Clinton thing, as if that wasn't just a complete psyop. But they use that idea. And I do understand that idea. Like humans are not that great necessarily at like working together and doing some huge covert thing. On the other hand, though, there's a rebuttal for that. Like there's people in the military that sign NDA agreements all the time and they don't leak it even to their family or their wife or their kids or anyone, because if not, they end up in jail. So then you could just say, well, yeah, they totally could keep secrets. I mean, there's thousands of people, millions probably, I don't know how many concurrently, but if you add up all the decades of people in the military that have signed NDA, non-disclosure agreements, that they can't leak anything of whatever their missions were, and they keep those secrets, other than the few that might leak it and then they end up in jail or whatever. So they could keep secrets. But anyways, it's just that larger question of like being lied to about the earth, who's actually behind it. And then that's where it opens up into like, is there other land? Is there some kind of crazy trafficking thing? Are they even humans? It's just interesting to consider all of those components, just because a lie this big, like, is it really just humans doing it? Is this just a bunch of old men, old men with gray hair sitting around a table smoking cigars? You know what I mean? Is that really who's behind all this? Or like you said, that it's kind of trippy to think about. Like, is there some kind of a plea deal going on, where like there are some humans and then they're being convinced to do evil thing because they think something else is going on, that whether is maybe something else is going on. And is that what you started on by saying? Is that like, the idea that like if we knew the truth, it would almost be more shocking? Like, because if there is some kind of crazy like slave trade or something going on, or with some
Yeah,
other
it could be.
entities or something.
Could be, yeah. Even like, I mean, like, there's justifications for a lot of these things. Like even the people that go along with whatever the program is, like you're in the news or you're whatever, to whatever level you're involved and you sign the NDA, and whether it is true that you're doing it for the greater good or not. I think that if you're a regular human that has a conscience, you have to convince yourself that it's for the greater good somehow to even sleep at night, So whether the justification is true or not, it almost doesn't even matter because they can't find out what the actual truth is. And they're told it's for the greater good. And that people can't handle the truth. And the way they've created our society, it's set up for people not to be able to handle the truth intentionally. They make the lie so big that people would be crippled at the thought of it, like they are with flat Earth, and that's how it's so well designed. And then they put out the politicians that are intentionally stupid to make people think they're in control, and there's no way they could hide anything because look what they couldn't hide a blowjob, like you were saying. Those kind of things are put out there for that reason, so that people think that there's actual investigation going on, and that the idiots are in control, because then they can get away with whatever they want because it's very, very well controlled when you look at it on the nuance level. I mean, it's a masterpiece with the reverse engineering and like, the controlling of the news and how we get a story with the subterfuge. The art of subterfuge is amazing. We get a fake story that people buy into, the Charlie Kirk thing. All of that is just like covering all of their, like, I bet they have like 100 different whiteboards they're looking at with all like the different graphs and how the influence of one event would affect all these different people in such a way. And I don't think they're worried about us really finding out the truth. I think it's more about keeping the order and keeping the people that are keeping the order somehow convinced they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's pretty intense though, dude. I mean, is there any story you think you could be told that you would go in on some huge lie of like deceiving the whole world, making fake pictures of the globe and stuff? Like, is there any narrative like you think you could be told that you would think it's worth it to do that and that you think it's justified? Because that seems like kind of a stretch in my mind to think that there's anything that they could say to justify it other than them just being like, yeah, we're evil. We're lying to people just to control them. And because I mean, people will do crazy stuff. Like you think about the criminals like in gangs, what they'll do. You know what I mean? They'll rob from people, they'll lie, they'll cheat and steal. But at the higher level of people that are billionaire trillionaires, like what would they do? You know what I mean? It's just if they're just insane, they're willing to do whatever.
Well, just look at the way, like, we've had discussions or debates about, the idea of anarchy. And a lot of people think that anarchy would work perfectly and everyone just keeps the law and order. You don't need a government to tell you what to do and all these other things. And I've heard you in the conversation talk about, well, we do need to be able to call the cops if something's wrong, that kind of has to be there. And there's people that are like complete anarchists. And, it could be just as simple as that. Like, look, anarchy creates this kind of a society. And whether it would work or not, that's not the society we have. And if you like the way society runs and you want to be able to call the cops, you have to have some order. And then that's like a slippery slope where it could lead up to all of these other things that make society somehow not be in turmoil or whatever the chaos is that the truth would cause.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely like out on a limb in terms of speculation because I mean, I'm open to considering there's another, like something non-human that is actually at the core of all this. If you want to say at the top, I guess, of their pyramid, some non-human beings. I mean, that is interesting. It would explain a lot of components because like, yeah, are they really this evil? Are humans really this evil? To put together and to coordinate a lie on this level, not only a lie about the earth, it's not only the earth, it's all kinds of, it's the media, the banking, and you could just even leave the earth out of it. I mean, remember that day that PhD Tony was in here and he's like, you guys think so many things are a lie. And I went and I asked him, remember that? I was like, I don't know if you heard that, but I was like, well, Tony, do you think there's lies in the media? And he was like, yep, there are. Think there's lies in the military? Oh, yes, there are. Are there lies in the corporations? Oh, yes, there are. Are there lies in, the energy, like big oil? Oh, yes, there are. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, well, who thinks there's a lot of lies here, me or you? Just because, we might think that the earth is also one of them. That's not really that much to add on to a pile. Like you already have a pile of lies, a pile of deceptions and operatives going on. Even people that believe in the globe, a lot of them will admit to a lot of these things. Politics, I mean, don't even get anyone started on the levels of lies in politics. There's more lies than truth, I think a lot would say. So, you know, just to add the Earth to it is not that big of a difference in that way. But I don't know where I was going with that. I'm just saying, yeah, like, well, just the idea that there could be some non-human entities that are involved orchestrating it. And then if you add on top of that, if there's other land, or that part of the reason for the globe deception is other land, because they want us convinced that the other land is in the sky. You know what I mean? They're like, it's Mars. We're going to Mars. You know what I mean? That's what they want us to think. The peons or whatever they call us, the common folk, like they want us to think that the more land is. I just saw something on my news feed. Is this even real? Some like 23-year-old girl who's like training to be an astronaut, she claims, and then she's going to go to Mars and stay there. I don't even know if it was like a real, but it's but it's like she's like never coming back or whatever. So I don't know. Like they want that's where they want us to think the more land is. But yeah, if you add like the idea of a possible non-human being involved or multiple, and then if you add the idea that the globe or the Earth deception has also something to do with more land or even other civilizations out there, which I find that a bit sci-fi. We joke about outer ponders, but honestly, dude, like when I close my eyes and go to bed at night, when I think about there actually being like outer ponders kind of thing, it feels like a bit of a stretch for me. I mean, it's just wild to think that actually could be going on, but I'm open to it. I mean, how much do you consider? Because that's what it then opens up to is my point. I'm just saying, I know I'm kind of like reviewing what we're talking about, but I'm just saying like non-human beings is one thing, but then if there's actually more land is another. And then if you involve both of those, or even just the outer land, you could get into what you're talking about, which is like potential narratives going on where there's some kind of trade going on with these other lands, whether that's for gold or precious metals or technology, or whether those other beings are threatening to us and there's something going on there. So it's pretty, I mean, they use those narratives with like the outer space alien thing, like, oh no, are aliens, hostile? So they already use that. So it transfers over with the idea that there's other lands or some other beings that are involved.
Well, we've seen just in our lifetime, you can speculate about if it's not like actual non-human entities we're dealing with. But I mean, even just with like some of the slave trading and, stuff we know has gone on, or like some of the protocols of Zion or whatever you want to read, like some of these people actually may believe that they're, higher form of the race or better than others for whatever reason they were born into it. And they could literally not, think of us as anything, maybe a step above animals, maybe not just like animals, but, they treat us like children at least, and I think that's the way they like to think of it. Maybe not as like, thinking of us as lesser human, but that we're lesser in our enlightenment. And that's where the whole idea of like, the Illuminati comes in. They're enlightened, whether they're actually physically better or just born into it. That's how they think of themselves and justify, some of the discrepancies that treating like people like lab rats comes from.
Yeah, well, that makes me think too. What about like the Christian religion? How they want us all thinking we're sons of God, like God is like our father and we're all children. Like, do you think that plays into that? Like belittling us as if we're like just these little children. Not to knock anyone who's into that tradition, but I just don't. I've never thought of it like that. Like whatever the source of consciousness is, I don't feel like I'm like he's some daddy to me or something. That's not really how I see it. It's not like a father figure, even though I respect father figures in human life and I respect my father and I realize that kind of hierarchy. But anyways, I just did.
No, there is that whole motif with disobedience. It's called. I mean, the whole thing is about disobeying, and it's funny that they even like put it out as the way it's written, because it doesn't really make sense the way it's like the tree of truth and knowledge. And like seeking truth and knowledge seems like something that we naturally do. That's what we all want. We all want, figure out the truth and knowledge about stuff, right? But then going and seeking that is somehow disobeying this evil or this overlord. I didn't mean to say evil, but it kind of is an evil thing to like deny people intelligence or finding out the truth about things, and especially in our minds, the way we think about it, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, they have like, I mean, when you add Christianity, Islam, you add these huge religions. I mean, the Eastern ones are a little different. Your Hinduism, Buddhism, those are not quite the same, like kind of obeying codependency thing going on but the Christianity and Islam are like the biggest. And there's a lot of claims with like Freemasonry is connected through Islam as well, but I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't go off onto the whole religious aspect, but I mean, it is pretty trippy. Like just thinking about life as like a movie, and if there are like some other beings involved, and then if there are other lands, and then we have these religious things that we're kind of maybe given. I know some would not say that they're just given to us, but I mean, dude, even when I hear someone's like a hardcore Christian and they're like, prophesizing it or proselytizing it, I always think like, what? Okay, if they had like a vision or if they like talked to God or something, okay, I'm willing to kind of be, okay, maybe you heard a voice or that, but if they didn't have any direct experience, like they're literally just going off what they were given. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this book, and I just like this book, and now I think it's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, So I don't know. It's pretty intense. Like, they don't have anything different than you or I have. You know what I mean? The book is out there for you and I to go read if we want as well. But then some people will claim like a mastery and that this is the whole truth, and it's like, well, dude, you're looking at the same words I am. You know what I mean? We're all looking at the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, that's kind of a trip. But like, it's just like in what we're talking about, it's just the idea of how would religion. Or what parts of religion would be involved in this pure just speculation movie plot idea, levels of ideas of like some other beings being behind this and why the globe lie. And then if there is some kind of social programming going on when it comes to like schooling, but also religion, church and state, science and religion, all that.
It's very similar too in the way that it's used, regardless of how true it is. It is used to control people, and I don't think anybody that even is like a hardcore Christian doesn't realize that that's part of the uniformity that whether they think it's a good thing to believe in it or not, it does help in their minds. Again, the same justification process. Even if you're a priest or somebody that doesn't necessarily believe it full-heartedly, but you justify it by thinking, well, for the good of the whole, it's better that people think that they're going to go to hell if they kill somebody. Less people were killed statistically as soon as that idea was enforced in this society because they thought there was some kind of eternal damnation that went along with it rather than it doesn't matter, I want to die anyway and nothing means anything, So that's what helps regardless if it's true. Kind of like AA, or whatever it is, whatever system it is that seems to be helping some. You have to buy into a dogma of some sort for it to work right. And whether people believe it or not, or the people pushing it necessarily believe it, I think that same kind of justification thing goes on in their minds. It's better for the whole to think it's true, or even people like that say, it's better just to believe it because then you're covering all your bases. In case there is an afterlife, I said I believed in Jesus, so therefore I'll be saved, and whatever kind of nonsense that goes along with that idea.
Yeah, well, what's up, Roohif? Well, but there is like religion and science. It seems like they want everybody in one or the other. If you're not religious, you're atheist, and science is your god kind of thing. Science, the globe discovery and the space.
Same thing, yeah. Same thing. Justifications
or they
all
want
over
you
the
on
place.
the religion, or both. They want you on, but one or the other, or both.
Yeah, seems like it.
And I know some of the Christian folks will say, no, the Bible's legit, and it just made it through all this. But I mean, dude, church on every street corner. I mean, dude, there's too much connected. I mean, there's in my mind, there's no question that the big religions of the world are part of this conspiracy. I'm not saying that means that all their books are all lies or everything in there's a lie. I mean, of course, there's good information in some of those. There's good, ways to live your life and some morals, and so I mean, there's truths in there. But in terms of what they're orchestrated into, but yeah, it just kind of rolled out from this discussion in terms of like all of these facets that are involved. And potentially like the social programming around the globe, and then what the Earth actually is, and then if there is more land or other beings involved, how that would all interplay. What's up, Roohif?
Yeah, Joseph Campbell, or not Joseph Campbell, but Alan Watts talks about the shift that he saw as like a good thing for society when they went to the next system that was, he didn't call it the globe, but it was basically like where people were feeling like that the whole God, overbearing God judging you and watching you masturbate and all these other things that the church was pushing that, were sins and things like ways of like, feeling this self-conscious, like, daily, like awareness of this, like being observed, and how that society changed when would they kind of like let go of that being like necessarily the case, and people could have their freedom back in a way because they weren't under this restriction of dogma that the church was pushing. And whether the church was pushing truth or the science is the truth, that's not even the point. It is true that like Issa says, the whole idea of space and whatever it is, the whole globe story kind of gives everybody the non-secular society, which is probably better than what we did have, which was, where we could end up even with flat Earth. It's like the one thing I always keep mentioning about hearing Trump say, we're going to get people to believe in God again. And that was back when he ran the first time. I can't find that clip, but he said that. And I'm like, oh shit, no wonder they rolled out flat Earth. They're gonna start like persecuting people and separating them by their belief systems about God again, because once we're on a flat Earth, that kind of opens that door, and maybe that's why they want to bring it back in so they can start persecuting us in the ways they used to. Who knows? Regardless, the Earth is flat, Roohif. So don't come in here with your ball propaganda in the middle of a great conversation, please. I'm kidding.
Well, Roohif, your mic was open. That's why I was saying what's up. Sounded like you were.
Yeah, the noise cancellation doesn't work as well, does it?
I know you have
really good.
I know you have a cutting edge, pertinent addition to this conversation, so we're ready.
Sure. The dual pole map that New Perspective put out yesterday to go from Sydney to Hawaii, the straight line goes over Africa.
No, just they take the same course. They go along the ocean, just the same way that the Delta picks it.
Why would you not take the shortest path?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for the way they fly.
Okay.
There's lots of reasons for any flight route. But yeah, it would be just over the top and around the side, and along the coast, basically. And I don't know. There's lots of different reasons they go. Maybe sometimes they do. I don't know. I have no idea if they go straight sometimes or if they go around the blue side of the ball.
Yeah, they don't go over Africa.
Just the oceans. Well, that doesn't prove anything. We got jet streams. We got jet streams that are utilized. You don't have to worry about being like I don't know. I have no reason to say that it's one way or another for any kind of flights. I'm not in charge of that. But it's a transform of the coordinate system. It's exactly the same distance. There's no longer distance, and there's no claim that they would go over Africa for sure, because you don't know why they would or wouldn't either.
Okay.
Other than it being the shortest distance.
Okay. The coordinate system is this massive red herring that Alan and Shane have just put into the fucking discourse, right? Imagine that there is no coordinate system, right? And you had to make one yourself, right? The Earth is this dual pole model. Put your own coordinate system on it. It's still
Imagine if you're on a spinning ball hauling ass through space and no indication that that's the case whatsoever. Imagine you're on a spinning ball and everything works out fine, because that's not ludicrous.
Yeah, Roohif, we were talking about this earlier. Roohif, Adam Meiken was in here for a few hours earlier. I don't know if you heard
Adam Meiken?
Oh yeah, it got a bit wild, but it was mostly good. It got a little wild at some points, but yeah, he was in here. Wild meaning there was some a little bit of chaos ensued at a few parts, but it was mostly all good. He said it was like 4 a.m. for him. He stayed up late talking with us. But anyway,
he had a few too many nightcaps.
Yeah, he was on. Anyways, multiple nightcaps. So it got a little wild, but we were talking about the dual pole and all this kind of stuff. Why did I bring that up though?
Because the coordinate system.
Real quick. Sorry. Coordinate system, man. It has to be that we're upside down on the ball. That makes more sense.
I remember the basic part I was going to say. Gatebreaker was sharing a screen. We were looking at these coordinates. I'll be short. I'll try to be brief. We were looking at these coordinates of the AE map versus the dual pole, AE dual pole. And when I say dual pole, I'm talking about that specific, the kind of, the azimuthal equal area projections and so on. And we were looking at them. And then the question I had brought up, like, okay, well, what the coordinate system you're starting with? And then he was saying he brought in like the Mercator, grid squares is what it was taken from. And then that's when Adam Meiken came in saying that comes from a globe. So if the coordinates that we're given us that are sitting at home looking on a computer, more or less, like we're not out there gathering all the data of reality on the whole massive Earth. We're basically subject to the schooling and books and computer, more or less, without doing anything further than that. That we're given that coordinate system, and then we're trying to fit it to, let's say, a planar surface, but that may never be able to be done if that original coordinate system is taken from the false model. I know you think it's the right model for whatever reason you think you've come to that conclusion because you haven't checked the whole Earth, but nonetheless, you think you have come to the right conclusion. And my point is, if that's a globe coordinate to begin with, then there's going to be problems potentially laying it out on anything. And so to just try to debunk how that is being put onto a flat Earth when you think that original coordinate system is the correct thing in the first place might be flawed from the very beginning and might just reinforce, like a begging the question, what you think is the case, versus like you were saying, going out and actually getting data from the actual world and doing it independently to know what it actually is.
Okay. The coordinate system, right, is simply a mapping between a real location on the Earth and some identifier, right? Latitude and longitude in our case, right? You can transform latitude and longitude quite easily onto something like an AE map, right? You've got the North Pole at the center, so you've got lines of longitude, radiating out from there, and lines of latitude of the circles, right? You can map that, right? But there are different distances. Yeah. Well, that's the question. Is there distortions? Right? And if there are distortions, then it's not an accurate map. Right? So the AE
or
map
the
gets
original
wider
coordinates and
as it goes up.
distances are wrong that you're given.
Could be. Right.
Right. Could be.
Right. That's another option.
Yeah.
Right. But they're not. And the AE map fails obviously in the southern hemisphere, and the dual pole fails, if you just try and take, Sydney to Hawaii.
The dual pole is not a failure. The dual pole is only the beginning. Is my opinion.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we kind of took a hard U-turn into this. New perspective. I was appreciating that combo we were having. I'm not going to say Roohif totally put an end to it. I mean, we could continue it, but dude, that's interesting, dude. Getting into like the social programming and how like the religion and science play into that. I thought that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. I enjoyed it as well. But Roohif, as far as like, we realize we're not on a ball for several reasons now. So whatever coordinate system says we're on a ball, that's most likely the false one is what we're saying.
The coordinate system doesn't say you're on a ball.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that it has to be a ball because of the coordinate system.
The distances and the bearing, which Adam Meiken brought up, the bearings as well, and distances. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's already preformed. That's preformed to the globe assumption.
You can map lat long onto AE maps. You can map it onto anything, right? But then do the distances make sense and the bearings make sense on anything other than a globe? No, they don't.
Well, that's what you're saying then. And we know we're not on a globe, so the distances are wrong if it has to be globe distances because we're not upside down spinning and hauling ass. We're not going through space, Roohif. Haven't you realized that by now? Or are you just playing the part of a guy that's defending it?
But as you've been lectured for like dozens of hours, your misunderstandings of the globe don't make it flat.
No, it's obviously flat. We're not a spinning ball. It has to work the way it works with the flat Earth. That's the point.
Roohif, can I say with the distances real quick? Okay, if we took every distance claimed on the globe, from this point to that point, from Alaska to Hawaii, from Hawaii to Japan, from Japan, etc., right? Let's say we had a list of every position to every other position. What percentages of those distances are wrong? 0%, 5%, 10%, 30%. Now, if there's some percentage that they are wrong, then there's where there could be a whole issue. So that doesn't mean that from my house to the local grocery store has to be wrong, but maybe the distance from Hawaii to Russia could be wrong or something to that effect, or it could be off by some. So that's the thing. I mean, there's the one thing New Perspective is saying, like why the Earth's not a globe, but then even taking the distances we're given without being able to validate those, you might just be assuming they're all right, therefore Earth's a globe because this coordinate system with these distances we're giving, quote unquote, are right because you're kind of taking a lot for granted rather than actually validating them. And if some percentage of them are wrong, then that would obviously lend to the ability for them to alter what they're giving us and to modify it to give us a fake version of what the Earth is versus what it actually is.
Right. But we have like 100,000 flights per day. We can validate the distances between pretty much any two fucking cities, right?
I think that's questionable. I think when it comes to like the exact paths that they're, well, you got Jeremy's whole argument of the not flying the straight paths because of the Coriolis, which whether you agree or disagree, but you have the adjustments for Coriolis, you have the wind jet stream component. And is anyone out there, and another factor, like is anyone out there getting in an airplane and actually like independently validating their exact ground speed, their exact distance, their exact positioning? No, I mean, they're either using a compass or these days it's all GPS. Even if you have all the money and you buy a jet and you're traveling around, you know, you're some famous Hollywood actor and you're in your private jet or whatever and you're flying around, they're still not independently traveling the Earth in some way where they're not dependent on all of these systems they're already given. So when it comes to flight paths, if you have your own private jet, you're going to fly from here to there, you're not going to like be doing it in your own independent way. You're going to be going along with what's given, which is at the very least a compass, but obviously more so a GPS in today's world.
Right. But the time it takes to get from A to B and then from B to A, that is a good proxy for the distance.
Yeah, it's harder. It's really a lot harder to straw man the dual pole, unfortunately for you, Roohif, because I just put a little like mock up of arrows that are about the same size. And as far as E1's positioning of Hawaii, it's right there at the top towards the center. So coming out from there, if you went along the ocean and went to Australia from Hawaii, Hawaii's up there where the arrows meet, the very top.
Top left, top right?
Top left, where the end of the arrows are. You see the two arrows.
Okay.
Right?
Bad is you lift, just get
top left, top right?
Top left, where the end of the arrows are. You see the two arrows.
Okay.
Right?
I thought it was a little bit further left anyway.
Approximately there. Now, whether you were going to argue they should go over the pole or over Africa, and that would be shorter, it wouldn't really be that much difference. You can see those arrows are about the same size. Go over the ocean, it'd be just about the same distance.
Okay, but you're aware that the flight also goes over places like New Caledonia, right?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Where's New Caledonia? What's the coordinates for the New Caledonia?
I don't know. Northeast of Australia. About 3
I just looked it up. It's like between New Zealand and Papua New Guinea.
Fiji. Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. If they went over the ocean, they would still go over it.
Right, but where's New Caledonia on your map? Like if I plotted the actual path.
Not all the islands are included in this map, but it would be right where it's supposed to be.
Right, but there would be a mathematical transform, right, where I could find the dot on the map where New Caledonia is.
I'm making the graphics for E1's sketch drawings, but yeah, it would be right where the coordinates say, and I'm making one that has the lats and longs all numbered and everything for you, and it would just be a coordinate system transform if you look at it that way.
Right. So your map, you're transforming the globe, right? Well done.
Which was the original is the question. It could be this is the original transform, and then they pinned back the top and the bottom and the sides and made you think there was a blue side of the ocean, like there's ocean on one side of this ball somehow, and that makes perfect sense. The land masses wouldn't somehow be evenly distributed on a ball that's spinning over a certain period of time. None of that makes sense, you have to admit. To have the ocean, one side of the ball be all ocean, and if it was spinning in that way, we would have a bulging towards the center with the land masses as well, which may happen to a certain degree because of the way the electromagnetic fields work. But if it is the electromagnetic fields over the magnetic fields that are the reason that it looks this way, just like the electromagnetic fields and magnetic fields actually manifest, and that's why we have the latitudes and longitudes the way they are, and it only works over a flat plane, then this is the graticule they started with, and the ball is the transform that got you convinced you must be upside down relative to me.
The ball is convincing because the distances match.
According to what you're showing.
Sydney to Hawaii, If Hawaii is up at the top left rather than the sort of wide left, then you're going over what, Saudi Arabia, Britain.
Oh, you're just going over the ocean, exact same path,
Why?
exact same way that the ball depicts. You're just looking at it as
Why?
left to right rather than right to left.
Why would it take a longer route? You mentioned jet streams.
It's not longer.
On the return
It's exact
leg,
same
it would
distance.
go
No
into the
difference in
wind.
distances. No differences
Why?
in distances. It's just you're just straw manning it, hoping it doesn't
What
work.
do you mean no difference in distances? What?
It's just if it's a coordinate system transform and the distances are the same, then it goes over the ocean
They're
and
not the
it's
same.
taking that's taking the left to right path rather than the right to left path. But if you look at what I just put, that's how the east and west all works with the dual pole. It's just like the globe, except the Pacific Rim is the ocean surrounding us. It's basically
Okay,
point for point, exactly like the globe says.
So let's do a little hypothetical here, right? We've got the globe and we've got the AE map, all right? And the globe, the distance around Antarctica was, I can't remember, 12,000 miles, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the distance around the edge of the AE map might be 50,000 miles.
Right, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's harder to straw man this transform. If it is a transform from the globe, and they started with the ball illusion as the way they were setting things up, rather than actually detecting the fields they use to deploy the satellites with, and actually know the charge of the satellite, so they can know if it's being deployed in the north or the south, depending on the charge being differential and all those technical things that they use all the time that only work with the electromagnetic field over the magnetic field that depicts the latitude and longitude just the way we see them, and have the 4 quadrants that they use for getting the distances between the continents and plotting all the stars. This is the 4-grid cardinal direction system that they use for all practical purposes. Whether they started out with the practical purpose map or they had the ball illusion map to start with, and this is a transform, it works out the exact same with the dual pole, not like the AE map with the distances being a lot more distorted.
Okay, but you understand the key point, right? The AE map, if it's an actual representation of
You don't have to
Earth,
go over it
the
again. I get
distances
what
are
you're saying.
different. Okay.
Yeah, but
Same
I'm
goes
not
for your
saying
dual
any
pole.
coordinate system. Any coordinate system will have distortions between one and the other in that way, but some of them are harder to strawman. Like this dual pole, it pretty much works out point for point because you just have the Pacific Rim. You have the ocean on the outside rather than the other side of the ball.
New perspective. Are you really like
where there's no distortion?
Okay, well, according to your coordinate system transform that you believe in so wholeheartedly that you think you're spinning and flying through space, and that's not a big deal compared to this distances you're told about these graticule being slightly different. That makes the bigger difference about hanging upside down is much more easy to believe than maybe there's a little discrepancy in some distances here, and that must mean I'm upside down because otherwise there'd be no way it would work. Come on.
Okay, can we stop chanting so much and have a little back and forth, right? You understand the point of if the AE map is the map of the world, then the distance around the ring is different to the distance around the Antarctic continent on a globe. All right, one is a projection of the other. How do you tell which one is the projection and which one's the real map? Distances.
Yeah, especially if there's a concerted effort to make you think the ball map is the real map, then how would you really know?
Okay, so I can treat your dual pole map, right, to say, look, let's check some distances, see if they match the real world. You don't seem to want to do that.
No, it's not about what I want to do or don't want to do. It's just a point-for-point coordinate system transform. It would be no different in distance at all.
Well, hold on.
Especially with the 2 poles.
Yeah. We just got through the AE map, right? You agree that the distance around the edge of the AE map is different to the distance around Antarctica on a globe.
Yeah, but you're strawmanning the dual pole by comparing it to an AE map now?
Yeah, he's not. That's
I'm just
not
saying
the same because the dual pole makes the Pacific Ocean the outside, which is huge. So on the ball, it's half the ball. So there's not the same issue of the Antarctica thing that the AE map has.
Yeah, it's not the same. You're trying to link it to the AE map as if it's just as good as the AE map. It's just another transform. And then it was a ball. If we know it's a ball, that's just not going to work.
But you keep talking about this coordinate system, right? And I'm saying just zoom out, get as high as you possibly can, take a photo of the Earth. Does it look like this dual pole map, right? Don't worry about coordinate systems. Does it look like that?
How would I know? Where are you zooming out from? What are you talking about?
You're promoting this map, right?
I'm saying that this is way it would work with the Pacific Rim, which is why they probably call it the Pacific Rim, because it's the ocean that surrounds all the continents, and it's the same distance, like I just put in the chat, with that blue side of the ball and those arrows going across the blue side of the ball. That's a lot of distance that people don't think about when they see their little flight map that makes it look like you're going straight from Hawaii down to this little short path down to New Zealand, right there on the other side of the ball. And it's not the short distance. You have to go across the whole side of the other side of the planet. And that's how they hit it, is what I'm saying. If it is a dual pole, this works out perfectly.
It doesn't work out perfectly because the distances don't match. All right?
According to you.
Ignore the coordinate system, right? You keep trying to say, oh, it's the gradient. You sound like fucking Alan, to be honest. Ignore the coordinate system. Does the Earth look like that if you had like a massive bird's eye view?
Well, how would you go about proving that it'd be a longer distance?
Flight times. Flight times and flight routes.
Well, no, but you'd have to actually go to the dual pole and show that the distance would be longer. And it's not longer at all with the dual pole. It's just
Sydney
the blue
to
side
Hawaii
of the they're
goes
making
almost the entire diameter. What about Auckland?
No, Sydney to Hawaii, it'd be the same thing. Look at the arrows I just put on the blue side of the ball. That's the area you're going to have to cover if you're going from Hawaii down to the corner in Sydney. That's the whole other side of the supposed planet that you'd have to travel. Whereas it would be the same distance visually as just going around the ocean on the outside.
Visually. I'm going to ask you a question, all right?
Or even technically.
Okay. The question is, how do you calculate the distance between 2 points on the dual map, or the dual pole map? All right. If you say have a sign, you're accepting the Earth is a globe. All right. So how do you calculate distance between 2 points?
Well, and supposedly this is the one, and this is something you could go and work on if you really feel the need to. This is like the four cardinal directions. That's how you could look at a globe, right? Practically, because you're not going to like work out anything with a ball, right? They have to have a flat map to look at that makes sense for all the coordinates to line up and to have your actual, like if our coordinates in North America are designated as north, right? Or northwest, right? Then that's an actual, on the dual pole, that would be an actual a particular place, northwest. It can't just be a miscellaneous point, depending on where we decided the ball was going to be the middle. And that, because the west and east are arbitrary in a way on a ball, because you could just spin the ball and you could be, west of whichever point you're looking at. This is saying there are four cardinal directions that
Someone
they use for coordinates.
remind new perspective what the question was. How do you calculate the distance between 2 points on the dual pole? If you use have a sign, you're admitting the Earth is a globe.
I haven't looked into the dual pole with have a sign.
Okay. Would you like me to look into it? I'll happily do it.
Yeah, you can if you want.
Ain't the globe dual pole? South
It has two poles.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay. I'm listening to you though. New perspective. You got some good points.
It's just the blue side of the ball that surrounds us. It's just that blue side of the ball stretched out around us, so it works like everything we know works as a stationary plane, which is obvious to a lot of us by now. You're never going to convince us we're hanging upside antipodal to each other because of some coordinate haversine thing that you're going to come up with as some debunk that makes us all believe we're spinning in space again. That's never going to happen, Roohif.
Well, also when haversine is used in relation to stars, it actually could be the sky that has the spherical or curved components, not the ground. When they use haversine as related to stars, that's a whole thing with the star field, where they're getting that geometry from. And then they just, once again, assume it's the ground that's curving and not something to do with the sky, because they claim that the sky is, the infinite away parallel, rays or whatever of the stars. But I was going to say something else, but go ahead, RG, if you want to get in.
I was just going to say, you guys know what a rodent coil is, obviously, right? So I'm thinking about the nodes on a rodent coil, right? And a one-to-one kind of comparison where, the stars obviously spin around our head, but I think the stars are nodal points. And also we have nodal points in the ocean. I think if we could somehow match those up, right? I think we could figure out a better shape to this whole thing, in my opinion. But yeah.
So
yeah, it seems like
your
it. So
perspective,
if it is an electromagnetic field, and the electromagnetic field has a curve to it, right? So like I was saying to you before, a lot of this, like I was saying with Geo actually too earlier, we were saying that if it is an electromagnetic field, right? Let's assume that's the case, then they would have to make up for it in that electromagnetic field and its distortion that has kind of an oblate form, even though the stars circle 360 degrees, which is what he wants done with his mapping of the stars to check out with the GPS and have it be over the proper land. And it only works, an electromagnetic field manifests that way over a planar surface. It doesn't work on a ball the same way. But they conflated the curvature and oblateness of these star fields with the curvature of the Earth, and then reverse engineered it all to make you think the Hammerstein formula proves upside down, or all that. I think that's part of the reverse engineering.
okay, I
Right.
presume.
I do have a question for Roohif,
sorry.
if you don't mind,
Yep.
Roohif. Got one question for you.
Yeah, I gotta
when
go
you're
anyway.
at the oh, got you. When you're on the equator, right?
Wait, Dave, are you leaving?
Go
Yeah, I'll come back in a bit. I have to eat dinner, but I'll come back.
All right. Well, do you have like 10 seconds, or are you leaving right now?
Yeah, no, I'm not rushing off.
Well, just real quick, sorry, RG. Before Dave
You're
leaves,
good.
I just want to say, I mean, the thing is, like, I know it's a bigger conversation to get into, but I mean, the distances on a flat plane would have to be different than they would be on a globe. Obviously, like the distances just in general are different on a sphere than they are on a flat plane, which is why we've talked about, like, if we could validate certain distances, you could validate, like a huge triangle kind of thing. And, or you could do a huge square and then the line that connects any of the 2 points going between the square would actually decipher between a flat plane and a globe. So there is that, just one, so that the distances we're given fit a globe. And so I don't really see any way that the distances would not have to be, at least some of them, be wrong, because they're giving us all globe distances and so on. But that could maybe be debated. But what I was going to say is, like, if you have an actual flat plane with 2 poles, and then if the controllers took that, they inverted it into a globe, perhaps altered some distances, cut a little here, cut a little there, did what they had to do to make it into a globe, and then they sell the globe to people. And then if we're trying to take those globe coordinates and put it back to a dual pole flat plane, there might always be some level of a mismatch there, So
and my point is, if it was all about the fields, the magnetic field and the electromagnetic field, and the distortion and the oblateness that those cause with the curvatures of the circles, and that's why they looked at it. It looks like a globe, and they're like, oh shit. Well, if we took the Pacific Rim and then wrapped it around the back side of the ball, then if there was discrepancies that somehow this coordinate system didn't already account for, then there would be discrepancies that no one would ever notice, because who goes out in the middle of the ocean and the blue side of the ball? They say when they're going to crash the ISS into Point Nemo or wherever that place is, that you would be further away from the ISS on the Earth than you ever were from it when it's in the air. That's what the claim is, at least. That's how distant that point on whatever map it is would be from where you would personally be in direct relation to where they crash the ISS. But yeah, that blue side of the ball seems to be the trick. If it is a dual pole, hypothetically, then they could have started with that and then just made the transform into a ball. And then you could argue, well, it's just a transform and it's the exact same thing on the ball as it was with the original coordinate system, which was a dual pole flat Earth. Then you can start arguing, no, it would be different. We're not on a ball. It would be much longer on a ball, or it'd be much shorter. Look, according to the coordinate system, and all those things could be slight discrepancies or exactly the same, and you're just straw manning it like it seems Roohif wanting to do.
Well, that's all I'm saying is that I don't know. I haven't checked all the distances. Roohif hasn't either, but he's going to go off certain information that he feels he's confident on. But I'm just saying that there is the perspective that, let's say the Earth is a dual pole planar Earth, but the only way to be able to present something to Roohif, and this may not be your view, new perspective. Maybe if you do think it's all transferable and direct, I'm not trying to debate you on that. I don't know how you could fully know that, though, without going out and checking all the distances, because I would think there would be some distortions. Because I would think the only way to do it is if we went out independently and did it ourselves.
Yeah, I wasn't saying I fully know anything. I was just saying if it's this way, then there would be a lot of checks to do it. A lot of things are reifying the globe, probably including Haberstein and all these other things that are all about the angle to the star, and if the stars are closer, then it would work out the same for a flat Earth, whether you're talking about a dual pole or not, and all those arguments have been had. But yeah, I'm not trying to say I know for sure, but we have to speculate about if it were this way or if it were that way. And a lot of these things we can't really know because of the concerted effort to keep people convinced it's on a ball. And on that note, I mean, maybe you're right, Ruhif. It's a ball, man. I don't want to send you to a mental ward. We were talking earlier about the kid gloves that society is going to need to be able to handle this information if it actually is the case. And all at once might not be the best thing for everybody to get because it may cause that kind of anarchist havoc that wouldn't be good for anybody, no matter what you believe.
So Ruhif, before he leaves, are you amenable, Ruhif, that if some of the distances are different than what we're given, that the dual pole could work in a way that you don't currently understand because you're only given the globe coordinates, if some of the distances and the coordinates you're given are off? Because otherwise, I think if you're going to be, in my opinion, if you're going to be using the globe coordinates and trying to put them onto any flat surface, there's always going to be some distortions. So somebody on the globe side could always come in and be like, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, it doesn't fit here, it doesn't fit there. And I get that idea because, like I said, if we have a flat table and I take that flat table and I tweak it a little bit and I put it into a basketball and then I sell you the basketball, and then you're like, I got this basketball here. But the problem is you don't have access to my whole table. That would be the analogy, because you haven't gone out over the whole earth and measured every distance and every angle. So in this analogy, you wouldn't have access to the original table that I made the ball from. I'm just giving you the ball. And then you're like, okay, I got this ball. And then someone's trying to take the ball and put it back down onto a flat table. But they don't have my original table. They're putting it onto a different table and trying, you know what I'm saying? So that's where that could be an issue.
Right. Recall I said 15 minutes ago, just zoom out, get up in a massive balloon, take a photo of the Earth. Is that what it looks like? And then put your own coordinate system. The coordinate system is not relevant. It's useful to work out, to calculate distances between things, to predict distances, right? A New Perspective agrees that the AE map would have different distances to the globe, but then this dual pole thing would have exactly the same distances, the same routes as the globe. And I'm like, you realize that's just a transformation. That's blows my mind.
Well, that's why I was maybe even somewhat interested and somewhat challenging when he said that. Although it sounds like at the end there he was saying, well, maybe there's some discrepancies. So, but I've heard him say, but I don't want to speak for him or what his point was. But I would say for myself, I mean, dude, just because I've talked about the way the stars are and the GPs and certain arguments based around there being two poles, I'm not backing that two-pole map in any way to where I'm saying that's it or anything. I've clearly said I haven't mapped the whole Earth. I haven't checked all the distances. I'm not just going to jump onto something that I don't know for sure. However, if you have two poles, then the continents would have to be laid out somehow between those poles. And so if you have the sun going around and the stars going around one pole, and then basically 180 degrees going south on the prime meridian, you're going to have the other pole with another star rotation and the 24-hour sun in the south, which I haven't been to the south to see the 24-hour sun, but my conclusion based on all the evidence is that it's very likely there is one there. That's my view. I don't know for sure. I have no reason to try to convince someone of that because I've never been there, but it does seem like there's a 24-hour sun there. And especially the way the sun arcs in the south too, rising south of east, setting south of west. It obviously arcs the other way. And I have seen that because I have been to the I've been below the equator or beyond the equator. So yeah, you're not going to hear me claiming some exact map or distances. So yeah, I don't know if you're where we go from here because I'm not going to claim that. Whatever he was claiming with that, I guess you'd have to cover that with him because I would agree there would be distortion.
John, the physicist guy, Mallinckrodt, had a pretty brief argument for why there are only three possibilities, and it comes down to: do you accept that latitude lines are circles? And if they are circles, the options are globe, AE map at the North Pole, and AE map at the South Pole. They're your three options.
We were talking about that earlier, that they actually may be oblate when they get closer to the equator. But this would have to be a whole thing that's in contention. Have you seen this? This is
I think also
I had seen New Perspective post this, but Roohif, have you seen this? It would have to be almost something more like that. Like when you see some of these dual poles and it looks like just two circles, but that is problematic, partly because of that equidistant latitude lines from one or two of the poles that you're talking about. But there's other factors too, like because the path of the sun, when it gets closer to the equator, it starts to like straighten out, versus when it's going around the pole, it's making more of a circle. But anyways, that's like a Henry Poincaré. I actually don't know exactly Poincaré. Yeah, I don't know exactly where that came from, but
Sorry,
that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was labeled. So I don't know what he's using that for. I just saw it and grabbed it because New Perspective posted it. So my point is that I don't know, but if you have a two pole system, some of these questions come into play, like whether they're perfect circles or not, or whether they actually are oblate or elliptical, when they get closer to the equator.